Hello, hello. We'll hop right into it today. It is time for some VGC watch along. So yesterday I was supposed to stream, but your boy was so tired. I needed the night to just rest, and we did. And I was supposed to do a tournament this morning that I thought would start at 9 o'clock a.m., but instead started at 3 o'clock a.m. So I just had to go. I had to go do adult stuff, I guess. Go grocery shopping and clean or whatever. Like, I have to do that. But I'm still kicking for VGC. So we're here. We're gonna do some watch-alongs. We're gonna be watching the matches, and then in between we're gonna be doing some more Pokemon gaming. We're on attempt 9 of Run Bun. I've decided the last attempt I could probably push it, kept it going a little bit longer, but we were like at 9 deaths and we were hemorrhaging pretty fast, and the battles would get really tough, and I'd rather get a really good run under my belt that I feel confident about than just try to make it work, because the encounters were like very few and far between, and we had the shell battle coming up and we lost all the grass types. But yeah, let's take a look at this. We'll pop this on right here.
Finalist back in 2018, so a lot of talent here in round
already
2.
Very excited with this match.
A lot of fun. I really enjoyed the matchup between these Pokemon as well. As Wolf mentioned before, the Zamazenta Shadow Rider combination was kind of something we expected to be dominant in this format.
I'm happy because we get to watch Emilio Forbes.
On that, where this is definitely not the copy-paste
I remember
last.
I guess it was 2 years ago now. Going to regionals for the first time, seeing Emilio play. Emilio is such an insanely good player. Holy moly!
Exciting to watch these go up against each other. Emilio here on your screen.
He's really strong player.
Someone had posted on social. You can tell if someone was a Calyrex Shadow Rider main in Reg G or a Zamazenta main.
Of course,
in Reg G based
we got
on
Alex Underhill.
And Emilio
very good as well.
More of the Zamazenta style of a team here with the Calyrex and Zamazenta core, but adding in some other major offensive threats like that Life Orb Chin-Pao with the Stellar Terra type.
Yeah, I think it's a lot of fun. I mean, Brick Break also looks very good. I think Grimmsnarl is one of those Pokemon that's been a lot more popular.
That's super interesting of that Chin-Pao set.
So, sort of an interesting answer.
I like it for the Brick Break. I mean, obviously with all the Grimmsnarls running around here, the Brick Break on anything is going to be kind of important if you don't have a clear, fast way to remove the Grimm from the field.
In positions where they can't make comfortable moves.
Also, already liking the Sludge Bomb on Amoonguss. I wouldn't be surprised if as the meta kind of develops even more, that we see kind of what we saw at the end of Reg G, that Sludge Bomb Amoongusses start to pop up a little here and there. There's a lot of fairy types.
On this side of the field, we get something a little more similar to what we've seen recently with the Leech Seed. Calyrex has been taking the format by storm, and the Terra Fairy choice
Leech Seed
some less conventional friends here in the team, with both the Volcarona and the Glamora being something we don't see quite as often.
Yeah, this is actually looking a lot more like some of those earlier Dondozo teams where you had the Glamora and Dondozo focusing on Mortal Spin to
interesting for the Terra Steel on the Volcarona. I wonder what that's specifically for. I guess maybe to like keep its like fairy resist.
But you do have extremely bulky Calyrex here with Leech Seed and Leftovers, plus the Grimmsnarl being able to set
there's particularly any rock types.
Brick broken.
I mean, besides its Glamora here on the screen, which is a super interesting
and a really defensive set here with Morning Sun in addition to Struggle Bug.
Yeah, I think it's
interesting
a lot of
evolution
fun
here
where,
with
really
the Glim.
Pokemon that changes how you play a lot of matchups. I think this whole team is also very interesting, where I think one of the quirks of these two restricted Pokemon formats is you're kind of trying to get a team's worth of utility from your other 4 Pokemon. I think in Emilio's side of a team, you kind of see that condensation a little bit more, where there's a lot of different utility moves on all the Pokemon. On this side, it's very different, right? Where you kind of have a Volcarona, if it's not something we normally see. We have a Glamora, if it's not something we normally see. Only like 2 of the more conventional means of supporting restricted Pokemon. So a very different approach, but excited to see how this plays out here. A lot of movesets here that we do not see in unrestricted formats.
Yeah, well, this is a restricted format, and we are headed into game
Alrighty.
1 of round 2 here in Portland, Oregon.
El
That's going to be Jin
Clasico
Pao
from
and
Alex's side.
Zamazenta on
The
side
fake
for
out
Emilio
Trick
up
Room.
against Alex's Iron
But
Hands and
I do like
Calyrex
this
Ice
lead from
Rider.
Emilio.
So Emilio trying to use that Ice Spinner to negate some of the power of Miraidon on Alex's side, but Alex cleverly not leading that Pokemon wants to scout that out.
That makes a lot of sense here, and Sword of Ruin
Because this is
potentially
our
very impactful if
whatever,
Chien-Pao stays in the
yeah,
field.
whatever
Got
the
a bunch of physical attackers out in the field.
whatever the Chien-Pao
Yeah, lots
hits
of
is
physical
gonna
attackers
do a
out on
lot
the
of
field to
freaking
help that
damage.
Chien-Pao, but also, this is the Pokemon you want to
Ooh, the
see
double.
for the Calyrex with the Leech Seed, Zamazenta, and this Chien-Pao
Ooh,
that
the
can
Volt.
attack with Sucker Punch.
Okay.
Really strong positioning here, as Alex is also going to.
Oh, I guess it would also
retreat
keep
the Iron Hands
the
in
steel would
favor
keep
of
the ice
Volt
resist as
Corona.
well.
Try and continue to protect the Calyrex as it goes for a Terrassalization here
Yeah,
into
here's the
that
Terra Water.
typing,
Makes
making
sense.
it even better at soaking up some of these hits.
Yeah, still going to maintain its resistance critically to the Ice type, and I do see an Ice Spinner coming in here, but it's on the Volcarona spot, and that could be a little counter-effective.
Yeah, not very effective onto that Volcarona. Takes damage back from the recoil of the Life Orb and the Rocky Helmet, and a double target onto the Volcarona. That's going to be another hit of the Rocky Helmet, but Emilio
And
is
wow,
able to
the
avoid any burns
the bird
here, as
avoid.
Leech Seed will
Okay,
connect
yeah,
onto the
now
Zamazenta.
things are gonna get.
Yeah, we're gonna
The
see
Zamazenta
power
has
of,
been
the,
leech
Volcarona
seeded.
there, but really the power of the Calyrex, right? As you mentioned, not
I'm
much
interested to see
value
how
attacking
the
event
Leech Seed
slots,
versus
so
the
sort of,
Calyrex Ice are gonna do
forcing a double into
this
the
weekend.
other one, and Alex does a great job.
Because we definitely saw
playing
a
around
lot of
that.
success
You get a decent
in
damage these
Utrecht.
Pokemon
I
and
mean,
get the
obviously,
Leech Seed
because
set up safely. You have,
Michael
with
the
two
Best
hits going
won
that slot,
it.
You're hoping for at least one burn there, and which would be pretty devastating. But I don't think
We'll
you're
see
so
how
upset about that
what the
turn
staying
point in that
power
regard for Alex,
is.
who still has a
Because I definitely
Calyrex
see a lot of
feeling
people
pretty good
like
about the
debating on
situation.
like if
Calyrex
is Leech
extremely
Seed
safe here,
legit.
as Ice Spinner will finish
Will
off
it
the
like stand the test of
Volcarona.
time?
So
I get it in
switching the
theory.
Volcarona, it took
Like,
3 hits, did 3 ticks
it is
of
the
Rocky
coverage
Helmet
that
recoil
Calyrex
damage
Ice Rider
back,
needs.
but
You have your Ice,
unfortunately
which is
for
the Glacial Lance
Volcarona,
spam.
did not get the burn off onto these Pokemon as more recoil
but,
damage comes in, but that body press actually did quite a bit
you
of
don't really
damage.
want
Sword of Ruin helping
the-
out a lot there, but with both
And with
Pokemon
Leech Seed,
seeded on Emilio's
the only
side,
mons
I
that
think
are
this
able to
Calyrex is just fine.
not get Leech
Yeah,
Seeded are
you
going
know,
to be
a lot of
mons that
healing
are
out of it, turn
grass
with the
types.
leftovers ticking,
And
then
grass
two
types don't
Leech
like ice
Seeds.
types.
So, you're going to be a surprising amount of damage on Emilio's side of the field too, where we haven't seen
It's a really cool
actual
adaptation.
attacking move from Alex yet.
But also,
despite that, we're gonna
look at
have
how
two
bulky
Pokemon
this
who are actually
mon
pretty
is gonna
close to
be,
being knocked
dude.
out.
Yeah, both of these Pokemon, Chien-Pao taking double recoil, Rocky Helmet, and the Life Orb, and Leech Seed damage now. Zamazenta has taken 2 ticks of Leech Seed damage and a Rocky Helmet recoil. That has softened these Pokemon quite a bit, as now Iron Hands is much safer to come in and start finishing off some of these Pokemon.
Yeah, and also creates a nice situation for Alex, where it's game 1, you still want to scout out what your opponent's approach to this matchup is going to be a little bit. With both these Pokemon Leech Seed, you're going to assume we see some switches soon for Emilio. It's going to make it a little bit easier for Alex to start planning that end game.
I wouldn't be
knowing
surprised if
exactly what
this
Pokemon
is
needs to defeat.
seems like a pretty safe
Really
Glacial
interesting
Lance
setup
here.
right
I mean,
here, as Alex,
if
of course, has the
if it's
Trick
the
Room option on
fake
the
out
field
on
as well
the
for
hands
Calyrex,
into
Emilio has shown 2 very fast Pokemon and really only has the Amoonguss in the back for Trick Room if there's going to be a chance there. And Alex potentially has the ability to just turn off Spore with the electric terrain as well if Miraidon is the final Pokemon. But Emilio will just go ahead and switch out the Chien-Pao, preserving that check against Miraidon, bringing in the Calyrex Shadow Rider to target down these Pokemon.
Fake out
as
does come on the
Iron Hands
Zama
goes
slot.
for the fake out. Make sure that Zamazenta is not going to be able to deal any damage, and will just take another turn
The Trick Room
of
comes up.
Leech Seed damage, as Trick Room does get set up, and now Alex is fully in control of this game.
Yeah, I mean, as you mentioned, that Trick Room is pretty free there, and Calyrex will continue healing up. And this trip actually pretty close to being back at full health. And
Basically full.
Yeah, dominant position, right? Because not only do you have the Trick Room up with full turns here, but certainly the Shadow Rider Calyrex does not want to be fighting under this condition. You kind of assume that that's one of the remaining Pokemon. And again, the Force switch there where
the Leech Seed also like gets through all like the bulky mons that are hit, like all the support, like the Zamas and the Lunalas, like they don't appreciate Leech Seeds at all, really.
The situation by Alex, and now it just determined, does that final Pokemon help out significantly here? If not, with a Calyrex and 2 heavily weakened Pokemon, this could be a
even the
close game.
Tropicoses to an extent,
Yeah,
like
Emilio
Tropicoses
is
don't
going to
appreciate
need
Leech
to find
Seeds.
a way to get out of Trick Room or make something happen in Trick Room, and that can really only happen with Amoonguss here. The Zamazenta does have the ability to make sure the Calyrex can't do anything but Leech Seed, but that's really all Alex needs.
Yeah, because it's a problem where, you know, especially because it keeps getting healthy, right? Where there's still another Pokemon to deal with in the back. We see a double protect here, which will at least save a turn, although Calyrex is going to heal a little bit at the end of the turn once again.
Yeah, low kick on there, because
yeah, we saw the body
Alex wants to get rid of the Zama so that he can click
Calyrex
Glacial.
back when the Jin Pao was on the field will do a little bit less now, but you know, that damage has been almost completely negated just by Leech Seed without Calyrex really having to do anything.
Yeah, Calyrex will be back to full after this turn. Again, the double protect did stall out that first turn of Trick Room, but that is another tick of leftovers. That is another tick of Leech Seed damage and recovery. And Alex, despite having lost a Pokemon early on, the Volcarona sacrificing itself for the team has really set Alex up for success here.
It's scary too, because you'd assume this is a more defensively oriented Calyrex, but it still can do a lot of damage.
I wouldn't be surprised if Alex Leech Seeds the
Calyrex
Calyrex here.
Weaken things, and then you get them to a point where it's pretty easy just to tap them with, you know, with the Glacial.
Probably like a low kick into the Zama and Leech Seed into Calyrex.
The Calyrex certainly in danger if you.
Because Iron Hands should be able to live a Psychic.
It's now very open because of the protect in the previous turn.
Yeah, the Calyrex has the ability to go.
I think Emilio's trying to think of the call. Is going to call no Glacial Dance here.
Guard and an attack from Calyrex will mean that Emilio does get the opportunity to fire off an attack from the Calyrex. Because the Calyrex Ice Rider on Alex's side can only Glacial Lance, but Emilio will not opt for that. Will actually just switch out the Zamazenta and bring in his final Pokemon here, or actually bringing back in the Chien Pao to get more damage out for the Iron Hands and Calyrex on Alex's side.
And Alex is going to call it. It's going to be bad Glacial Lance.
A nice double for the Calyrex if it went for the Glacial Lance, and he did.
Yeah, that is a big Glacial Lance into the Calyrex Shadow Rider.
I was going to call from Alex.
Chien Pao, and that means plus.
I guess originally just like thinking like, okay, the Leech Seed was going to be able to get the sash off of the.
So scary, and so strong, and even the Zamazenta, which would otherwise have a decent matchup, it just lost its defense boost, so it's just going to be taking full damage from these Glacial Lances.
Yeah, the good air quotes news
the
here
both
is that,
the Calyrex was
knocked out
vulnerable
2 turns
to
of Trick
damage
Room,
here.
And Zamazenta is no longer afflicted with Leech Seed. And that's kind of where the good news is going to end for Emilio in this first game now. Facing on this Calyrex with the 2 easy boosts from the previous turn. Iron Hand still looking pretty scary, and an unrevealed final Pokemon, which if you're Emilio, you can feel fairly confident is probably that Miraidon, but makes it even harder just to stall out the Trick Room here because you don't necessarily win in that situation. And we do see the forfeit locked in game 1.
Yeah, with the final Pokemon on Emilio's side being that cornerstone Ogerpon, that means that Emilio had no answers for Trick Room once it went up, and Emilio has to go for the retreat there. Go back.
It's going to definitely be tough on Emilio's side here.
What options there are to stop Alex from getting that position?
Because I don't, yeah, the Amoonguss isn't going to really help here, and the Raging Bolt isn't going to help here. So it's going to really have to be playing around how Alex wants to play here.
What Emilio could do with the path that he took in this game, they're going to need to change up the lead matchup a little bit because you know, there was that great Volcarona switch where you know, it was like very punishing. We see that there where poor Volcarona going down, but did its job, you know, getting these Pokemon weakened. I think the problem is like I don't really know what you do otherwise with that matchup where like even if you catch the Iron Hands, right, where it probably wouldn't have been knocked out, and you end up in a similar situation where you know, Emilio's going to need to bring something that helps him deal with this Calyrex a little bit more because it's not like Alex actually had a game plan for that matchup that was executed to perfection there.
Maybe it's something like a Zama Ogerpon lead, maybe?
From Emilio. Went heavy into an anti-Miraidon lead there, especially leading the Chien Pao with the Ice Spinner, both to threaten damage onto the Miraidon and remove the electric terrain. But Alex
I do think leading the Zama makes sense.
You know, that bulkier mode with the Iron Hands and the Calyrex giving the option for Trick Room if necessary. Really
it could also just be a run back, and then Emilio can like double target that Ice Rider, or
sort of expect that Alex is going to lead the Miraidon,
or even just lead Shadow Rider is also an option too.
Like it was what put Emilio on the back foot there. Chien Pao didn't get enough damage off and wasn't actually able to do any of the things that you bring it for, to brick break or to get rid of terrain.
Yeah, I think the scary thing in the second game too, I think this is a tough set to be down 0-1 in, where you know, Alex does have the option of still using that more Miraidon heavy mode, right? And probably will if this goes to 3 games in either game 2 or game 3.
I mean, I guess also Emilio could bring the Amoonguss here in game 2 if he saw that Alex wasn't going to bring the Miraidon as a lead.
Alex here where you can kind of dictate
it's
which,
probably
which
in the
you want this
back.
game to go a little bit more. I think on the
So
Amelia side, I'd assume you're going to see
if you
Amoonguss
lead
after
the
that previous
Amoonguss, you
game.
can do something to
I don't
like
think it's like super punishing
bait
Alex side, 'cause
the
you're going to bring Miraidon anyway,
bait
probably, but have to see
the
what both players choose to do.
Miraidon in or
A couple
something.
of different switch ups here. That's going to be Grimmsnarl and
Okay, the Kali
Volcarona
Zama.
for Alex, and a big switch up for Emilio. Both restricteds on the field, Shadow Rider and the Zamazenta on the field. So Emilio threatening some big offensive damage here, and Alex threatening to slow this game down.
I like this
That's a
looking
lot of fun,
over
though. I mean,
Encore
it could be,
here.
pretty impactful Encore if Calyrex is able to hit it. You know, the problem here with that is, you know, there's the option of a Rage Powder, though I think you'd have to be pretty bold to go for it in this particular situation. Otherwise, you know, Grimmsnarl gets one screen up and then gets encored into it, kind of gets forced to switch out. We see sort of the reverse of the previous game where status conditions kind of forced Emilio's hand.
Yeah, and a much slower start here from Alex. Volcarona and Grimmsnarl not putting anywhere near as much pressure as Iron Hands and the Calyrex did in game 1. Of course, the absolute opposite
So
here.
the
Emilio
Grim
threatening
Volk
potentially big
here,
game for,
yeah,
like
there's
you
a light
mentioned,
screen coming
an
out.
Encore option as the Grimmsnarl.
It's probably gonna be
goes for
fire
a light
dance out of
screen
the-
here. Could be huge as it connects, and Grimmsnarl now will be locked into light screen moving forward.
Out of the
Means
Volk.
it is most likely going to be switching out next turn if it survives this heavy slam, which it does not.
Well, I guess that makes it easier, right? Where Encore doesn't really matter with the one-hit KO.
Probably,
And that
yeah,
means
fire
that
dance
Volcarona gets
on the
to
Shadow
fire off
Rider.
a fiery dance here. That's going to break the Focus Sash on the Calyrex Shadow Rider and deal really important damage there to make sure that that Calyrex will be able to go down to another hit.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of see the nature of this team where Alec did a lot of more defensive Pokemon.
And here's
still
the
getting
Mirai.
little pokes out there, and with Miraidon coming
So,
up,
I guess
even out
Hands
the
was
offense a little
left
bit more here.
in
Kind
the
of felt
back.
Like in the previous turn, these players were using teams from different formats, but the Calyrex not really able
Interesting.
to accomplish
Oz went the
anything.
fast
Kind of
mode
being a
here.
completely wasted Encore, and now
A fast
the
bulky
game's
mode,
being
I should
threatened
say.
in the direction. You know, these Miraidon, these teams tend to be trained to be a little bit more defensive, so perhaps able to take an attack from one of these Pokemon. But whether or not you terrestrialize the Miraidon here, I guess is interesting, where you kind of can't now because you're against the Zamazenta. We see a lot of quick fairy terrestrializations, but I'm going to see more of some classic electric attack sort of gameplay from the Miraidon this time.
Yeah, no need to go for the terrestrialization here. The electric attacks will
Shadow will
do
probably
the
get
job.
Astral Barrage
and
off
Zamazenta
and then-
will protect itself as Volcarona goes for the
and then
Rage
die,
Powder
most
to
likely.
protect Miraidon from any attacks from that Zamazenta. Calyrex, though, gets to fire off this Astral Barrage. Of course, it will be reduced damage because of the light screen, so both Volcarona and
Yeah.
Miraidon taking about the same amount of damage, and this Electro Drift into the Calyrex. That's a little bit extra damage.
Yeah, I feel like it got
Okay.
that one. Yeah.
So
I don't think, you need to
now
do the damage
the-
calculation. You don't
let's
have
see
to
what
bring out the notepad for
Amelia
that
has in
one.
the back.
Big knockout.
Yeah,
there.
okay.
Again,
This
you're
is
gonna
this
see,
this is it.
so
So
a nice job
oh,
of
that's
kind of
crazy. They
building
didn't bring
up
the
knockout
Chen
the focus
Pao
sash,
instead of
picking
the.
up the knockout. Calyrex, holy.
So I understood
matchup
the
so far,
Amoonguss
but
pick.
We do see the Ogerpon getting out on the field for free, and it's in a much better position than was the previous game here, where could actually meaningfully pull some attacks away potentially. But on the Zamazenta side, you have to be a little scared of this Volcarona, where perhaps you go for the knockout with.
I think it's still kind of fine for Emilio. Hopefully his Zama will be able to live Electro Drift.
Yeah, but this Ogerpon is in a much better position, like you mentioned. Will be able to threaten big damage with that Ivy Cudgel onto either of these Pokemon. Of course, the Grimmsnarl only got the light screen off, so no Reflect up for Alex's side. Volcarona will go ahead and go for the Rage Powder as another
Zama just
Electro
barely
Drift
lives
fired
this.
off from the Miraidon into Zamazenta.
No.
That's a
It's
one-hit
so
KO
strong,
onto the
dude.
Zamazenta.
This mod is
I didn't
crazy,
count Miraidon.
dude.
I'm a fool. I never should have. That's another one-hit KO for the Miraidon, and this Ivy Cudgel will just clean up the Volcarona as well, and the Moth is down. And Emilio making some adjustments here, getting the Volcarona off the field, and we are down now to a 2v2, but it's
That's gonna be
Ogerpon and Amoonguss
Ice Rider that comes out
versus
now.
Miraidon and the
Yeah,
final
and Emilio's in a
Pokemon,
really tough
Calyrex.
spot.
And the Miraidon, not great, locked into Electro Drift into 2 grass types, but Calyrex probably feels pretty good about this.
Yeah, I mean, Ice and Electric, sort of a famous combination Pokemon. Back in our day, it was Thunderbolt and Ice Beam. A little bit different here with these 2 powerful restricted Pokemon and their trademark attacks. But because both these Pokemon resist Electric, they're thus both weak to Ice. And yeah, not even a terrestrialization here going to make a huge difference. One other thing to keep in mind is the electric terrain, where Amoonguss is not going to be as effective as it would
Okay,
otherwise
that's
be.
interesting.
with the
I'm
ability
surprised
to
Emilio
explode
hasn't
Pokemon
didn't have
No
Terras.
score
But I think he
available
could have a
for
Terra
Amoonguss,
that
at least right now,
Zamazenta,
until the
assuming that it's
electric
Terra
terrain
Dragon.
can wear off.
Okay, but this is
Calyrex,
good. You can
though,
bait
on
out
Alex's side,
the
will go ahead and terrestrialize back into that water type to remove
the water type. Oh,
its
but
rock type
the
weakness
Ogerpon
from
Cornerstone
the
doesn't have
Cornerstone
a
Ogerpon, which of
grass.
course
Doesn't have a
does
grass
not
move.
have a grass type attack, only has the Ivy Cudgel and knockoff. both of which would have been super effective into the Calyrex, but now that it has terrestrialized, that does not matter. Electro Drift will hit into the spiky
Good.
shield,
Get some
so
good chip
will
on
take
the
a little bit of recoil
right
damage
on.
based off of that. And this Calyrex
Yeah, here
will
comes
be
the
able to fire off
Glacial.
a Glacial Lance, no damage into the Ogerpon, will connect on to the Amoonguss. It'll be really interesting to see just how much damage this will do. Not quite a one-hit KO, 210 damage, and the Sludge Bomb doing just a little bit and not
Okay,
getting
attempting
the poison. Emilio really needed the poison just to get a couple of extra ticks of damage there, but this looks like it's about over here as Miraidon and Calyrex, the Bolt Beam combo, cleaning this up.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, this is super well played by Alex.
I guess will be that, at least with this Cornerstone Ogerpon's ability, he'll perhaps survive one more turn, but hard to imagine the way he turns this one around.
Yeah, there's another Electro Drift into Amoonguss. Amoonguss will go down and deal a little bit of recoil damage with that Rocky Helmet. Once again, Miraidon is picking up the KOs, but has to take damage in return. But ultimately, that's not going to
This should
matter
take out the
that much, as this
Miraidon.
Ogerpon will finish it off with
Comes a
that
Glacial Lance
Ivy
to
Cudgel.
Sturdy.
Will go down to its Sturdy.
Now
after
will
this Glacial Lance from
Terra
the Calyrex.
Rock,
Then
Ivy
just
Cudgel.
that Ogerpon up against the Calyrex, and
Take
without
out
poison, without the ability to stall
Full,
out
basically
a little
full
bit,
HP
Calyrex
Ice
is gonna be
Rider.
able to heal right back up with these leftovers. and
It seems
should be able to
unlikely.
survive another attack and clean this up for Alex.
Yeah, one of the advantages of this Calyrex, they tend to be trained to be pretty defensive, so even a critical hit here probably not going to be enough. Emilio going to do all he can. You got to go for the terrestrialization. You got to hope for the crit. And he's going to hope it's enough. But wow, this has been a really impressive performance by Alex. Emilio, one of the better trainers that we've ever seen come from North America, and he's kind of just getting manhandled in this one.
Yeah, there is the Ogerpon terrestrializing now into a pure rock type here to get extra damage on to the Ivy Cudgel. Does have an increased critical hit rate, but I don't believe even with a Terra and a crit should not be enough
I don't
to
think
pick
it
up
should
the
be
KO
there.
on this Calyrex. Let's find out.
Yep.
Ooh, that dealt a lot of damage, but even with the crit, Calyrex is so bulky with that terrestrialization.
Really well played from
survives,
Alex.
Picks up the KO on the Cornerstone Ogerpon.
Gets a hard,
Alex
like, the
Underhill,
safety.
your defending Portland, Oregon.
So go for like the safe game one, safe for trick room setup. With Emilio's very, very fast team and difficulty controlling, like running in the trick room mode, because he can't really do Amoonguss Spore things because there's a Miraidon on the other side. And then once that's conditioned there, Emilio goes full out offense. I mean, it kind of was with Chien-Pao and Zamazenta, but like Zama, Shadow Rider, and Alex has just gone full bulk. And it's like, I don't necessarily need trick room in this game. I just need to bulk myself out and then start taking names. Yeah, I would completely agree. I think the the Terra on the Zamazenta. I think the Terra on the Zamazenta was it. If it was, I need to see if it was actually Terra Dragon. Where was it here? Also, hello Rockwell. Oh, it's Terra Water. No, he couldn't have Terra'd. Ow, wow, a Terra Water Zamazenta. That's fascinating. Oh, the second to last turn. I mean, I guess you get the defense boot. I mean, you're still gonna die. It's still gonna be, it's a double Miraidon in electric terrain choice specs, which will no longer be resisted, and then a single Glacial Lance. So yeah, I was expecting the Zama. I thought the Zama was going to be Terra Dragon, but it's Terra Water, which makes like this match a whole lot trickier. Like if the Zama was Dragon, then that's like whatever, like 2 or 3 turns before the end, could have just gone Terra Dragon on the Electro Drift, done Wide Guard shenanigans, and then Amelia would be able to pick up from there. But yeah. Okay, that was a pretty quick game. I'll give you 2 seconds. I'm gonna go quickly to the bathroom, and we'll do some run and bun as we wait for the next thing to come up.
Picking his moments to go for the offense and going for the pressure, really well played there from Alex. really excited to see how he performs going forward.
Yeah, I think there's one thing maybe to emphasize for that game that we didn't get a chance to say quite as much what was happening. It's just how over that game was when Miraidon hit the field, where there just weren't many options left for Emilio, where it's kind of both the Pokemon in the field were pinned and like nothing in the back to really switch in without just becoming pinned in a different way. Did a great job of adjusting for that first game because, yeah, I mean, so Emilio bringing a little bit different Pokemon, especially different leads, but also that Amoonguss in the back who is basically completely useless because of how game 1 went. I think just a really well thought out set where not only Alex win that first game, but it set him up to win the second game just by forcing Emilio's adjustments. So really impressive run and really impressive showing of that team where you see a very Calyrex focused game 1, very Miraidon focused game 2, both of them dominant games.
Yeah, and I think this is going to be a really interesting set to go back and watch. This is, game 2 does not exist without game 1, like you mentioned. And a lot of times players will win a game 1 and say, okay, I beat you with this, make your adaptation, show me you can beat this mode. Alex correctly identifying that he's playing against someone of the caliber of Emilio, recognized, okay, I can't just lead the same thing. Emilio has seen it, will know what to do. What's the next step? What does Emilio do to counter what I did in game 1, and how do I counter that? And that's something that only really top players can do with any kind of regularity, and also against players that are really strong. It's one of those things that you have to be able to understand your opponent to be able to do, and Alex really showing a mastery there in a best-of-3 set.
Yeah, I think especially in this format, where I think one of the tricky things about these 2 restricted Pokemon formats is you're typically going to bring both of those Pokemon every game. So you only have 2 slots to make your adjustments as far as the 4 Pokemon you bring to battle. And
we're
really
hydrated.
The importance of lead Pokemon more important in this format than maybe any other. We talk a lot of
how you doing, Rockwell?
Players winning or losing the game on team preview.
Is that
I think in this format is particularly important because of how
the bug of playing, like wanting to consistently play, still strong? Because it definitely is for me. Okay. Oh, actually, hold on. We'll watch interviews. Let me do that.
Portland Regional Championship title.
Yeah.
So how's it feel coming back and
it's exciting. It's exciting. I wanted to be able to try to defend it, of course. We've seen a couple of successful defenses in the past years. I think we saw Michael Kelsch earlier this year defend his title at Stockholm, I believe. And it would be fun to win back-to-back. Of course, otherwise, I'm tempering my expectations. I'm going to do the best I can, but I want to see who can take this medal from me this weekend, Come and get it.
Well, hopefully it's not a transitive property where you're giving up your own personal medal to the person.
I will get to keep this. You're right.
Which is great. I mean, your trophy cabinet is already getting quite full here, but what would it mean to you to even just be able to get another regional championship title?
I mean, I'm always in the game for the glory. I love playing.
Shout out to the person crossing the street, crossing the camera.
Well and proving to myself that I can still do it. I've been playing for 10 years, so over 10 now, maybe 11. And it's just kind of fun that, you can still find success in this game after playing so long. It's a really very accessible game to all ages, and I love that.
I love that too. And after a decade of experience, you're off to a fantastic start here, Alex, 2-0. And let's talk about your team a little bit too, because I think on stream we saw fairly dominant performance. So was this a matchup you were very comfortable with heading into it?
I'd say mostly, yeah. I mean, we saw me mix it up a little bit between the games, just kind of trying to keep myself one step ahead of Emilio there. I don't know if it was mentioned in the cast or not, but I played Emilio once before. It was actually in the finals of a regional in Secaucus 2022.
That's right.
The only time that we've played before. And yeah, he ended up getting the better of me then. And there's some similarities to this match too. I believe he was using Shadow Rider.
That's
back then.
crazy.
I was using Ice Rider.
The
restricted
Alex hasn't played
changed, but,
Emilio
it's still
more
fun to be able to hash it out against somebody that you've played, over the years, basically.
Well, that's so interesting then, because Emilio Forbes is one of those players that has such a legacy behind his name as well. So when you think about who you're playing up against, is that something that you take into account heading into a match?
Absolutely, absolutely. The first thing I tell people what my main method is I try to ignore what round it is. And I know that sounds silly because obviously I know it's round 2. I can count on my hand. But I just try to think, every match in a vacuum, just focus, sit down from who you're playing. And that's the main factor is, you know, eventually I get handed their team sheet and I got to figure out what the matchup looks like based on the teams.
Yeah.
But also who I'm playing plays a large part too, because if I know their play style, if I know that they're a really strong player, I got to, you know, keep a lot more things in mind while I'm playing that they know my best options too, and how do I stay one step ahead of them.
Yeah, that's definitely the thing I
a
struggle
mind
with too
game
as a
that you have to
VGC
play
player,
there,
just
but
like
also I
keeping
think where
each
you
round
have so much
separate.
experience playing against all different levels of players.
At least
I'm
at the
sure
regional
that's
level.
become a lot easier for you to assess over the last few years.
Yeah, I'd say so. I mean, I've got a lot of experience, so yeah, 100%.
But let's talk a little bit about the transition then between Milwaukee and Portland. You got top 16 at Milwaukee. You were using Ice Rider and Miraidon there as well.
Yep.
But some of those partners have changed, and even the set for your Calyrex. You've got Leech Seed now on your Ice Rider Calyrex. How do you feel about that choice?
I know. I wanted to fight it. When it started popping up, I was like, this has got to be bad. Like, this is just silly. You're telling me I can't do any damage to Incineroar when it switches in and intimidates me? That sounds awful. Why are we doing this? And I had to try it myself. And, you know, even after the initial testing, it was still kind of like, yeah, I don't get it. I'm smarter than this. And, you know, I think that, you know, it's important to give things enough of a run yourself, enough, you know, to experience what it actually plays like so that you can learn the strengths and the weaknesses. So yeah, sure, I can't hit that Incineroar on the switch, and I can't hit that Zamazenta for super effective damage, but I can Leech Seed that Zamazenta, which means that my Calyrex gets to sit on the field forever and never go anywhere. And so that part is I really liked that adaptation. And then Grimmsnarl is a Pokemon that you see, like, you usually don't see it with the Giraffe. I originally had Giraffe at Milwaukee. Sorry, Fari Giraffe, I guess I should call it here on the official cast. Anyways, Fari Giraffe, it is a good Pokemon against, like, similar matchups. You know, they're both able to tackle Calyrex Shadow Rider because of those Astral Barrages. They're able to tank that in return, I guess. And so the Grimmsnarl, what I like about it is a very broad answer to all the high-level damage we see in a double restricted format.
Yeah. The Grims are so annoying to go up against in
a Shadow Rider clicking
in
this Electro Drift. There's one move
in this
that does all
regulation.
that, that's Light Screen, you know, as opposed to trying to find a Water type to resist Water Spout and a Dark type to resist Astral Barrage and a Ground type to resist. You know, it gets a lot trickier when Light Screen and Reflect, they kind of just cover it all.
It's so interesting to see like what mons get
Grimmsnarl
success
is going to maintain
in
a place
different
in the meta, extending further
like,
into like North American international
versus single restricted to double
championships,
restricted in
worlds?
that evolution.
I don't know. I feel like the way I was trying to break it down for myself, kind of thinking about it on the car ride down here, is that there's almost like a bit of a rock, paper, scissors triangle where overwhelming offense doesn't do the best into hard defense. You know, if they are trying to if their defense is OHKOing you, taking you out in one hit, and then they can't do that because of Reflect and Light Screen, then they get KO'd in return. That's just not a winning strategy.
Right.
And so now the thing that I think ends up putting yourself one step ahead of this overwhelming defense strategy we're seeing very popular right now is probably setup. I don't actually have like setup on my team, but like, you know, Nasty Plot, Swords Dance, those types of moves. You know, if your opponent is playing a bit passively, it gives you time to set those things up. But then those types of teams, those setup teams, they don't have time to set up when they face overwhelming offense. So it's kind of a bit of a circle. I could see that happening a little bit over the course of the metagame. We might not be at the point yet where the defensive play style that's reigning supreme right now is going to get pushed out, but maybe soon, yeah, maybe by NAIC's time. We also have a couple other regionals between now and then in like Europe and stuff, so I guess we got time to see how it shapes out.
Grimmsnarl is one of those Pokemon, though. I mean, it was so good in Sword and Shield when it had first released, and then when you take a look at it now, it has so much utility even just outside of the screens. I think you have double attacking moves on yours, right?
I was Parting Shots.
I liked the Parting Shot
you could
adaptation that Alex had. So most of the Grims are going from the
You
Thunderwave
could
now
also
for speed
go
control,
Fake
but
Out.
like
So how do you decide with this Pokemon
with
when it's
the-
got like 5-6 move syndrome, what you actually use in a tournament?
Right. I think a big part of it is you see Thunderwave as the #1 choice on Grimmsnarl right now, and it's a very good move to click for like your third turn, maybe your second, where, you know, you've got up both of those screens. Now it's time to paralyze their Pokemon, make them have a bad time. The cool part about Thunderwave is that not only is there that luck element, of course, that everyone loves to fish for, but the reality is it's a speed control move that your opponent can't switch out of. You know, if I Thunderwave your Calyrex Shadow and you switch it out and bring it back later, it's still Thunderwaved. You know, Scary Face can't do that for you. Icy Wind can't do that for you. Even Tailwind and Trick Room, those can eventually fade away. So Thunderwave being that permanent speed control is, I think, the main thing that makes it so devastating. However, my team, as you might have seen, has a Glimmora. Glimmora is something that loves to poison the opponent. We've got Mortal Spin. It's got that Toxic Debris ability that sets up the Toxic.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, you can't really do a lot of
a little bit
the Thunderwave stuff.
And so we decided that we wanted to try out Parting Shot. You know, we don't have like Intimidate on the team, and it's still a way to kind of keep that damage down, you know, further lean into the very defensive playstyle of screens with very bulky Pokemon.
You say we, so who are you team building with?
I'm still working with William Brown, as well as a couple of my friends like Chemo, Cedric, and Benji. You know,
Yeah,
we all are using something similar.
I do like the
yeah,
Party Shot better for this. It makes sense for the
I would not
with
be
the Glamora
here
on
if
the
it wasn't
team
for all my friends that
and
work with me. You know, I'm not a solo effort at all. And so I'm very grateful to have so many.
and also good like get like
ideas off
you
of.
can get like
We
reflect
spent
up and
all
then
week
part,
kinda
get
trying to
it screen
keep
up and
this
then party
idea
shot,
under
or
wraps.
if like
It's
get
not
a quick
the
party shot
craziest idea,
into.
of course, but the Glamora is a little bit different. And so ran a bunch
If they
of
do bring the
regional
Amoongus
sets
and you
and
have them
just
right
try
onto the
to,
back, you just
again,
quick
just
party
lay low.
shot,
We don't
get
want,
the
people to
get
be
the
ready for our
right onto the
course.
field and
True.
stop a
So
spore.
was that a concern though when thinking about Ice Rider Calyrex with Leech Seed, knowing that it had just won an event?
Absolutely. I was hoping that it wouldn't get. I knew that it was going to do well. I just didn't hope it would take the whole thing. I mean, Michael is a friend, and I'm rooting for him all the way. But yeah, seeing it do well a week before, you know, we have to try and bring it to the tournament means that, you know, I guess it's a vote of confidence at the worst. You know, we've seen teams win back-to-back tournaments before. I
Proof
think
is there.
Chuppa and Sanvi did it back in the last year, whatever. Like, you know, good teams are good, is essentially what I'm trying to say. And so, you know, if the team was, or at least the idea of the team was good enough to win over in Utrecht, then why couldn't it do it here, I guess?
Good point. Hopefully that's going to bring you and the rest of your team building some success there. But, you know, I kind of want to just go ahead and take a moment and kind of take a holistic view of what your 2025 season has looked like. You're off the back of a top 16 at
Okay,
Milwaukee.
I think we're good
And
here. I just wanted to see some like insight on team building thoughts on meta stuff. That's also the main reason why I'm watching it this weekend, is because like I have this team that I've cooked up that I think can be really, really strong. And I'm just keeping an eye on the meta to make sure that this team stays, the idea that I had still stays strong by the time I go to NAIC. And so keeping an update to like what's happening in the next couple of weeks is going to be important on if I actually bring this or not. Because I think it's a pretty, I like the call right now with the team that I have. And I feel comfortable using it. Like I haven't been excited about a team in a long time, so very excited. Okay, let's do some running and bunning in the meantime. Boop. All right. So, like I said, kind of at the beginning of the stream here, we were on attempt 8. We got past Brawly and Roxanne, but I had 6 Pokemon to my name. Probably catching another two others before I fight Shell, which was notoriously a ridiculously hard battle. And it just I didn't think I was gonna have enough steam. I'd rather get a nice a good run going and going with that. I know too that Monday, since it is a holiday, I'm gonna be streaming and I'm gonna do a nice long run and run stream. My goal on Monday, at least between here in between matches and on Monday, is we get a really solid run and bun, a good run going. Like maybe get Brawly done, get close to Roxanne by end of Monday, and so that way I want to get to mid game in this so bad. I understand early game. It's just like getting what we need to succeed. Because I want to use like the super advanced strats. I want to like get the ridiculously hard matchups. I need more of those. I want to plan around bright powders and focus bands and quick claws and all that stuff. We haven't quite got there yet. I'm also telling by this Turtwig damage that I think the Oh, I didn't name it. Whoops. Whoops. And this is... Oh, I like the sassy nature. Oh. Oh, this is kind of... Why does HP and defense gotta be that bad? Okay, I was gonna say that the special attack wasn't gonna be wasn't that high, but apparently it was that high. Let me get the, we have like 10 minutes here. Okay. Gotta keep the stream on the side. Just keep an eye on it. Okay, so we're good here. We should have Pokeballs. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, give me some shoes. I'll catch some mons here. Okay. Poochyena? I haven't caught Poochyena before. It's a dark type, which is kind of nice. Bro, this is a Poochyena. Stay in the ball. What the heck do I call Poochyena? I have to pull up my instrument names list here. I'm starting to run a bit low, sort of. What did I have? Kabasa? What the heck is this? Oh, that little twisty thing. Of course. That's the Kabasa. Claves. Claves is kind of interesting. Yeah, we'll leave you Claves. Now here's hoping we don't get the Houndoom in here, because Houndoom was kind of pretty underwhelming, and I want a pure fire type, pretty please. I'll take Ponyta. Ponyta's very solid. What is happening with these? No, dude. Well, I have to restart now. That fire type is really important. Alright, let's switch this around. I also gotta fix this here too. Okay. It's also good. I forgot to name my church wig anyway, so. Yeah. Yeah, we got the clock. You know what would be great today? If we got to see the #1 Run and Bun fan of mine up on stream. Anthony, who's usually in chat, is currently in Portland right now. And that would be amazing to watch his games. Just to be able to support my guy. I mean, there's a whole bunch of other New England players there too. I mean, not a whole bunch, but there's a good amount. It's like 5 or 6 or so. Oh, whoops. I'm gonna miss this. Yep. There we go. Okay, we gotta go back. Timpani. I know we'll have a good run here if I can actually keep Timpani alive. That's what I know I actually have a good run, is when this turtle stays alive. Okay. Let's do this. Give me a sassy nature again, but actually put some the max IVs into Ooh, it's like Adament's okay. Oh, this is actually pretty decent. That I'll take it. Yeah, I'll take this. What are we doing here? Okay, do this. Whoops. We don't have Pokeballs yet, right? Nope. Yeah, it's gonna be a little bit the Turtwig's gonna be a little bit underwhelming here at the beginning, because you usually have to rely on Absorbs a bit, and Absorbs aren't going to do as much with Adamant. But when we get Razor Leaf and an Earthquake and Wood Hammer, Seed Bomb, we're going to town with this turtle. Pokeball is a tool for catching wild Pokemon. I've never put Pokeballs in the context of a tool, but I guess that's kind of what they are. It's weird to think of it in the same veins of like hammers and wrenches. It's just it's a tool. Okay. Alright, what do we got this time? Okay, we got our Lit Leo. Another underwhelming Mon, but... Please, buddy. There we go. It did come in handy a little bit. Just purely for its normal typing. To be able to switch on like ghost moves for free. Oh, we got the Sizzlipede back! Bro, it's been a long time since we used the Sizzlipede. This Mon's great. Stay in the ball, please. Why do these Mons take so long? There we go. Welcome back, Accordion. Long time no see. Alright. Grab some more balls here. Okay, having our Gossifleur back, Roselia is pretty solid. Sweet Veil, Serena here, Bound Sweet. Okay, we got our Bound Sweet. Come on, stay in the ball, please. They take so long to stay in the ball. There we go. Oh shoot, I forgot. I'm playing Run and Bun right now. The hat stays on during Run and Bun. Okay. We'll grab our rod here. You know what? Also like the Masquerain here in Little Root. I'd really appreciate that. I missed this guy too. Alright, just low tide again. We're just low tide gaming. Thank you for also going in the first ball. Whoops. Okay. I'll deal with that when we get to Slateport. Hey, Keytar! June, good morning. Hello, hello, hello. We're doing double whammies today. We're watching Portland, and we're doing some run event in between. All right, got everyone here. Let's take a look at the squad. Okay. Powerful, lonely nature. God, this That's quite the interesting physical attacking, Leo. Okay. Gentle. This is pretty good. That's pretty good bot. This is pretty good. I'll take this. I'll take this for sure. Bound Sweet, Neutral Nature. Ooh, this mon's gonna go so hard. Are you... It's Oblivious. Wait, is that the good one or the bad one? No, it's the bad one. Turns into Queenly Majesty. I guess it's okay. I guess it's okay. And then... So it's supposed to be Gitaron. Rain Dish is kind of meh. Ooh, that's good though. I mean, it'll be... If this was Swiss Swim, this would be... I'd be super happy and perfect with this. Because I'll take the special attack boosting nature. Hasty. Super speedy. Look at I love the dichotomy. Plus speed nature, lower defense. Almost max IV defense, 1 speed. This guitar is gonna be interesting. I'm excited to play with the accordion again. Yeah. Queen match is still broken for double battles at least. Yeah, I'll be good to get around the fake outs. I know probably that makes sense like during there's like the per ugly. A lot of the double battles include a fake out here. So being able to block that is pretty solid. I just really liked using Sweet Veil. The first time we had a Serena, because being able to not worry about Hypnosis on either of my Mons, or any sleep for that matter, saves me Chesto Berries. Alrighty. But yeah. Whoops. Won't go into here. There aren't enough Chestos. I mean, they give you 10 at the beginning of the game. And you do get more later on. It's just any chance you can to preserve your berries is gonna be good. Granted, I have been kind of fast and loose with them, but it's because I just want to get through this. Oh wow, my team's almost entirely weak to flying. Okay. Swagger. Oh, am I flash fire in this guy? On flame body. I'll take flame body, that's solid. Okay, we'll try to push through these last couple of trainers. So I think the next Portland match is going to be up here. Oh, we love that bird. Oh, it's Lomberry. Oh, it's Orin. Never mind. Holy usage, dude. Hold on, I'm gonna pop over in the stream just for a hot second because I gotta show you all this. That's almost double usage this weekend over any of the... There's more Ice Rider Miraidons in Portland in day one right now than Shadow Rider Zama and Miraidon Lunala combined. That's wild. I mean, it makes sense because these two go really well together. That's still like crazy. That's like... That's wild. Okay, first is... So this is... I think Black Light will do more. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, it's so messed up because CSR Zama is supposed to be pretty good into CR Miraidon. Yeah. Do I have a... I do a bubble this guy. It's such a strong duo. Yeah, it's either beat Ice Horse, Electric Bike, or play it. Yeah, I'm on team beat the horse. Beat the horse and bike. Yeah, I was saying earlier in stream, June, that I do have an idea. I have an idea I'm working with that I'm tweaking. I'm probably gonna bring to NIC because I got nothing left to lose this season. That helps a lot against the bike and the horse. In theory, it's been pretty good in my practice so far. Oh, I would have loved the fletchling back. I gotta test it at locals. Okay, here comes the pitting. Two. Bounce my desert through NIC. I'd be down. Are you still on Koraidon Lunala? Cause that's I'm almost 100% solid. I'm gonna be I'm bringing Koraidon Lunala. Cause that's what I feel most comfortable with. Actually, I think this is gonna do more. Yeah. Lava plume! Ay, ay, ay. Okay. You know, like Koraidon Lunala, I'm 100% on it. Okay. I'm down to still bounce some ideas off. Because I know you're very committed to coaching as well, which is like super cool. Okay. We don't have games just yet. I think Zama Power is super good to rely on. Yeah, I mean, the first match was just that. Emilio brought the Zama Power against the Alex Underhill's Ice Rider Moreno, but yeah, you don't need to play. It's true, you don't need to, but it is fun. It's fun and it's different. Ooh, Taunt Pow. That's very cool. Yeah, Taunt seems really strong right now. I tucked that onto my... Saw flutters were going from Shadow Ball to Taunt. And I was already thinking beforehand, like, Shadow Ball on for my Flutter main into matchups is like okay. And I put Taunt on it, it's like, yeah, this is the way to go. I also just love... Taunt's one of my favorite moves in general. Exactly, exactly. But... You Covert Cloak if you want to use Sash somewhere else. That's fair, yeah. Covert? Shed Pal is kind of interesting. That's not a bad idea. It also helps you stay fast too. So I know, Wally got the Ralts? That's so crazy. Alrighty. How many we got for Pokeballs here? 21? Good. Alright. Oh! Blipbug! That's a Kubfu answer right there. I haven't used this one yet. Oh! We got Jay next round! Jay's on stream! We got that New England representation! Please catch this one. There we go. I know this is gonna go great. Okay, where it was is Kabasa. That's what I want to call this thing because I was looking at it for. Oh my god, so many things open. Ah. Yeah, Kabasa, because it kind of looks like the Kabasa. You just like you can just like the Orbital. Okay. Okay, what are you looking like? Powerful adamant Blipbug, let's go, dude. Ay, ay, ay. That's so silly. Alrighty. It's time.
using a team that I think people were so underprepared
There we
for.
go.
Well, you and I were talking about Groudon.
Jay, the Groudon is here.
Or 2 spots below Fluttermane, why don't we say? It looks so familiar and yet so distant. Yeah. And actually, Aaron, we have a battle of Sun Pokemon. Sun Pokemon against Sun Pokemon, as we have our good friend Groudon, a Pokemon that you and I are very familiar with, having played, you know, VGC back in 2016.
Jay's walking weight is
Even
about to go
2022,
stupid this
Groudon's
game.
one of the top dogs. Groudon's been struggling, man. He lost his primal form. He lost his aura. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Like, they brought in some new kids, and he's like, you know, he's getting older.
And in a world where Koraidon exists, of course, just got that Koraidon, and so Bezat here really going to try to prove that Groudon still can be viable. Of course,
Yeah,
one of the things that
absolutely
Groudon
got it around.
struggles
I completely
from is
agree.
the inconsistency
Shuckleberry
in
on
his signature
Insane.
attack.
Okay,
Yes, this
what?
plays, of course,
I'm so
frozen missing,
confused.
but
There's
you've
these
got a
berries
lot of
popping
other
up on
familiar
Mons
picks here. You've
right
got that,
now.
like,
That's
play
like
dual
really
speed
messing
Snarl.
with
This is
me.
actually going to be bulk up Groudon rather
Yeah.
than Swords Dance Groudon, and so of course you can make yourself
Like,
a bit
there's,
deep
but
here.
his Calyrex
Don't
is running
really heal
everywhere.
yourself up,
Yeah,
though,
I
right?
was about to
Yeah,
say
I
that.
know. It's gonna be such a good
So
match.
even if you're taking 20, 25%, that damage adds up. It's not
Adds
like you've
up.
got a leftovers. It's not like you've got a grassy terrain.
So yeah.
You've got
All in puff.
that,
Typical
exactly,
Flutter.
yeah. You've got that classic electric
The
Terra
Shucka
Ride off the
Insane is
wall. There's no
interesting.
discharge.
There's no. You have Groudon. You're so close. It'd be so. Like, it's right there. Yeah, Aaron and I are big Discharge fans, but yeah, no, I think this team is really interesting, and it's kind of funny because in a way, Miraidon represents the future, right? It's from Pokemon Violet. It's sent from the future within the game story, and yet Groudon is a Pokemon that represents the ancient past. And we've talked about the double bike comp, the fabled double bike composition with Miraidon and Koraidon, but in a way, this is actually spiritually closer because Koraidon is a newer restricted Pokemon, whereas Groudon, like we said, is an older one. And so I'm really curious to see how this matchup plays out as we have these two different sun-setting restricted Pokemon.
Jay's expression. He probably just saw the ground and was like, "Excuse me,
so this is a
Groudon?"
composition that I feel like has been popping up a little bit more recently.
So yeah, abilities, shields. The Geezing looks pretty solid too.
Composition actually win a regional championship.
Ooh,
over Australia.
AV Walking
I mean, a lot of interesting
Wake.
components
That's
here, right? It's
cool.
Assault
That's
Walking
very
Wake with
cool.
Aqua Jet.
Yeah, I was not expecting that.
No Focus Sash on the Shadow Rider. It's actually going to be the Spooky Plate for increase in damage. I'm a little scared.
Also, shout out to
Of course,
Jay,
you've got
since
the
Junior here
Glaring Weezing,
too,
but this actually is play rough,
using
as
the
well as Poison
the
Gas.
superior
You often
Spooky
see
Plate
things
over
like
the
Lilith or Sludge
Shadow
Bomb, for
Tag.
example, and then Brute Bonnet, which I think is a really interesting Pokemon in this format as well. And so, when you're going up against something like Groudon, how do you deal with it? I think Walking Wake is actually really interesting here because you hit the Groudon for super effective damage before the Terra, and then if it Terras into fire, well, Water's still pretty good into it.
Yeah, I think one thing worth noting here, Aaron, though, is that this team only really has one, well, not including the Weezing, it only has like one Pokemon who's here to do damage and is a physical attacker, being that Miraidon.
Yeah.
What I mean by that, or why I think it's relevant, is that this Miraidon, unless I'm much mistaken, is Assault Vest. And so, given that it is Assault Vest Miraidon, it's going to be actually pretty good against even, the Spooky Plate
Jay's so
Shadow
good.
Rider and like Choice Scarf Chiyu. And so I think it'll be really interesting. And this Miraidon also, it did forgo Discharge, which we were quite sad about, but it has Snarl. And Snarl against a team comprised of many special attackers, I think is going to be really interesting. So I think the things to look out for here as we jump into the battle is whether or not Weezing is going to be the central point of Jay's strategy, right? Like whether or not that's the way he wants, because he doesn't have to do it. He can easily play around other Pokemon. This is not a one-trick pony type of team, but Weezing's going to set the pace immediately. So we'll have to see if we see it as we jump into the battle here, and we do start out with Walking Wake and Chiyu,
Okay.
Fluttermane and Groudon.
I was gonna say, Walking Wake goes dummy here.
I think, first of all, just actually decently positioned in the metagame because there's so many things that can't take Precipice Blades very well. The problem is you have to hit those Precipice Blades, and so there's no Sableye here to set up a gravity, and so Groudon here also is threatened by a lot of options,
Yeah,
right? There's that
he's
Chiyu
way
and
faster
Walking
and
Wake on the
bulky
opposing
enough to
side.
just win
You
every
are
damage
risking
trade.
what's
I'd agree with
called
that,
double
yeah.
that slot immediately. Chiyu, by the way, in the sun is gonna appreciate that little bit of damage increase, right?
A
and so,
little bit.
Just
Aaron,
a little,
that's like,
maybe a lot.
It's like throwing gasoline in your oven, man. That thing's gonna hit pretty hard.
Well, I didn't see what the booster,
Walking Wake is
what speed booster. Thank you, Wolf. That was my question.
Even Icy Wind, it's likely that even after an Icy Wind, the Walking Wake will still, and the Chi will both outspeed the Groudon.
Wake's Terra Water.
Interesting choice from Bezod here, where he can choose to use Moonblast to try and turn Chi-Yu's Beads of Ruin against the Walking Wake, but the other option is to go for an Icy Wind and protect and try and use a second Icy Wind.
I know, as I'm saying, Terra Water, Hydro Steam is just like, yep, just send the Walking Wake. Jay, just go for it.
So, I mean, a Walking Wake Terra, of course, would get rid of that weakness, and so this is now Water Terra Walking Wake, which is great both offensively and defensively. Yes, there's Beads of Ruin, but now you get rid of the super effective hit, and so I think Groudon's in a really awkward spot right now because it's so slow. All right, here we see it's going to be Moonblast, but how much does this do? Like 30%?
No.
Oh, I saw those 50 with AP.
Yeah.
Actually, oh my god.
Let's go,
Jay.
Jay.
Out and goes for Hydro Steam into the Flutter Mane. A really risky play because if Groudon went for a Precipice Blades, that would risk Jay losing both of his Pokemon here. But Flutter Mane hangs on thanks to the Focus Sash, but I have a feeling that it won't be hanging on much longer as Chi-Yu locks into a Heat Wave, an inaccurate move.
Click, hit. No! No!
Huge because now another Moonblast. By the way, that Moonblast, it's like a Solvest Walking Wake. I thought it would take it a little bit better. I know Beads of Ruin was active, but oh my goodness, like it means that Jay actually literally needs to Terror in order to survive that. And you know, here's the thing: Walking Wake is not very common in the metagame, so it's like I myself didn't know my Walking Wake damage calcs, but that's a big miss. And of course,
huge miss.
One of the biggest downsides of using Chi-Yu as well is that it has to click Heat Wave or Overheat so frequently, or Snarl was going to miss. But of course, this
so maybe a Chi-Yu switch, Hydro into the Groudon slot?
But Groudon right now, feeling a little bit exposed, is going to switch out.
Or the Walking Wake switch out.
Yeah, so no switches from Jay's side. It could have been a Weezing coming in there, shutting down the Photosynthesis and the Flutter Mane to allow another Heat Wave to come out, but then you still take double Heat Wave. And actually, it's
the Aqua Jet! Oh, I forgot about the Aqua Jet! Yo, Jay! I forgot the Aqua Jet! He's so good! He's so good!
You still get the sun-boosted Heat Wave doing a lot of damage to an Assault Vest Miraidon, and I think actually
that is why Jay is checked as teched Aqua Jet. That's such a smart idea.
The downside of that Heat Wave miss. Once again, not a very common attack, but a great one to like
beats all the Sash Flutters that are here.
Go for a Protect there. Miraidon is really well positioned right now, though, where it threatens with so much damage. And you know it's a Scarf Chi-Yu on the opposing side, so it's locked into Heat Wave. And so, you know, you could go for something like a Light Screen here, and okay, we're seeing the potential Thunder Wave hover, but Miraidon right now should be able to dish out.
Yeah, that is kind of wild.
Electro Drift.
Because Bezod could have just clicked Precipice Blades and probably KO'd both of them on.
Okay, if I Electric Terra, then I actually suddenly take more damage from Heat Wave, so not going to go for it.
It's tough as well because the Walking Wake again is Speed Booster, and that means that it can, you know, actually outspeed and threaten a KO with Draco Meteor. So Bezod really has to do something about the Walking Wake, but of course, every turn you take these Heat Waves, these are adding up, and actually it's going to be a switch out of the Walking Wake. Who's coming in here? If it's Brute Bonnet, or if it's there's honestly a lot of Pokemon can be awkward here. Koraidon even wouldn't be incredible, and it is Koraidon. So Koraidon coming in here, this means that Chi-Yu is kind of free to launch a Heat Wave, and Thunder Wave does come out and connect. It's not 100% accurate. Koraidon gets paralyzed, but
paralysis
might be the bigger threat at the end of this game.
Yeah, that's a really great play by Jay conserving. And another Heat Wave miss. Who is it missing? It's the Miraidon. Okay.
Okay, that's fine.
Oh
that's fine missing that. An Electric Drift into
so to your point, well,
Cry. Do like 50, yeah, a little over 50.
And I think this game has really highlighted the speed advantage that Jay has, right? Like the Wake and the Chi are just consistently moving first, and now the Flutter Mane was obviously faster, but it only got one attack off. That Aqua Jet, by the way, so helpful in picking off Focus Sash Pokemon. Focus Sash.
Guess what is going to be the back for Jay?
Right,
maybe the Bonnet.
A lot of restricted Pokemon and non-restricted, and so. The Miraidon here does do a lot of damage, and the Thunder Wave does, you know, put the speed control a little bit more into Bezod's favor, but it's only really going to be Miraidon dishing out a lot of damage. That being said, now you get the Free Light Screen off, you can knock out the Koraidon, and Chi-Yu's just continuing to launch Heat Waves into an Assault Vest Miraidon.
Okay, it does connect both this time, and you can see the value of that Light Screen. However, the question is, this is Assault Vest Miraidon, so is it going to
Come on, Jay, I need you to break through paralysis.
I feel like it's Miraidon, so it probably will. Of course, it could also go after the Koraidon here, but it is going to target on the Chi-Yu here. Does a KO? It does.
Yeah.
However,
I think Jay's still fine here.
Groudon is a strong Pokemon, but I'm not.
Come on, buddy, break through paralysis.
There's
a collision. Okay.
Collision course. I mean, this probably just gets the KO.
Oh, Shadow. Yeah, makes sense. Shadow is probably the fourth mon. Yeah.
Bezod is down 3 against 1. It is paralyzed Koraidon, and the Walking Wake is damaged, so it's not like. It's not guaranteed over. Light Screen is up.
Oh, this is great.
Actually, I think Groudon can win.
Yeah?
Because, okay, Precipice Blades hits both. If Walking Wake comes in, Precipice Blades hits both. It's a miracle. KOs both, okay? And then it survives the Astro Barrage thanks to the light screen. And then, yeah, maybe no. Maybe.
I was like, okay, is there any chance both...
Rockwell, if you're still here in chat, this team that Jay is playing seems right up your alley. Just click moves and win the game.
Nice. You still have the Terra available, but it's unfortunately not going to help out in this position. And so I think one of the other interesting things I wanted to talk about in this game was back Grimmsnarl, by the way. Because I think Grimmsnarl is a really awkward Pokemon to have in the back. You like normally want to lead it and just set up screens immediately, right? So Groudon's going to protect here, stall out a turn of Sun, and also just see what Jay wants to commit to, maybe bait out a protect. But Hydro Steam right now, of course, incredibly well positioned. And it's a tough spot for Groudon. It doesn't have any boosts. And, oh, there was a Groudon paralysis this turn.
Probably didn't make a huge difference, but you never maybe it was side Flame Charge to get the speed advantage, right? Actually, a really great protect there from Bezod, understanding that Hydro Steam has strange properties and actually powers itself up in the Sun rather than getting weaker.
That's true, yeah.
That last turn of Sun could be
Here comes the Hydro.
potentially a game changer. I mean,
Probably
right? Imagine it's Group on it. Then all of a sudden, Groudon looks like
Plus 50, cause all because light screens up, yeah.
The strongest possible was.
Okay, it hits both.
Keyblades.
Oh,
Kurai!
Oh my goodness, Groudon! Groudon, we were gassing you up! How are you doing this to us? Okay, Bezod needs a paralysis here.
Yeah, no paralysis.
Well, Aaron, I'm not so sure. Maybe if it's... I think it might be over.
Bull.
Okay.
Groudon survives.
But there's still one more Pokemon
Groudon's so
that gets to
bulky.
come out
What the
and
heck?
Finish off Groudon. I think this Walking Wake Chiyu lead was so impressive, honestly.
Yeah.
And the fact that Groudon was led, giving that photosynthesis boost.
Yeah, and that's worse.
Sun boost
Exactly, to
Chiyu,
both.
yeah.
Like, it was a complete liability, unfortunately, in this one. And so if you are Bezod, you got to go back to the table, think things through a little bit more. And so I think, unfortunately, Grimmsnarl's screens didn't really provide enough in this game.
The damage was just so much.
Yeah.
Like even though, of course, it was good to get light screen up, you did reduce damage from...
Love this from Jay. We love this. Click moves and win. What's a heat wave miss to all the other massive amounts of damage on this team?
Here, the Aqua Jet KOing the Fluttermane was really, really important. Because the Fluttermane looked quite good. It was the only Pokemon, I think, on the team, on Bezod's team, that could naturally outspeed both of those Pokemon with the Sun up, right? As we do watch this replay back. But yeah, I think Fluttermane being limited to only one attack was a big deal. It also makes me wonder, Aaron, about that turn one decision.
Give Groudon Home Claws. So it hits
Because
P-Blades.
Icy Wind, of course, wouldn't have done much damage. It wouldn't have helped Groudon to
LOL.
To actually survive against these Pokemon. To outspeed these Pokemon, I should say. It would have allowed me Rhydon to change things, I think, a little bit. So you got to wonder about, does Bezod bring a Pokemon adjustment to
Okay.
order?
I was literally just about to say that, June. It's now time to bring the Weezing this game because Bezod's gonna bring the Grimmsnarl to prevent all that damage this time around, and you just lead with your Geezing, and you just destroy the Grimmsnarl.
If you fake out and if you lead Incin into the Wake plus the Chiyu, there's two Pokemon that can't protect in front of you. You have fake out.
Yeah.
But I think it makes sense for Bezod to run it back with the same Pokemon, but maybe in a different order, like you said. I think Groudon as a lead actually was a huge liability and actually gave Jet a huge advantage, and so keeping that in the back would make sense. I was thinking Grimmsnarl and Miraidon as a lead is pretty decent into what Jet went for in the last game, because you can pressure with Thunder Wave immediately into Walking Wake, and then you don't have to worry about Chiyu's offense.
Yes, but Bezod's gonna do that, and then Jay's gonna lead Geezing Miraidon, and then
I do think
just click Collision Course.
Like you said, but yeah, because of that Aqua Jet, you actually have to be very careful because you will go down to the Hydro Steam Aqua Jet combo that we saw previously.
Yeah, maybe even an overheat Aqua Jet, or maybe a heat wave. You never know. The question, by the way, Aaron, is Weezing. Is Weezing, because that's a mix-up that could make an appearance here.
Yes, Jay, let's go, dude.
Okay, but there is still no Grimmsnarl in the front, so I think.
Okay, all right.
This actually is not such a bad lead for Bezod.
Yeah, this isn't too bad.
Aaron, that's probably why we didn't see Grimmsnarl in front. Now that I say it out loud, I didn't really understand it, but now I'm like, oh, you really don't want Grimmsnarl into Weezing that has taunt and is likely faster. If you have taunt and you're Weezing, you're probably doing it in part to deal with Grimmsnarl.
Yeah, so it becomes really, really awkward, of course, for the Grimmsnarl, because it actually...
You don't want to Terra the...
But Weezing, really interesting adjustment.
Don't really want to Terra the Koraidon necessarily. It's kind of just Groudon food in the back.
Allow Koraidon to still set up the Sun. Koraidon right now, of course, has the ability to potentially go for a Terra, and you know, get this defense. If you don't Terra, obviously you're going to be facing down Fluttermane with Moonblast, which is really scary. And so I think naturally it makes sense to just commit that Terra.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, sending it with the...
With Koraidon, you really need to make sure that it's not going down in one hit. Fluttermane is a natural, ordinarily I would say a natural predator to Koraidon, but thanks to the Fire Terra, you really flip that relationship on its head.
Okay. Maybe probably Flame Charge here.
So we'll have to see how the targeting goes down here. Just committing a Moonblast anyway, I don't think that play at all. I think it's smart to just say, hey, if you don't Terra,
Flame
you're
Charge here.
in a really bad position. So we do see the Terrafire Flame Charge bringing the Fluttermane down to Sash. We see Jay really prioritizing this Fluttermane, understanding how dangerous they'll be in the late game here.
Because Geezing will survive the Volt Switch.
There's no electric
because there's no specs and it's AV.
That does nothing.
Oh, no damage. We love to see when Miraidons do no damage.
Even without electric terrain, like a Draco Meteor, Moonblast double up into
Yeah,
Miraidons.
and here comes the...
Safe, but without that terrain, like I'm not sure Draco or Electro Drift actually gets the knockout. However, Bazad has baited out that Terra. Player actually does decent damage here.
Yeah, just trust the... Yeah, I mean, I guess so. Yeah, because the Fluttermane's pretty much dead now. If you got the Wake, you can Aqua Jet it. You got the Flame Charge, speed advantage here.
Exactly. And can Groudon even get that move off, right? Like, will it be able to survive an attack from the Koraidon? My guess is yes. Like, I think it should be able to.
You have the Fire Terra because the danger is the Terra Fire boosted, Sun boosted, Flare Blitz boosted by Orichalcum Pulse as well. So.
Yes. And I think Groudon can survive, and so I think it makes sense to go for that Fire Terra. It's just, this is the most stressful thing in my opinion about using Groudon. You're in a great spot right now, but you're slower, right? So if you miss Precipice Blades, it's an absolute disaster.
Agreed. Yeah, this could be, I mean, this game...
I know, this Poison Contest would go pretty strong.
If, you know, Precipice Blades misses. There's also the option of...
Okay, here comes the Terrafire.
With Koraidon to, you know, like, just effectively reposition to let Weezing go down. You don't really need the ability stopping, at least for these two Pokemon, although it could be nice because of Fluttermane's Photosynthesis. We'll have to see. The turn starts, Groudon is Terrestrial into Fire. It's going to be Protect, but not for the Pokemon.
I like that. Protect there.
And there's no Protect from Fluttermane, so Fluttermane is exposed here. Here's Terrafire Flare Blitz. That's going to be into Groudon, right? Let's see if it does half of the remaining HP.
Ooh, 148 down to 63.
So good. Yeah, and then Koraidon goes down. In comes the Shadow Rider, and Shadow Rider just cleans up from here.
Aaron, I can't watch. I can't watch.
Close your eyes, Wolf. I don't want you to see that.
Okay, so the game continues. Although,
oh my god.
I mean, it was a great turn, right?
The
However,
P-Blades hype. Will it connect? Will it connect?
Walking Wake. Well,
Walking Wake is okay, right? Because you have there's no photosynthesis available on it because of the opposing Weezing.
Like that Aqua Jet.
Bring out the horse. Bring out the horse. Horse.
Horse!
It's gonna be
Aaron, there's another restricted.
Oh my God,
Aaron,
Shadow
how do you beat
Rider.
this?
Happy to just click Astro Barrage, Weezing, turning off that photosynthesis. So yeah, you see that back Grimmsnarl. This is a really tricky position for Bazad, honestly, I think, because yeah, like Flutter is threatened. You can just click Astro Barrage into everything. I do think Grimm is nice, but the problem with Grimm is that Weezing is so oppressive. It's shutting down your...
It's gonna taunt you.
Exactly,
Play rough you if it's thinking at the KO.
Jay's so good.
I want to call this out, right? Because
so good.
Grimmsnarl's everywhere in the format right now, so this is actually a really cool way to stop Grimmsnarl from being effective. If you can turn off that Prankster, it's actually way less valuable. Now, the Miraidon is not the worst Pokemon to come out, but like it can eat up an Astro Barrage and a Play Rough, and that damage really adds up. So even though Bazad's got all of his Pokemon, it's actually a fairly awkward position, and Calyrex loves coming out in positions like this where everything's already taken some damage. You can just click Astro Barrage, Astro Barrage, Astro Barrage.
Normally when you're trying to deal with a strong offensive Pokemon, you have Pokemon with low HP, you just sacrifice them to let your back Pokemon get in for free, but here you can't do that because of the Grimnay ability, which isn't shut down, or the As-1 ability, calling the Grimnay ability, whatever. Weezing is not able to shut down because Calyrex is too powerful.
Does it play rough into this spot? It would do a lot of damage.
The poison gas!
It's going to be poison gas, which I think, it's like a neutral play, right? Like you're always able to potentially poison. So now this Miraidon, of course, is on a timer. I was thinking though, if it was play rough coming out there, the Miraidon may have
you have to deny it. I sort of see the vision here because you got AV on the
Electro Drift into the Weezing slot. I think Bazad's probably happy that at least it wasn't a play rough that last turn.
It could have been good, but it could have been worse.
Yes,
I think
exactly.
There's two paths forward here, Aaron. I think you either go for a Snarl and try and weaken the Shadow Rider, accept that you're going to lose some Pokemon, maybe switch to Grimmsnarl, or you try and take out the Weezing.
Yeah.
And if you take out the Weezing, then you have access to your abilities. You can go.
I didn't think it had it either.
You can reset the sun when it ends. And I think this is going to be the crucial turn. If Bazad wants to stay in the set, he has to get this turn specifically right. I think Grimmsnarl could be quite good here in the end game if he can just get rid of the Weezing. Otherwise, I think it might be a little bit tough. So let's see. Grimmsnarl switching in here.
Does
Yeah, switch
Weezing go for the
in.
protect? I think it's actually
We'll
a
should go
little
for the-
bit safe to do so because your Calyrex, isn't like even if Snarl
there's the
comes off,
protect.
it'll still survive the turn,
Yeah,
right? And
there's
that's
no Hadron engine.
exactly, yeah. And so it is going to be the protect, and I think, yeah, BayZ betting it all on hoping that the protect wasn't going to come out, and that Astro Barrage continues to just really
clicked
stack
the-
up.
oh, clicked
And
the
it is
Electro
Electro
Drift.
Drift into the Weezing. Weezing has been incredible in this game, honestly.
It's pretty amazing, especially because it wasn't even brought, as far as we know, in the first game. Did we see all 4 Pokemon we did, right? Yeah, both Restricted and then Chiyu and yeah, so
Walking Wake.
Walking Wake. So
Yeah, I
it's
think
so
that
hard to
needed
come
to be.
back from
I
this.
think that needed to be a
Because
snarl
you
from
asked
the
for everything, and I think
from the Miraidon here.
abilities being turned
That-
on in this
that-
game
that,
was absolutely huge, right?
Electro Drift into the Weezing
Fluttermane,
was-
no photosynthesis. Miraidon, no electric train.
It was very
If
bold.
you wanted to show someone a reason to use Weezing in this format, I would point them to this.
I know
game
Jay is so
specifically.
good.
And this
Jay is killing it
is
right now.
Calyrex's dream. Yes, you're up against a Grimmsnarl. This Grimmsnarl, however, does not have foul play, right? And you know you're facing Taunt off in the opposing end. Jet can obviously just go for Astral Barrage and Taunt, or even Astral Barrage and play rough, right? And so,
Ooh, okay.
my last
I kinda
bet is
like
getting
this,
Growl
okay.
into you, but now Astral Barrage gets that first knockout. Miraidon will feint, and the question is, will Grimmsnarl even get this Thunder Wave off? I mean, you're probably
Yeah,
off a taunt
it's
or
just
play
true.
rough.
The taunt it.
Miss though.
Yes.
I think this is the
it.
only chance. You
Yeah.
have to,
Oh,
it
it did go for play rough,
Oh!
but it connects, yeah.
What's a
Wow.
taunt to a?
uses a special attacker, and Grimmsnarl's quite a tanky Pokemon.
That's
so you would
right.
think it
Okay.
could surprise
It's just
you,
horse.
but
It's
no,
just
he
horse
has
cleaning up
other
right now.
plans
There we
How
go.
does
Nicely
Grimmsnarl
done, Jay. Nicely done.
And picking up the KO with play rough, it was a little bit risky, but I think you have such a lead, it was probably okay.
Yeah.
And now, I mean, honestly, there's kind of nothing Bezod can do. Like, there's still 2 Pokemon left on his side, but I mean, Aaron, I don't see a way through this.
There's
honestly.
no way, yeah. Like, I
Shadow
think
Rider's faster. There's no abilities. There's no sun. Yeah, Bezod understands it and gives up.
Yeah.
You know, Aaron, go ahead.
the turn that you were saying, the crucial turn, I think it was like from Jez end.
Let's
you know,
go. Let's go,
even
Jay.
targeted Shadow Rider that turn, it's like because electric terrain is turned off, like that's the crucial interaction where it's like you can survive an attack with that Shadow Rider anyway. Yes, Snarl is super effective, but my guess is Shadow Rider at least is going to take that. And so it was relatively safe to go for the protect and then go for the attack. And I think Bezod probably honestly recognized that and was thinking, okay, I'm already so far behind in this game, and if like Jim misses it and I actually get the knockout, suddenly I'm entirely back.
I'm trying to think of like what the.
Weezing was the unsung
Oh yes,
element
absolutely. We're watching Jay's interview. I'm interested to see like what Bezod's the switch
difficult for him to get value out of his Pokemon.
from the
I
Groudon
think-
into
I
the
think what's so great
Miraidon
about that set
in Game
from the
2.
is that there were so
Because I probably
many
would have
different
gone.
rounds. Like in
Because
Game
if it
1,
was
you go in, you're
Weezing,
thinking, oh my god, I have to deal with the Weezing. I have to worry about my abilities getting shut down. You're like really aware of it, right? And you kind of get caught off guard as you lead with Groudon and the opponent leads
because you
with
don't.
Walking Wake and Chiyu,
I guess
two
you don't
Pokemon that take
necessarily
advantage of
need.
your sun and really abuse
Because
it.
the whole goal is to get
Game
the
2
Grimmsnarl into
goes with
position
both.
to be
You
able to
start
get
with
like
Weezing, and you use Weezing instead
the
as
screens
focal
up
point,
through
while
this.
Bezod is trying to adjust to the Chiyu and the Walking Wake lead. And I think part of the brilliance of leaning so heavily into Walking Wake in Game 1 is it really discouraged Bezod from bringing that Incineroar, the Pokemon that really was needed to deal with the Shadow Rider. The Shadow Rider doesn't have Focus Sash, so switching in Incineroar, pressures knockoff, it actually could have allowed the game to be turned around. However, because the last Pokemon was Grimmsnarl, a Pokemon that frankly didn't look great.
I'm gonna bathroom. I'll be right back.
Despite being one of the strongest Pokemon right now, it allowed Jay to really, just totally flip this game on its head.
Yeah, I think the lead that I keep thinking about that we didn't see in this game was Incineroar plus Groudon, because if you go up against Groudon Weezing, you can fake out Groudon turn 1 bulk up, and then suddenly with the bulk up, now you are not taking like a ton of damage from opposing Groudon, and then like
you're
if you
threatening
look
so
at
much.
Just team, there's nothing that actually really takes Precipice Blade super well. So like once you get that bulk up, you're threatening with a lot of really powerful damage. But I can see why BayZ may have not felt the most comfortable bringing Incineroar into this matchup, especially given like some of the big Pokemon like Walking Wake, for example. But yeah, I think like Groudon could have been really good in this one if positioned properly, and then Incineroar here, of course, would have been really good into the Shadow Rider in particular as well. But yeah, I think like this game really highlights why Weezing can be so incredible in this format. In my opinion, Weezing is probably one of the most difficult Pokemon to execute and use properly.
Agreed, yeah.
But it looked phenomenal in that game, and I was also particularly impressed by Play Rough.
Yeah, I think Play Rough was really strong there. It applied a lot of pressure. It also just did a lot of damage.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like
knocked out Grimmsnarl.
Yeah, like we don't think about Weezing as an offensive Pokemon. They're like, oh yeah, you have Weezing on the team. Its goal is to sit in the field and say no abilities. No, I'm eating them all. And so to have it actually contribute, and it wasn't just Play Rough. Also, it was the poison gas, right? The poison gas. The poison gas. Actually dealing damage to the Miraidon.
Yeah, I don't want to get in position if the KO the Geezing. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
Miraidon too was always going to end up in range of like 2 more Astro.
Yeah, because if he
Yeah,
switched
I
it,
think
it would have been the poison
even if
gas
he would
on the
solo
Grim
back
Snarl,
then,
and that's
for
pretty
one of-
bad.
for one of them. And so, yeah, I think Weezing really, I totally agree. I think Weezing looked really, really good. And I think part of the reason why Bezod might have wanted to leave that Incineroar behind is this actually is Shuka Berry Incineroar, not safety goggles. And so, with that in mind, maybe you're worried about the Brute Bonnet. That's another Pokemon that didn't even come, but like
I think that's actually really good.
would have been really good here.
If you're expecting like you know, Groudon, for example, and Incineroar, it's like something that can be positioned potentially, and it's just really disruptive, right?
Yeah.
Like you have the Rage Powder, you also have the Spore, and so I think the leads gave
That was so beautiful
like,
from
it
Jay.
felt like he kind of
Like,
had the opening position, and like Bezos was kind of trying to recover.
Beautiful Pokemon gameplay
and
there.
It just was kind of awkward for him right from turn 1 in both games.
Yeah, I think it's like you said.
And then from here, we'll go see, next up on stream, we'll have John Lyons, and then we'll have
as Jay doubled the partner slot.
Anthony. Who else was there? One other person was there.
Really,
I cannot
helped
remember.
the opponent by setting up the Sun. Like wasted a turn, but not wasted, but you know, like was forced to protect itself for a turn, and then left the battlefield. You got to think like, oh, what if Grimshaw had been in the lead?
Oh, trailer! Yeah, we see Dr. Aaron trailer.
Analysis from the winner of the last match.
There's one more
We
person.
head on over to the lounge with Rosemary.
Zach Carlson, of course.
All right, thank you so much, Wolf and Aaron. I am.
So that's
here
the
with
next,
Sean, who just won that round on stream.
That's
and,
the
Sean,
next
good
couple
to
of
see you.
rounds.
How have you been?
Yeah, I've been a great time today. Yeah, and it's a quite challenge for me to change my team style in the regulation I, because I play a extremely different team in Milwaukee, but it didn't have a great result, so that's the reason why I decided to change my restrict duels today.
Milwaukee, I think you said that you were playing Miraidon and Zamazenta.
Yeah.
What were some of the challenges you felt like that team faced?
Well, at that time, because you know the matchup is a great, condition in this challenge, and I think I just played too many Koraidon in day 1, and that made me form a habit to use the same lead in the other games, especially in day 2, and I also had some troubles outside the battlefield in the Milwaukee. So I think that was a bitter time, but I just came out.
Well, things are going much better in Portland so far. You are 3-0 now.
I don't think Zamas really
you said you were playing a lot of
Koraidons
Koraidon
too
in
much.
Milwaukee, but now you are playing Koraidon. So where did you get the inspiration for this team?
Yeah, initially I just got the inspiration from a Japanese player's team report. His name is Kona, and you know, also the Masayoshi Kuru used the same team to win the Melbourne Regional last week. And on the other hand, I just prepared this team with one of my close friends. His name is Liu Genting. He also played the Melbourne Regional and got a top 32. And our inspiration went from the very beginning builder of this set, James Evans' team, and we think the poison gas is a great part of this this restrict duel, because both Koraidon and Calyrex Shadow Rider are very offensive in this metagame. And
what's a leech seed Calyrex Ice Rider to a poison gas
it's quite a little to talk about more details about this team, so I just want to concentrate on the game first. Okay.
Let's do that. Right away, you got Bezod's team sheet, and we all saw a big reaction, you know, looking at the team sheet.
Yep.
Were you surprised? What really was that reaction for?
You mean the which part of the team sheet?
Did you? Did anything catch you by surprise? The Groudon maybe, or?
Yeah. I think when I saw the Groudon on stream, I just something like I met a very old friend before because I also played Groundon to win a regional 3 years ago, and I think Groundon is a great choice in this metagame because it's one of the strongest ground type attacker in this metagame, and sometimes Groundon can deal a lot of damage to the certain team, and as well and also the Assault Vest Miraidon is a very scary opponent. Yeah, I think I think my opponent's team is very strong when I firstly saw this team. So maybe I just did some reaction which performs a little surprising.
Yeah. I mean, Groudon is one of my favorite Pokemon. You won the Milwaukee Championships, right? With the Groudon.
Yeah.
Yeah, so were you expecting that would have to be a team you prepped for this event?
I think I just made some tries about Groundon.
CJ, hello.
Team building.
We
around,
are finishing up
Miraidon, but
Jay's
I was not
interview
quite
here.
Confident than the team I'm building right now, and also my friends just provided me a lot of experience to use this team, so I want to appreciate to them to bring me back the confidence.
Game 1, you
Yeah,
led
get your
with
confidence,
the
Shay.
Cheat,
You deserve the
and
confidence,
you
my
missed
guy.
2 heat waves. How much did those matter for you?
Well, actually, a fun fact is this is the first time I picked this Chi-Yu in the tournament because I'm very afraid of my opponent's Sash Vertamain, so I want to deal
I feel like I'm
damage,
baby watching Coco.
as soon as possible in the very beginning of the game, and I think I just made the right
Just
decision
stimulus
in turn
to your
one,
brain. Ooh.
at that time,
Ooh,
I
good.
just think
Ooh.
that, to click the heat wave or flamethrower, and at the end I just chose to believe my Chi-Yu, and he, yeah, it happens.
Yeah, it
does
happens.
happen.
But Chi-Yu helping out your Walking Wake as well, do
Yeah.
more damage. How have you liked that Pokemon?
Yeah, I think Walking Wake is a very competitive component in the current metagame, because I've tried different Pokemon holding the Assault Vest, such as Raging Bolt and Iron Hands, but it's not quite the same as the Rhythm, especially the other team members, especially the 2 Restricts. Both of them are very fast and offensive Pokemon. So Walking Wake can deal a lot of damage while restrict the other mirror Pokemon's performance. So I think it's a very good choice.
It's very interesting.
I like the design.
I've come to that same
I'm a
as a
big
Koraidon
Walking
player.
Wake
I've come to that same
Fan.
conclusion of like
Well, what about the
Raging
Weezing?
Bolts and Hands
You
are
know,
obviously
you
good with
already
AVs, but like
mentioned
there's something
Masayoshi
else kind
had
of
the
missing there.
Weezing, and Weezing has really picked up in terms
Interesting.
of how much usage it's seen.
I
So
think it's just
where
come
do
to
you
a
feel
different
like the strength
answer
of Weezing
there
lie
than I have.
outside
But
of Poison?
I think Weezing for as a single Pokemon, it cannot deal too much performance to the whole battle. But you know, the abilities of the Pokemon are an quite essential components to the whole team, and almost all the Pokemon could be affected by the Weezing's neutralizing gas. So Weezing could be a very nasty countermeasure to the whole meta, and indeed you have to take some courage to use it, because it means you will change most of the habits of your game style.
I do not have that courage.
So I think it's
one
quite
day I'll play with
and
the Weezing and try to figure out how it
still
works, but
testing
I don't
and,
have that mental
thinking
energy right
about
now.
Game 2, you had the courage to bring the Weezing to that game. So what made you decide to do that?
Actually, I don't want to say too much about it.
Sure.
But,
Yeah.
That's fine. Don't spill your secrets.
Yeah, but I think it's a time for Weezing, so
Yeah.
I just leave it.
Yeah,
I love it.
we know.
Well, Joe, you are in
We
the
know,
top
Jay. We
75
know
so
why you
far
brought it.
for
Yeah.
North America. So what is your goal for this event?
Actually, this semester is quite challenging for me because I
Kento Weezing the teeny.
just,
Oh,
stopped
incredible.
to in most of the tournaments, I can get a bunch of CPs.
I don't know if I've
but,
caught any mons that are like
I'm always
minimum size and maximum
you know,
size.
I was always stopped to one step to the out of the top cut. So I just want to go further.
Haven't
and,
checked.
To see how much I can do in this battlefield. I don't have any exact goal for right now. I just want to do better and better.
Yeah.
Yay.
Keep improving for sure. Well, Zhe, before I let you go for your next round, any shout outs for who you built with or anyone?
Yeah, I just want to shout out to Liu Genting and the person I have mentioned before, and it's him who built this team with me together. And I also want to shout out Ling Longyu, who is also a Chinese player who currently start his tournament Livestone this semester. I mean this season. And also I want to shout out Chongjin Pen and Nier Han and Hao Dai and all the people who helped me to prepare and give me the courage, and also the New England community.
Hey!
We love the New
That's
England
us.
community.
Yeah,
That's
we do.
us.
Well, Zhe, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Congratulations
Oh.
and best of luck with the rest of today.
Such an
Thanks.
incredible,
All right, we're
incredible
gonna take a
human
short
being.
break, and when we come back, we'll have more Pokemon action. So don't go
Oh.
anywhere.
Yeah, Mao's whole teeny hunt for 2 months. That's quite the commitment. As I'm here about to hop into Run and Bun. But that's amazing. I was like tiny mice. Alrighty. Okay. So yeah, oh yeah, we were looking at the adamant blip bug here. It's great. I really appreciate having a psychic type here. Okay. Okay, who's first here in this? This is the... It's Krabby into Yana. Okay. That's why I've only faced Jay once, and that was in the finals of the cup that he won. It was a great match. I really enjoyed it. We want it here. We want you. I just remember too of like we goes to 19 back to 29. Okay, I think we're fine with this switching. Okay. We appreciate that burn. Yeah. Oh, after that, I think I helped bring Jay back to the train station. He was just so grateful and so kind. It's quite lovely. I forgot this song existed. Man, Sun and Moon was just honestly one of my favorite generations. I think that was the game that got me back into Pokemon. Cause I'd played like Heart Gold. When I was in middle school. But then I was just like, yeah, I'm kind of too old for this. And then started to watch a lot of Pokemon content, YouTube, and I got X and Y, and X and Y was like pretty good, whatever. And then I was like, okay, Sun and Moon's coming out soon, I'll grab that too. And it's just like, it hit the spot for me. It was like, this is, I love the Pokedex. The regional forms were super cool. The starters were pretty neat. Okay, this is the... Okay. Oh, the para. Oh, that's annoying. Let me make sure that this doesn't kill me if you crit. Oh, it most definitely can. Okay. Oh my god. Okay. Thank you. Holy moly. I've never had a problem with these Magikarp before. Triple paralysis is wild. Oh, I just realized we're gonna be pretty good against the group, the grunt here, because of we have a Slaking type move. Okay. Well, anybody faster than this Minchino? Probably not. No, 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 no. No. Oh, you speed tie. Ooh, I can struggle bug you too. That's kind of nice. Okay, we're gonna do that. Little struggle boogle. Get Kabasa out here. Okay, yeah, I'll take a look. Once we wrap up today, we'll take a peekaroni. Also, the stream is being wonky right now. Oh no, there we go. Okay, let's put. Actually, no. We're gonna give Oranberry to you. It was like frozen for me for a little bit. They might have been talking and just like kept it because I think that's probably what it was. It was still going, but people talking and the screen wasn't moving because I have it on mute right now. Thank you. Okay. Karina's probably doing more now. Okay, at the T-Wave here. Because now you just do this. And we just win the speed ties. No, I won this one. There we go. Yeah. Paralysis. Paralysis this, paralysis that. We appreciate that crit. Which of these are faster than this Jiggly? 12. Oh, everyone, pretty much. Okay. Yeah, this is like one of my least favorite battles in the early game. It's just so... this one's annoying. Like, I could be doing so much better things with my time here. The only like plus side I switch to this that I always think about when I'm in this battle is that once I get through this garbage, then I get through the choice bugs, which are just free, and that's very nice. All right, we're through there. And now, I just need to check the... I gotta check what our adamant mons are gonna do good against the this next team. Okay, Absorb's still solid. We'll get Petra onto you. Confusion is not quite a kill, which is unlucky. So it's probably, yeah, we'll switch in on Sizzlipede on the Crow Gunk. And then you are just, yeah, you're good there. We could even use you, to be honest. Yeah, Struggle Blood does that. Okay. This fight should be pretty straightforward. So we are... I do want to bring my flying type. I'll keep you behind. I'll do Pecha onto you. Pecha onto you. Cherry onto you. Cherry here. And then Orin. You're already Orin, okay. Alright, Carvana. Absorb. Poison me. Nice try, I got a Pecha Berry. Vroom. I really love to see it. Every single time this Carvana poison me turn 1 and then doesn't poison the second time around. Okay. Actually, does this do enough to... I mean, you're just going to fake out here, most likely. So we'll go into you on fake out. Maybe get the burn. Perfect. That's fine. We're gonna switch out here. Oh, my poison touch. but I think we're still fine here. Oh, maybe not. Stop! Stop! Let's go, Kabasa! Let's go! Okay. Okay. Ooh, I gotta grab this before I forget. That heart scale has come in pretty handy. Okay. I don't think there's anything else I need to grab here. We're still delaying this. That's kind of been pretty fine for me. Okay. Oh, Pancham is back! My guy! Pancham, come on, please stay in the ball. There we go. Welcome back, Panpipes. Please be adamant again. Please be the same exact one as last time. So I restarted my last run because I just didn't have, I don't think I'm gonna have enough resources to get through this. But the Pangoro that I had was it was Adam in nature, and it's almost all of its IVs were like above 20. And it put in so much work. I'll take Lonely. It could be worse. It's kind of a little bit frail, but that's still plus attack nature. Okay. Choodle! Buddy! How many of these do I have? 12? Yay! Obasu. No, you are Obo. Confusing me with the other water type. And then... Nice. Okay, these are some solid ones here. I'm very excited with what we got here. Wait, Flugelhorn. Nothing too centralized. Not too many fire types. A good mix. Good. We got our Choodle. We got our Kung Fu Answer. We got our normal resist. A flying type for damage. Hopefully we don't let it go too early. Do not look at Arcanine. I don't know what that means. I won't be looking at it, but I don't know what that means. I mean, I can guess what it means, but... Okay, we got those mons leveled up. Oh, also our Lotad will get a name once we get to Slateport. Got a little too excited and clicked enter before finishing up a little Lombre's name. Grottle, yay! Oh, I just hop into the Discord. I have determined. I've seen what you meant by that. That is so unfortunate. Why, they have to do this every single time we go to regionals. Like, I really don't appreciate it very much. Okay, let's see if I can maybe go through these really fast. Who is there's somebody revving their engine outside? I don't know why. There's something about this area that I'm in that people just really love to rev their engines. Hey! Wait. Pause. Pause. I need to... How am I gonna... Can I just... I want to try to get a screenshot of like Anthony's name right here while I'm streaming. Alright. Maybe if I do the print screen method. Shoot, that didn't work. No. Okay, if we go like this, and we're like this. Bro. Why can't I have 3 arms right now? Bro, why does it put my OBS away? Hold on. Bro, it keeps putting my OBS away for this. It's so annoying. Whatever. Anthony, if you come back and watch us run on stream, I've been trying to do this and trying to get your name right here as I point down to it as your number one Nuzlocke fan. Alrighty.
Counts. I believe that we're all simulating here before an NAIC, because once you get to the North American International Championships, you want to just focus on, can this be a good prep for Worlds?
But yeah,
is this going to be,
that was rude right there.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's
really that's what you were talking about, CJ, of to look at Arcanine.
To the World Championships. And Yuki, this is sort of crunch time for someone's circuit, right?
Yes.
In your experience, how does it feel heading into some of these last events, especially if you don't feel like you have it all locked up for the World Championships?
Yeah, I think this year is a very different year in the past, quite literally, because this is the first time we're doing at least in modern times, allowing only the top 75 players rather than saying, okay, if you hit X amount of CP, you're automatically qualified. So there's always going to be a bit of ambiguity.
Oh shoot, I'm still in this Pokemon battle. Hold on.
Right.
Enough points?
You're going to listen to this as I finish up this battle.
You want to give it your best finish. You can't just say, oh, if I make top 64, that's going to be enough. Like, you always want to push for more. So it might give a little bit of less margin for error, like maybe mentally, but I'm hoping it still means that will give us really good Pokemon action.
All right, well, we are heading on to the stage for our first game here in round 4.
Come on, let's wrap this up. Come on.
This is going to be a really exciting matchup. This is something that we talk a little bit about in the lounge. Some of these restricted Pokemon are getting used in different ways than we saw in Regulation G.
Yeah.
We had only a single restricted. And I am seeing a Pokemon on this team sheet that I did not expect to see at all.
My beloved! Okay. We gotta wrap this up. Hold on. Come on. Okay, yep, we're good. Solgaleo! Yes! Solgaleo Gaming!
When the power level was a little bit lower, but now you want to rely on Sturdy by the Rock Overpond. the Fire Ogerpon, the bigger firepower you get when it terrestrializes. So water has really gone down, so I'm curious to see how Zach would use it.
I like it with a
Also,
Shadow
the last time
Rider.
I saw
It makes
Shadow Rider
sense.
and Solgaleo together was maybe in 2022, where you would be able to proc your own weakness policy using Bulldoze. I don't see the Bulldoze, but I do see the Bulldoze. I need to get some glasses, but yeah.
Is it weakness policy, Solgaleo, Bulldoze, CSR?
Weakness policy, Bulldoze action.
Yes! Let's go! The return! The return of weakness policy, Solgaleo. Oh, this is my pride and joy. Solgaleo is one of my faves. Is one of the first teams, first successful teams I built. Was in double restricted with Kyogre Solgaleo, and it was with weakness policy during Sword and Shields. So I'm so pumped to see this one.
It's very reminiscent of that format as well, where we have Grimmsnarl, you know, protecting the Solgaleo from the super effective attack so that it can get the weakness policy off without taking too much damage. I think the Rock Terra is very interesting on Solgaleo. Rock Terra, just not a very popular Terra type because it has so many weaknesses, but it has the big advantage of being able to increase the power of Rock Slide here, which most of the time maybe you use this as a way to get spread damage, get some chip, have some spread, but in this case, if you're going to get a weakness policy and you get the same type attack bonus, it's going to do some serious damage.
Yeah, and you have Grimmsnarl with that Thunder Wave to potentially be getting some paralysis and some flinches off against your opponent's team. That could get really scary really fast. And I think it's so fascinating to see these different
I mean, okay, so the only way proccing weakness policy is going to be Bulldoze here. I mean, if you Terra, you can hit it with Heavy Cudgel Woodhammer. You can still do Earth Power.
Shadow Rider, and then more of these support options, the Pollen Pup and the Bulldoze. And as you pointed out just now, sort of an off-meta Terra type as well.
Yeah, the Terra Water. My guess would be that you get a little bit more resistance against the Choice Scarf Urshifu, like the increase of focus.
You might be able to live it.
Means that they're probably less bulky than maybe the Covert Cloak ones we've seen in the past, and that also means that you can get a one-hit KO from a Scarf Urshifu.
I think the reason why I'm playing Lunala right now is the closest thing to Solgaleo because I don't think it's very good right now. It's very good. This is very, very bold to bring a Solgaleo into a meta that's dominated by a fire type, an electric type, and a fighting type.
Going to be running a Calyrex and Terapagos.
Yeah, and this is
again.
Classic.
This is another supportive Calyrex Shadow Rider with the Encore and Disable.
Encore Disable is very nice.
Yep, and I guess it feels weird to say this because we haven't seen that much Terapagos Calyrex in my experience, but it is definitely more the standard team. You have a lot of solid Pokemon together. Terapagos with leftovers.
Rock Tomb Urshifu is going to be cool.
So has Calyrex to a certain extent with Focus Sash. And, you know, we have Choice Scarf Urshifu that we just talked about. So maybe that Terra type will actually end up coming handy here and be really relevant. And, yeah, I just love the variety in VGC here, right? Because on the left side, you see, you know, so many picks that are just off the wall. Over here, you have a lot more standard Pokemon, really solid Pokemon that have really established themselves and proved themselves to be consistent across formats. So it's really a battle concept here, and I'm really excited to see how it plays out.
Absolutely, and I think it's really interesting, like you mentioned, to see sort of how these two archetypes are going to match up against each other. Logan's team really feels like a natural evolution of Regulation G. Both Calyrex, Shadow Rider, and Terapagos love to have these four partners next to them. Incineroar and Rillaboom for the double.
I caught a little bit of
the Choice Scarf Urshifu, and then you have
the Oko podcast with
so this is a really natural fit.
Sierra and Joe. They had Michael the Best on.
Again, the Calyrex has moved into that more.
And Michael was making the call that this duo is going to win. Going to win this regional, the CSR Terapagos.
Yeah, and just look at this matchup like at a glance. I'm really excited to see that there's an Ogerpon Wellspring over on Zach's end because I think it's actually looking pretty good here. Like it's something that can redirect the Amoonguss with the spores.
Yeah,
it can also resist any surging strikes from Urshifu. So even if you don't lead with the Ogerpon, you can really threaten it. Having
the Ogerpon's going to be pretty solid here.
And now you have a Pokemon that's choice locked into an attack that's going to do 0
I think
damage.
the ways to get around.
So I would expect it to maybe come. And look pretty
probably
good.
Solgaleo is pretty decent into Rillaboom.
Yeah, I don't know. There's so many picks I think that Zach has to be able to fend off these attacks and defend against the Terapagos, especially in the early game.
All right, well, let's see how these players are going to pilot both of these teams as we head into Game 1 of Round 4 here in Portland, Oregon. It is going
I
to be
admire his bravery bringing Solgaleo.
in this first round. And as we head into the match, both of our players are sending out their leads. That's Terapagos and Amoonguss for Logan.
And there it is.
Zach will be going with the double restricted, the Calyrex and the Solgaleo, which I really love here. That is a huge opportunity with that Bulldoze to both break the Terra Shell on the Terapagos and immediately start boosting that Solgaleo, which is so much faster than Logan going for Calm Minds.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing for me here is like, what is the Bulldoze plus maybe like, you know, Psychic Fang combination going to be able to KO the Amoonguss? Psychic Fang is a very high utility move.
Probably will kill the Amoonguss outside of Terra, but I think it's pretty decent because then you don't Terra the Terapagos, which is kind of ideal.
For Terra Water, for example, then it will resist the Sunsteel Strike. So Psychic Fang is probably the only quote-unquote safe offensive move to go for Solgaleo against the Amoonguss, but it just might not be enough to get the KO. But maybe on the other hand, Zach is thinking, okay, like I want to force you to Terrastallize the Amoonguss, so I'm gonna go for the Sunsteel Strike.
Yeah.
But yeah, again on Logan's end, they're able to threaten the Calm Mind. They're able to threaten.
Let's go, weakness policy
Sword.
Solgaleo.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Yay! I'm so happy.
Amoonguss, Logan will preserve the Terrastalization probably for that Terapagos if possible. There comes the Bulldoze out from the Calyrex Shadow Rider on Zach's side. Will deal chip damage to everything else on the field, dropping everyone's speed as well, but also critically activating the weakness policy on Solgaleo. And that means that it has now doubled its attack and its special attack, and that's going to be big damage into both of these Pokemon.
This is going to be one
and
bad line being by super attack, and the Psychic Fang goes into the Amoonguss, does not Terrastalize, so has no chance of surviving, taking some Rocky Helmet, but probably a pretty good consolation prize for Zach. Okay,
I kind of see the vision here. I mean, if it's Bulldoze,
well, that is a calm setup for the Terapagos. So Logan made that trade for one.
Then I'm sure the Solgaleo is probably EV'd so that after a Bulldoze, it outspeeds all of the bikes.
Yeah, I think you know, with Logan losing a Pokemon there, it doesn't look great from a Pokemon count perspective, but I think Terapagos is pretty well positioned right now, especially since Zach doesn't have the typical Calyrex Shadow Riders these days who have Encore. Can't get Encored into Calm Mind since they have more of the utility moves in Bulldoze and Pollen Puff. So Logan is not really pressured to bringing in, you know, any kind of redirection user, which he doesn't really have access to with Amoonguss. So yeah, I think this Terapagos, if it's properly supported with the fake out users in the back, could really take it home.
Yeah, and this Terapagos is, like you mentioned, in a good position here. Can hit the Solgaleo for super effective damage with Earth Power. And even if it Terrastalized into the Rock type, it would still be super effective. And then, of course, a Terrastalization just opens up to a potential Terrastalization on Logan's side, going for the Terra Starstorm. But will be the Incineroar to start getting some of the Solgaleo's boosts in check here, as Intimidate will drop it by one stage. But actually, because of the full metal body, Solgaleo cannot have its attack reduced. So Incineroar is just going to be offering fake out pressure here.
Yeah, I think the position of Calyrex here is pretty bad in the sense that it kind of did its job. It wanted to get the Bulldoze out, but now it's facing on two Pokemon that really don't care that much about Astral Barrage.
Yeah, it can't do anything.
Right, so it's like, okay, I can't fake out the Calyrex, but I don't really care. I want to fake out the Solgaleo, and then that gives Terapagos the opportunity to go for another Calm Mind. And then pretty soon, it might be able to out-damage the Solgaleo, especially since it has its Terra Shell intact. So it could just go for Earth Power,
that's definitely going to be spooky if
the format where you don't have
the turtles getting set up here for free.
To have substitute there, but here it works perfect because you don't have to Terrastalize your Terapagos. You can keep your Terra Shell and still go for that Earth Power.
Yeah, and the fake out pressure and the dark typing from Incineroar is forcing the Calyrex out for Zach's own Incineroar to get another Intimidate down onto Logan's opposing Incineroar.
But I bet then it's just
potentially start threatening some damage like a knockoff onto
probably a fake out into
leftovers. Ooh,
good call. Okay.
The Solgaleo, but an incredible call there from Logan will deal good damage to that Incineroar on the switch. Covering for the Calyrex and for a switch in. That Assault Vest being knocked off just a little bit too late to get the max value, but good damage on that Incineroar on the switch end.
Really, really good value there, and that was a really aggressive play from Logan. I can't stress that.
I wonder, it's probably Rock Slide. It's like probably +2 Terra Rock. Rock Slide might be able to KO the Incin.
Possibly. I would have identified as Logan. You don't really care about taking a fake out. That's the damage is negligible.
Yeah.
So I think they could have easily just gone for like a Rock Slide there, and that would have spelled disaster. I think.
Oh wait, the Sunsteel Strike goes through the Tropical ability.
That was a really like.
Oh, wait, that's
Logan, which
huge.
Totally paid off.
Wait.
Now the Incineroar is definitely in range of,
Don't
like,
protect,
another
Logan.
Earth
Don't
Power,
protect, Logan. Don't
and,
protect.
yeah,
No!
just
I wanted to
turn
see
out
how much
protect.
damage it
Yeah,
does.
well, Terapagos is going to be completely safe with that protect here, and there's the fake out from Zach's Incineroar. Will connect on to Logan's Incineroar, and there's the Sunsteel Strike into the protect. That means there will be no damage coming out from this boosted Solgaleo.
Okay, so now from Zach's side, it's gonna be
hasn't gotten to do anything.
probably
since
Rock Slide,
knocking out the Amoonguss.
U-turn or something like
And
that.
another
Because
thing to
the
point out here
Tropicus is
that actually the Sunsteel
probably
Strike could do some
terrestrializing
devastating
here.
damage to Tropicos because it ignores the ability of Terra Shell. So the Terra Shell is actually not protecting it that much from the Solgaleo here. So especially since that Bulldoze went through and Solgaleo's ability protects it from having its speed lowered, most assuredly the Solgaleo is faster here than the Terapagos. So yeah, that Terapagos is actually not in a great spot and really needs to get rid of the Solgaleo fast in order for it to shine.
Absolutely, it is going to need it. That Solgaleo is exerting a lot of pressure here onto both the Incineroar and the Terapagos on Logan's side.
That's Rock Slide.
Oh, here we go. It's time for Terra Rock Rock Slide.
Oh yes, it's yeah, not the most accurate move, but if it connects, it can roll a lot of dice in your favor. So most likely gonna get the knockout on Incineroar if it doesn't terastalize. And
It
if
looks so
connects-
cool with the
and if
Rock
it
Terra.
connects, yeah, we have a pretty high, a reasonable chance that one of those Pokemon will not move. So let's see which one terastalizes. I think either Pokemon could terastalize here, but it's going to be the Terapagos.
That's just going to be Logan
maybe
going
KOing
for
both?
powering up
Probably the
Terra
instant for
Starstorm,
sure.
turning that into
And I
a
think-
spread attack. And also, like you mentioned, the Sunsteel Strike ignoring the Terra Shell means that that is not actually super valuable for Logan right now. It's going to have to tank these Rock Slides. Incineroar
Very
gets
nice.
knocked out easily
Okay,
by
this is
that Terra
gone.
Rock Slide, and this Terapagos needs to get through this.
Oh, the flinchies!
Flinch. That is
The
disaster
flinchies.
for Logan, unable to make an attack because of the flinch. Would have gone before the Incineroar and could have fired back with huge damage with a +1 Earth Power or Terra Starstorm, which would have been super effective there, but none of that mattered.
Wait, Solgaleo is a
I don't know if
great
either player like
Terapagos
I'm
answer.
sure
What
Zach
the heck?
recognizes this, but like that was the crucial turn I think for that Terapagos. Like that Terapagos had the one chance, right? The Sunsteel Strike did not go into it, so it was not going to take as big of damage as the Rock Slide. So if
Never thought of it that way, but I guess it kind of really is. This is the great Terapagos breaker here, Solgaleo.
And then the Calyrex in the back doesn't have access to Psychic, would just fare so well into the rest of Zach's team, but it just lost its one chance. And with its speed lowered, both the Ogerpon and the Solgaleo will surely be faster than it.
Yeah, well, there is the
Okay, well, it's
Ogerpon
gonna be
Wellspring out on the field for
CSR in the
Zach
back
as the Incineroar
from Logan's
switched
side, most
out with
likely.
that U-turn, dealing a little bit of chip damage and positioning in the Ogerpon. And the final Pokemon for Logan will be the Calyrex Shadow Rider. Again, this is not the Calyrex that we've been seeing in Regulation G. This is an Encore Disable Calyrex, but does, of course, still have the ability to go for Astral Barrage, which will still deal a lot of damage.
Yeah, but it's a really great time for Zach to pivot into this Ogerpon because the Ogerpon can protect the Solgaleo from any, Encore Disable locking that it wants to do. And Astral Barrage, typically a really strong move into Solgaleo, but thanks to that Terra Rock, we talked about how the
So maybe
Rock
from Zach,
Terra is
it's
not as good usually because, you still lend yourself vulnerable to a lot of super effective attacks, but not here. The spread damage from the Astral Barrage only going to
Ivy
be
Cudgel
neutral,
Rock
and
Slide,
Solgaleo
Ivy Cudgel into
is bulky on its
Terapagos
own, so
Rock
it should
Slide.
certainly survive a Calyrex, especially with its Focus Sash.
Yeah, up against a Ghost type, it's a little bit better to be Rock type than
Okay,
be
that's the worst
Psychic
too. Because
type.
I bet the CSR is probably going to protect here.
Absolutely. So,
Yeah,
we see the
it's a
Calyrex
protect.
not wanting to take damage this turn, but now
so
the Terapagos is
passive.
going to take both attacks.
Oh, that's actually just going to be an Ivy Cudgel into the Calyrex, so a correct protect there from Logan to protect that Pokemon, but here is the Sunsteel Strike into the Terapagos. Did get the HP buff by going for the Terastallization, but
Yo!
critical hit plus the weakness policy is
Solgaleo,
going to be
the
plenty to
great
get the turtle
turtle
crack that shell.
turtle
I have to
breaker.
tell you, as someone who has used Grimstar in the past, being the screens player who gets the critical hit, there's nothing that feels better because usually you're the one who gets.
I know,
hit.
they're going
You're like,
full
"Oh,
offense on this
protect my
Solgaleo.
Pokemon, and I'm the one doing critical hits. Amazing.
I get to ignore
Yeah.
boosts. I love it.
I imagine Terra Rock
Well,
to,
it's just
for what we
Calyrex
saw in this
Shadow
game
for
is
Logan
that
on
Terra
the field,
probably
which means
enough
that
after
with
weakness
Zach
policy
with
to
all
KO the
4
Incin
Pokemon
in the
remaining,
one-hit KO.
That's going to be going into game 2 at a deficit. But like you mentioned, Logan made some really
If we-
aggressive plays, And I
Take a
think if we
quick
had not seen
peekaroni
that
here.
flip from Rockslide, this could be a very different game one.
Very, very different game. I mean, you know, Ogerpon is really the only Pokemon that can threaten some kind of non-trivial damage onto the Terrapagos, but as you mentioned, it gets the HP boost from the Terastallization. Like, it really was just the Solgaleo that it had to watch out for. So I think going into this next game, like, Logan just really needs to think, okay, how can I either prevent the Solgaleo from getting an easy boost and attack off, so maybe you can lead like Urshifu and a fake out user, or even after I get the boost, like how can I mitigate it as much as possible, and maybe that involves using the disable Encore on the Calyrex, making sure it's out positioned so that Ogerpon's not right next to it.
Yeah, well, there is game one for Zach and the Solgaleo, which is a Pokemon that, like you mentioned, a throwback to sort of the 2022 era of the last time we had double restricted. So proving that that weakness policy bulldoze strategy still works even without Dynamax.
Yes, and the reason it works so well in Dynamax is because you basically have two Pokemon that can't be flinched. You have
So it's a roll. It's a roll to kill the Incin. If they're the 252 defense impish ones, then it never kills.
Now that we don't have access
But if it's
to
like
the additional
188
Dynamax,
impish,
nor the,
it's
the
18% to
fake out,
Oko.
flinch prevention, I think Logan has some tools into it, so it'll just be a matter of in this, you know, maybe 2 minutes between switching games and going to team preview, can they figure out what tools they have to get through the Solgaleo?
Yeah, and I think targeting it down early, having more fake out pressure early, the Amoonguss just was not offering anything in that lead.
Yeah, the fake out pressure is going to be the big thing here. I was surprised that Logan didn't kind of utilize that, because this is
Nothing really that Logan could
Zach's team is really fake out weak.
Calm Mind, which was able to deal good damage on that aggressive play into the Calyrex that switched into the Incineroar, but the Solgaleo was still able to clean up all the KOs it needed to.
Absolutely, and I think Logan maybe like.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, so that makes sense. Yeah, so Bulldoze Chip is probably what gets it within range.
Actually, any speed control options, I believe. So once the Bulldoze hits Terrapagos, it's just going to be slow. It can be, you know, trained to be as fast as possible, and it would still be outsped by the Solgaleo after one Bulldoze. So you're also eclipsed in terms of the boost, right? Like you have one Bulldoze that's +2 to your attack, whereas Calm Mind only boosted by one stage. So I think
curiosity
boosting is just not going to
probably figure out this.
So I think he needs to like rely a little bit more on the fake out support and the Calyrex. I just wouldn't be surprised if Terrapagos doesn't come at all.
Yeah, it's so fascinating to look at both of these teams that have boosting options, but Zach's is so explosive. It's instant. You know, the weakness policy can be.
I'm figuring out this Solgaleo's EVs on the fly here.
That first turn, versus Logan has
just because I'm very curious. So 156 Solgaleo outspeeds the bite after a Bulldoze.
But it takes time to do that.
Yep. On the other hand, they could rely on Terrapagos if they're able to cycle the fake outs a little bit more, right? Because then they can.
I like this Urshifu change.
Then,
okay.
You know, get some more boosts, but we see that Logan's probably going to go for a different game plan.
Yeah, both of these players are going for different game plans here, as Logan will lead the Calyrex Shadow Rider next to the Urshifu Rapid Strike with that.
Yeah, because this Calyrex doesn't have a Psychic type move, so the Urshifu is kind of just free to just click Surging Strikes and win.
And the Incineroar to lead here in turn 1. So very different setups.
Really a good adaptation from both players, but it feels like Zach just got one step ahead again. Like they're able to go for the fake out onto the Urshifu, which doesn't have access to the Ghost Terra, so it's a very safe fake out. Means that Urshifu definitely won't be moving this turn if it does. And in that time, Grimmsnarl can set up a light screen. It can go for a Thunder Wave, which would be really impactful on this Calyrex, which would be guaranteed to be slower than Zach's Calyrex, not having to risk any kind of speed ties. And there's just not much Logan can do to punish that, because the Calyrex just only has Ghost type attacks to hit the Grimmsnarl on the Incineroar. They could go for an Encore to predict something like the Grimmsnarl going for a priority move, but instead goes for the Protect.
Yeah, has to go for the Protect here. The Astral Barrage not threatening either of Zach's Pokemon, as that will
connect.
Urshifu, and Zach calling it correctly goes for the Thunder Wave into that Choice Scarf Urshifu. So now that Pokemon is paralyzed. Its speed has been dropped and now has a risk of never being able to attack, getting a full paralysis instead. And Grimmsnarl's still free to go for a Thunder Wave on the Calyrex now.
I think.
Yeah, that was like I guess it was Zach's turn to go for.
What Zach's gonna have in the back here?
Definitely a read. The Calyrex, not going to be targeted, because yeah, now the Urshifu didn't get to attack and is paralyzed, so the Zach's Calyrex in the back is going to be really well positioned, especially if Logan's Calyrex stays in and takes another Thunder Wave. And yeah, all they have to do is get a knockoff maybe into the Calyrex. Just make sure it gets chipped at all. Since it's Ghost Terror, it can't get away from the weakness of Astral Barrage. So Zach really setting up the Calyrex.
Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. There's no
unfortunately, Zach doesn't have great switch-ins into the Urshifu.
There's no Wellspring Water Pond in the back.
That means that
This Urshifu, even once Thunder Wave, it's still kind of gnarly.
Calyrex for the Terapagos here, so now Terapagos on the field will be able to start threatening a little bit more than that Calyrex could, as Incineroar also retreats. Solgaleo is now out on the field, but not boosted just yet. There's another Thunder Wave coming out from Grimmsnarl, but Terapagos actually dodges.
Ooh, that's a good para.
Roll the dice sometimes, and sometimes you get double sixes, and sometimes you get snake eyes.
The dice giveth and the dice taketh. Yeah, very... It seemed like it was a very good turn for Logan, because now they gave an additional turn for the Terapagos to do something before it gets paralyzed. But the Urshifu just couldn't get that damage. And I love how you pointed out the back, because...
Still going for a Thunder Wave here. Interesting.
Because we have the Ogerpon, who is able to take 0 damage, and the...
so imagine now it's going to be Urshifu out into Incin. Oh no, does Logan have... Logan might have Incin.
Really, really good. So that's why it hurts even more that I got paralyzed.
Yeah, light screen and just Sunsteel on the Terapagos.
Onto especially that Solgaleo switching in. If you were targeting with a water type attack, you're probably targeting down that Incineroar, and we saw how impactful Solgaleo was.
Comes the Terra here.
Multiple hits, any damage matters.
Oh!
Logan absolutely wants to maximize available to him.
Logan putting it all on the paralysis here.
To boost that Urshifu even more, making that Surging Strikes so much stronger, as Grimmsnarl goes for a light screen to help reduce the damage from that Terapagos. Here's the Rock Slide. That was just Terra Shell, just Terra Shell.
Okay.
Will connect onto both the Urshifu and the Terapagos. Terapagos will
Here comes the Earth Power.
Get an Earth Power off onto Solgaleo.
So he Logan doubled the Solgaleo.
That Earth Power just activated the weakness policy. Logan needs to...
Can he break through? Can he break through the paralysis? Okay, it's through. Into the Solgaleo. Yeah.
Goes for the Terra Water Surging Strikes into Solgaleo.
Oh my god.
That's decent damage, but I don't think that's going to be enough.
It's so close.
Not enough damage to pick up the KO.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and Logan doesn't have any priority moves to their repository right now. Like, the Urshifu is choice locked into the Surging Strikes, doesn't even have access to Aqua Jet to begin with, so... Yeah, the Solgaleo is going to be fastest for maybe the foreseeable, maybe one or two turns.
That's very unfortunate that double up didn't kill.
Because it has the ability to Thunder Wave like that Calyrex.
Yes, and there's no protect that can come out from the Urshifu, so it's
because now the Urshifu probably just dies here
through the Solgaleo. So it's all about how can Logan mitigate the amount of damage they take this turn, so that maybe when another Pokemon comes out the next turn, they're able to outspeed the Solgaleo and KO it before it does even more damage.
Yeah, I think we may be about to find out. See again, if that Terapagos, after terastallizing, will be able to survive a Sunskill Strike or another big attack from that Solgaleo.
Yep, only time will tell here, but
interesting.
We see the Rock Slide being locked in, and the Thunder Wave coming out.
This is pretty good discipline from Logan.
Yeah, let's just go. Let's spread the paralysis and let's go and fire off some rock
one for Rock Slide, one for Power Flinches.
Not enough to pick up the KO on
yeah, there's the flinch.
There's a flinch on Urshifu.
And there's a second flinch. Holy moly, dude.
Both Pokemon unable to attack, and this is so frustrating if you're Logan, but this is exactly what Grimmsnarl and Solgaleo want to do.
Wow.
How stressful that was of a turn that was for probably both players, because if that played out well for Logan, especially if they had chosen to terastallize, they can probably get the double knockout between Surging Strikes and the Terra Starstorm that's now spread damage. But with both Pokemon not being able to attack, this feels like that one turn we pointed out in Game 1 where that was the one turn Logan had to break through, and both Pokemon just said, nope, I don't think so.
Yeah, never mind.
Never mind.
Well, this is going to be really critical for Logan to, had the ability to get some momentum back, had that blocked by the Rock Slide.
Okay.
Instead, Solgaleo
Urshifu's dead.
Strike will just be able to go on the offensive here. That's actually going to target down the Urshifu, picks up that KO onto that Pokemon. Did not target the Terapagos, afraid of a protect and wasting that turn. So Logan going for another aggressive play here will be able to deal some damage right back as Grimmsnarl's Spirit Break will drop the special attack, but an Earth Power should still be enough to finally pick up the KO on this Solgaleo, or just go for a Calm Mind here.
Yeah, this Calm Mind,
yeah.
It feels like a little, Calm Mind,
yeah.
It feels like a little bit too late. Like, Logan has just taken so much damage, but I guess the Tropicos has been paralyzed, so yeah.
You're hoping here that the Calyrex in the back for Logan will be able to break through a Thunder Wave, or Rillaboom has the ability to go for Grassy Glide.
Yeah, especially, I guess the Rillaboom has not set up the Reflect yet, so might be able to get that knockout on Solgaleo despite being a Steel type, being able to resist it.
Interesting. No Incin on Logan's side.
Points, but that's a very bulky lion over here. So
I'd still bring the Incin into the Solgaleo
if it can get some attacks off.
matchup.
It's a little bit inconsistent, right? Because you have a 25% chance every turn to not move. So can you really break through? But on the other hand, if the Solgaleo gets taken out,
even if it has Rock Slide, I'd still probably bring it because
maybe Logan can make an educated guess on as
the fake out cycling is going to be the huge thing to shut down this Solgaleo.
Grassy terrain, it might be able to just slowly heal some health back and be able to deal with the offense that's just not that strong coming out of Grimmsnarl and Incineroar.
Well, there is the Reflect to reduce damage coming out from the Rillaboom, and no fake out coming through. No
and there goes the turtle.
Still gets to move and goes for the Sunsteel Strike into Terapagos and breaks that Pokemon once again. Another calm-minded Terapagos did not get to do anything as Rillaboom, predicting a Protect from that Solgaleo, will just go for a Wood Hammer into Grimmsnarl, which survives thanks to the Reflect.
Yeah, that was another instance of Logan assuming that Zach might go for a bit more of a passive play on the Solgaleo. Like, okay, game one you protected there. Here, like, you're
so happy to see Solgaleo.
I'm gonna be able to attack before the Reflect goes up.
It should be Zach's win here.
So I know you're gonna do the same thing as game one, and I'm just gonna go for the same play of doubling into the Grimmsnarl and get extra mileage there, but just doesn't work out. And now I think their one win condition seems to be gone.
Yeah, well, the Calyrex is still full health, so does still have Focus Sash, and will maybe be able to fire off an Astral Barrage here, but that Incineroar is actually looking really threatening into all of Logan's remaining Pokemon. We don't even see the fourth Pokemon for Zach, and I think that just that Incineroar, even if both of these Pokemon go down, would be in a really good position to take this one home.
Let these mons go down, bring in your own Incin Calyrex.
Zach would have left that could outspeed the Calyrex is its own Calyrex.
Okay.
So
Grassy Glide. Oh, I see. Grassy Glide. Okay. Nice. Get the T-Wave off. Yep. T-Wave punish the CSR. Probably will get Astral Barrage off here. Other two will die, and then you can your own CSR outspeeds their CSR.
Can we see the potential 4v1 happen over for Logan?
Well, that's going to be a Sunsteel Strike.
Boom.
Rillaboom will pick up the KO.
Boom.
Grassy Glide was not able to pick up the KO on
God, Solgaleo putting in them.
Actually, Calyrex
the T-Wave
was real tired of carrying in Regulation G. It's just like I'm going home. Don't worry about it.
Evan, it's so painful to watch this.
It's so sad.
Yeah, like the critical hit in game one and then now in game two, there's just so much Thunderwave paralysis that's working out in Zach's favor here, and yeah, likely just going to close out here with the Sunsteel Strike, going to get the Focus Sash off of the Calyrex, and yeah, I think Calyrex might just have one move left in it.
Yeah, if it even has the opportunity before the Grimmsnarl.
Oh, wow. Oh, it's so... at least Logan's in good spirits about it. Because that's a bad RNG on his side. There's already a bad matchup, and then it was just add the hacks onto that. Like,
and incredible there from Zach being able to manipulate the percentages, manipulate his odds to have free
we love to see Solgaleo. Let's go.
That's what was so scary about these teams in like 2022.
Yes.
Because all of a sudden you could be set up for a potentially game-winning play, or at least taking the momentum back like we saw in both game one and game two on Logan's side. But just one flinch, one paralysis at the wrong time, and all of your hopes are dashed in that moment.
Yeah, I love how you brought that up because I want to reflect on how, we talk so much about, Thunderwave paralysis, no Rock Slide flinch, but like really like Zach set that up for himself, and there's a lot of credit that has to go. It's not just, he got lucky.
Yeah. That's what happens when you give free turns to Pokemon like Grimmsnarl that have Prankster Thunderwave.
Right, yeah, I think there's just too many opportunities for that Grimmsnarl to be able to attack. and you're able to set up all these different screens.
Yeah, if I was on Logan's side, I'd honestly,
which,
I'd
not only is not just
probably
gives you a bit
not.
more
I
of the favor
probably
in
wouldn't
the
bring
luck.
CSR to this
And all
matchup.
it takes is
It's
just
kind of
one
a bait
turn
to
go
bring
well.
it
I
into
think in Boki, if we could
Zach's
identify
team
there was, like,
because
one
oh, it
turn
outspeeds
where
and
there was a
kills the
full paralysis
Solgaleo,
that
Astral
made it
Barrage. Like
guaranteed
that's
win,
gonna be
but
great, but
so heavily
with the
favored
double
by
dark
the
types
Pirates. You
and
just have to,
Zach's
be
own
pristine the rest of the
Sash,
game. So, I think the
Caloric
macro
Shadow.
setup for Zach was very, very good.
Yeah, and it's one of
It's
those
just
things
like
where
it's not
in a
it,
game
the
like this, you
Calyrex
can
isn't
get
doing
really
too
lost
much.
and being like, oh, that was just about Thunderwave paralysis. That was
Yes.
just about Rock Slide flinches. But
I
the
would have. I
reason
think the
that
Urshifu
those
was
were
still a
able to
good
be
call
effective
here,
is because
and I probably would
advantage
drop
both
the
team was in a better position.
I'd drop the
I think
CSR for the
matchup was
Incin
much
here.
better for Zach into this style of team.
Lead like
and that
lead like a
pressure
Rilla
is what
Incin.
really allows you to get those free turns for your Grimmsnarl to start getting those.
Sorry, no,
Thunderwaves
lead like a
and allow
Rilla
your Solgaleo to go
Urshifu
for
or
Rock
like a
Slide
Rilla
instead of
Incin
having to go
Urshifu.
for, you know, the big
Instant
attacks like
Urshifu seems pretty
Sunstone right
solid.
into a Pokemon like Terapagos. Instead, you get to go for Rock Slide, deal damage to both, and potentially get paralysis and flinch.
Because you
It all
punish
sometimes works out like
the.
that,
I
and
mean,
really
you
wanna reflect
possibly.
back on the
I mean, it
game-
depends on what the
game two,
if
turn
it's.
one where,
Was this
we
Terra
saw that
Water
that's kind of
on
an
the
aggressive
on this
play,
team? I
ignoring
think
the
it might have
Calyrex
been.
going for the fake out and
For
the,
CSR.
Thunder Wave
Let me
into
go
the
back here.
Urshifu. It really made sense because what's in the back, there was just nothing that can take the Urshifu that well.
Wave to potential
Yeah, this is Terra Water. Okay, so that's kind of.
turns for your Grimmsnarl.
So then it probably would have been. I probably would have done like a
Realized it was
Rilla
too late, the
Urshifu
Urshifu's already
lead.
paralyzed. It's slower than
Against
Solgaleo,
that
slower
because
than the Calyrex.
you
It's just a matter of time before it gets.
can fake out
but
Solgaleo.
Yeah, it's just that one turn with the double paralysis. That
You
was the end of it.
pin the
Yeah, and I really think
Calyrex.
that what's
If it tears into
incredibly
water and you
frustrating
Surging
about
Strikes
playing
it,
against
you just
Grimmsnarl
Grassy
teams
Glide,
is that
kill
you
stuff.
see Grimmsnarl hit the field, and your first reaction is, okay, which
If
screen is
it's
gonna
a
set
Grim
up? Is it
lead,
gonna be Light
fake
Screen, or is it
out
gonna be Reflect?
Urshifu
Which damage type
kills
should I be
Grim
focusing on to sort of
almost.
bust through those screens? But what's
Well,
really
just the
threatening about
fake out
Grimmsnarl
Urshifu
is
Surging
how
Strikes
Prankster Thunder Wave.
Yep.
This is what
gets
made
Grim
Thunder
Blow
as
for
such a
Grassy
huge
Glide
threat in
and
early
continue the
VGC metas, and it's
the Surging
still
Strikes.
So good.
So strong.
Sometimes you get a free turn. Sometimes you just get your your speed reduced on your opponent. But it's so terrifying to also be facing down both reduced damage and reduced speed, and maybe a chance to not do anything.
But
at
yeah,
all.
it's also
Yeah, I
probably
think
just a
that's why it makes
surprise
so much
on
sense to me that
Logan's side
Maridon
as
is
well,
like
like
such a
having
big
not
pick. I
gone
think
up
we saw
against
that
like
graphic
who's
in
never
the
practiced against a
50%
Solgaleo
usage or
yet.
something.
And I'm speaking it from
Like that, especially
from
when you choose two restricted Pokemon.
as a
And
Solgaleo
it
player
makes
and
sense to me
understanding how that
because
one
you
works.
just don't have to
At least the
think
weakness
about
policy
Thunder
version of
Wave
it. Like
on that Pokemon, and it's one of the only. I think it's probably maybe the only Pokemon that's restricted and is very fast that can ignore Thunder Wave entirely. So
What about Choice Scarf Groudon?
oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. It's so close to your heart. I forgot. But yeah, I mean, we also saw one team earlier where it had both Groudon and Maridon, so I think they really did not like Thunder Wave. But, you know, I guess over on Logan's team, they didn't really have any Pokemon that can take Thunder Wave. Every Pokemon, except for Incineroar, was eligible for a Thunder Wave treatment. And yeah, I think maybe those kind of teams will have to think of a bit more adaptation so that the Thunder Wave just
Bathroom
doesn't
again.
hurt us.
We're hydrating.
Yeah, and I think
We're
especially
hydrating.
into one of these teams like this Calyrex and Terapagos
boys-
team that
your boys
Logan
gotta
was
pee.
running. That is such a slow team. It takes a lot of turns to set up the Terapagos. Calm Mind is not as impactful as like a nasty plot, and definitely not as impactful as a weakness policy that can be procced on the same turn as an attack. So being able to, when you have a slow team like Logan's, that just opens up more opportunities for those free Thunder Waves, for those Rock Slides to come out. And we saw that. Logan was able to start getting Calm Minds onto Terapagos, but it just was not able to then do anything afterwards.
Couldn't capitalize.
Yeah. Well, let's go ahead and toss it down to the lounge where Rose is ready to speak to the winner of our last match. Rose, take it away.
Oh, thank you so much, Yuki and Evan. I am here with the winner of our last match. And first, I want to say congratulations. But second, I mean, you and I were just talking, and you seem very jazzed about even just being in this position. You're 4-0. It's got to feel good.
Yeah, I haven't had a really good start. Like, my regional starts are always, like, a little rocky. I usually, like, drop around pretty early. I think the last time I've, like, gone 4-0 was Fresno. So I'm already went positive. That's great. Really happy about that.
Well, I mean, in Fresno, actually, if I'm not mistaken, you actually got top 64 at that event.
Yes,
and
just barely missed that day 2 cut. Yeah,
which is so unfortunate.
I had to play my brother. It was
oh my God, really? Is that actually how that ended?
Yeah, he beat me. He wiped the floor with me. He's always like, oh, I'm not as good. I was like, you won when it counted, so take that.
How fun is it actually, like being able to play and compete with your brother?
It's a whole lot of fun. It's nice to have like.
As we listen to this, I'm gonna pull up the
with
logs.
prep teams with. We're running different teams today, but in the past we've run similar teams. Like the last few regionals, we were running Dust Maiden and Necrozma together, and it was just really, really fun to like come together at the end of the round and say, all right, how did you do? Are you doing well? Did you get to click Sunsteel Strike, and was it fun?
So
like
that
sort of camaraderie, which you can get with a lot more people than just family, but definitely helps a lot. It's super fun.
Well, you can't tell me that match in Fresno was a mirror, was it? With
No,
the scissor
that
and
wasn't
the
a mirror.
sandy shocks?
No. Ben was running a better team than I was back then.
What do you mean? Okay, sandy
did
shocks
better.
though was incredible.
It was a fun. I liked the team.
Oh, I think I got rid of it
I should
because
not
of
have
the
run it
clear
again,
cookies.
but I did it in NAIC and it didn't pan out as well. But you live and you learn. I'm trying to improve every tournament. That's the goal. So, Boro, it seems like I'm improving somewhat. That's good.
Hey, but it's not just
Well, then we can do
improvement,
this.
though.
Hold
I think
on.
it's also about having fun, and that's something that's always stuck out to me about the type of player that you are. Every single time I get a chance to see you in a tournament or talk to you. I mean, the one major Pokemon that sticks out to me when I saw your name in broadcast, I was like, oh my gosh, that's the Revavroom guy.
Yes,
that
in
was what you used in Portland.
In Portland,
Wow.
2 years ago, I was the Revavroom guy, and now I'm on stream with another Steel type that no one expected.
No, sure did not. Solgaleo, tell me how you got to this choice.
So, for those of you that might not know, I played Solgaleo Calyrex Shadow back in 2022 in Series 12, back in Sword and Shield when we had Dynamax. Weakness policy was
I
really
remember
strong with
this.
Dynamax. I went to 2 regionals, I got top 8, and I got to finals in Vancouver. And so I really liked that archetype. It just kind of clicked with me. It was like the main thing I used throughout that entire season, and I really kind of fell in love with the play style of it. And so when Double Restricted came back, I was like, it's probably not going to be very good. It's probably not going to be very good at all, because Dynamax was one of the big things of Dynamax Solgaleo was incredible.
So much HP.
Yeah, without Dynamax, not quite as powerful, right? You don't get Max Quake. I really wish I had Max Quake, but we don't have that. So I first tried
Max
this
Quake
team
would be
out,
so good
or
right
a
now in this
early
meta.
version of this team, kind of as a joke of just like, let's just see how this goes. And it was way better than I was expecting. It was so much fun. Like I was really enjoying it. It felt very comfy, like a
It's like returning home.
yeah, it felt like returning home, very much, honestly. And so I was really busy prepping for this event, and so in the lead up to this event. And so what I decided was, is this the best team? Probably not. But is this the team I can probably play the best? Honestly, yeah, because I have so much experience from years past. So I was like, let me lean on that. Let me have fun with Pokemon I really like, and then it's doing okay so far. Yeah, it's been very fun.
Well, I know you don't have Max Quake, but you have Grimmsnarl,
We
right?
do have
You have screens.
Grimmsnarl is, I love that little gremlin. It's so, I'm sorry, Logan. Thunderwave is a silly move. Rock Slide plus Thunderwave is an even sillier move combination. And that is one of the strengths. I was like,
Paraflinch is,
I need
it's
to give
annoying,
myself
but
turns.
it is one of the
Thunderwave
most
with Rock
satisfying
Slide
things in
will
this
get-
game.
Like, it's more often that they don't get to do anything than they do. And so I was like,
It-
I
like,
can just
nothing-
keep
nothing
throwing out
hits
chip damage,
as hard
break
as,
things
like,
down, especially when the Urshifu
paralyzing
decides
an
to,
enemy mon and then
drop
throwing some
the
rocks at it and
fight
having it
the
not
rock
move.
resistance, rather. And I was like, oh, I'll take more damage on Rock Slide, awesome. Which was still smart because I was really wanting to get a Psychic Fangs into that slot to just KO that, because Urshifu can be a little annoying. That's why Wellspring is partially there to help mitigate the fact that screens don't really help with Surging Strikes. So that's one of the things is like, in 2022, Urshifu wasn't as common. Now it is significantly more common. Dynamax being gone means Urshifu's a lot better, and so I had to, realize, okay, how do you lean on screens to get the bulk you need while also respecting Urshifu enough in the team builder that Surging Strikes doesn't just mow everything down, which early versions of the team definitely had that problem.
But that's why you live and you learn.
Yes,
And that's how you
absolutely.
improve.
I improved, got a little better, and I'm just really happy to be here. I didn't think it would go this well. I'm just having a bunch of fun with this team. It's an archetype that have a lot of experience in, and it feels like it shows in a lot of the games where I'm like, oh, I just kind of know what to do. I know how to plan things, and that's apparently working so far.
Hey, I mean, to give yourself some credit, just going back to having the opportunity to Thunder Wave and even just go for Rock Slide flinches, to know that's actually going to give you an advantage when it happens, you also have to have the skill to get to a point where that is advantageous for yourself. So there is a lot of merit behind that.
Yeah, it's not as easy like click Rock Slide, click Thunder Wave. I have not done, that has not been the strategy I've used for the past 3 games, the past few rounds. This was really the first time I've gotten to like go all in on like, let's just click Thunder Wave and Rock Slide forever and then the game will be over.
Yeah, that's gonna be fun.
And of course, Logan was not getting the most favorable rolls of the RNG there, but that's what happens, right? When you're rolling so many dice with Rock Slide, you're gonna get those flinches, and when it's something as important as a Terra Water Urshifu not getting to click Surging Strikes, that's really big.
Absolutely. And I think there's something to be said, though, about that strategy being kind of the right thing to be able to counter some of the bulkier teams that we have here. The longer a Pokemon is sitting on the field, the more likely a lot of those unfavorable rolls can also happen.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, this is a thing where I think my Grimmsnarl has been crit like 3 or 4 times already today, which is what happens, right? When you click screens, you're buying into a longer game, and so every time an attack goes off, there's that small chance that a critical hit happens, and if the more attacks that go off, the more likely a critical hit will be to happen. And they ignore your screens, and so that's really bad, right? And so
I found
that's one of the things I
my
really like about
like a while ago. I found my old Pokepaste with my Solgaleo team that I had from Sword and Shield, but I had cleaned out my
couldn't deal with it. Terapagos couldn't.
True.
Like it just does so much damage, and
my cookies,
with the coverage from
and
the
now
rest
it's all
of the team, it just is
so
this
sad.
offensive
But
engine that lets you plow
once this wraps
through
up, I'll
teams
give
that
it kind of
otherwise
the
have a really
idea.
solid backbone like Logan's did.
So remind me, was your Solgaleo in like the Sword and Shield era? Did you actually have Max Rockfall on that Pokemon?
No, I had Max Quake because the main
just
thing.
Quake.
Yeah, just Quake. It was the same. It was the same moves. Otherwise, it was Sunsteel Strike and Psychic Fangs because breaking screens is also really useful.
Oh right, yeah, okay.
And it was Max Quake with Earthquake, which I didn't really like clicking Earthquake outside of Dynamax, and so I was like, that's gotta go. But
Maybe.
the main thing was I needed something to hit Incineroar. And so I looked through every move Solgaleo gets that can hit Incineroar, and Rock Slide was the only one. And I was joking at I was at a local, and someone was joking with me like, "Oh, are you gonna run Solgaleo Calyrex when the when regulation of I eventually rolls around?" And I was like, "I don't know. Without Dynamax, we'll see." And they're like, "Yeah, I think you do Terra Rock Slide." And I was like, that sounds really silly, but I think you're right.
Yeah, I'd agree too. Like, you go all in, rather than going full defensive Terra on the Solgaleo, since it's weakness policy, you go all in on it. You get the Terra Rock because it gives you the fire resist and lets it keep it offensive.
Wow.
And Rock is a really good offensive type.
Yeah.
And so, is it the best defensively? No. But if you can just get KOs early, like very easily,
then it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter that you're, and it does have some nice things like you resist.
Yeah, because the team has
this
the fast bulldoze mode for Solgaleo, but it can also go bulky. It can go Grim, put screens up, let Solgaleo take a super effective hit, get the weakness policy off, and then go from there.
Flexibility in when you click that bulldoze, right? You can click bulldoze and Terra and still get the activation there, getting the double attack to really put on the damage.
Yeah, I mean, weakness policy is just one of those strategies. It is risky.
Yes.
You know, there are a lot of Pokemon in the format right now that I think would do a little bit more and then some to the Solgaleo's HP pool.
Yes, absolutely. So, like, we saw actually, I think that was the first time today where someone's activated the weakness policy for me, right? That was a Terapagos Earth Power through Light Screen, which really didn't do that much. I was like, oh, cool, I'll take the +2. But that, like, something like Terapagos is a great example where the normal type Starstorm, the one that's not a stellar type move, just doesn't really do all that much to Solgaleo, and that's why the screens are so important. Is it's saying, I actually hit me super effectively, but as long as I can, intimidate you or put screens in front of you, then I can suddenly take those super effective attacks well enough to, still maintain an offensive presence on the field. And so that's why screens are so important, which seems weird when you're like, you have a Focus Sash Calyrex Shadow, why do you need screens? It's like, no, because this team really needs the bulk to allow the offense.
Yeah, the Grimmsnarl pretty much makes up for the Dynamax.
I was actually wondering if you could speak a little bit, because now I'm kind of, the gears are turning. You have weakness policy. Let's say you activate it. You don't have an item anymore. How much does that actually come into play with things like knockoff in the format?
That's actually a really nice point as well, where once you lose your item, you don't have to worry about things like knockoff. If someone's running like Poltergeist on Giratina or something, you don't have to worry about that as well, which is cool. But the main thing is, you don't have knockoff to worry about, which is really useful, because a lot of Incineroar, like Logan's, was dropped dropped Flare Blitz. And so then once you have a knockoff that's not, doing the most amount of damage, you don't have to worry about it. And also, if you knock off Solgaleo, it still activates the weakness policy. It doesn't remove the weakness policy until after it activates. So it doesn't. We can put lights, we can put reflect up, we can intimidate Incineroar, and then they click knockoff, and I'm like, thank you for the increased damage. I very much appreciate that. So yeah, there's a lot of little intricate things about the team that I've just sort of internalized after playing with it for so long, and coming back to it nearly 3 years later feels really weird. But it's like the gears are turning again, the cobwebs are done, and I'm like, I'm cruising along, and I'm having a great time.
You've dusted it out. Well, there you go. I mean, maybe the last thing I kind of wanted to talk to you about is heading into this tournament. You're sitting in 200th in the leaderboards for the North American
I didn't know
competitive
that.
circuit. Well, you've got 540 championship points, I think, the last time I checked. But
oh, cool.
That's pretty good. But I was kind of wondering, that doesn't leave you actually outside of contention of making it to Worlds. Was that something that you had in the back of your mind prepping for this event? Like, I can make it?
Yeah, so inside of me, there are two parts. There's the part of me that's like, oh, I'm just gonna go win the regional. Like, sure, that'll happen. Which I don't think that's actually going to happen. And then there's the more pragmatic part of me that's like, I'm just gonna have fun. I'm gonna play with, and when the rules for when the format for the entire year was set out, I went into it with a very clear mindset of, I just want to do well at each tournament I do go to. I'm not going to try to worry about the big picture. I just want to do better at the next tournament that I did at the last, and just try to improve and use this as a season to really work on my skills, hone my ability to play better and make teams better and better analyze the meta and all these things. And so that's kind of what I've been practicing in the little time I've had to do that this season. But I've really been enjoying it more, not worrying about how many points I need to get to World. Like, if I qualify, amazing, I'll love it. If I don't, I'm not going to be eaten up about it, because I'm still enjoying the fact of playing, and that's the most important thing to me, is like just not worrying about the points. Like, people are like, how many points do you have? And I'm like, I don't know. I had not heard that number before. Like, I don't know.
Like I say, you really didn't know.
No,
I
really like that
I thought it
mindset.
was around that much, but like,
I'll be honest, that's probably one of the reasons why I kind of got burned out earlier this year. And I had a whole
I'm just
panic attack, mental health stuff. Like,
and
Pokemon was like a small part of it, of many different things that happened. But it was just like, I really wanted to get to Worlds this year.
Yes, I absolutely do. So,
and I was thinking about the entirety of it.
A group of team building partners. So my brother is part of that. Well, I also want to shout out Scott and Hayden and Devin. For
knowing, I was consistently thinking that, like, oh, the regionals, I kept going 4-4, 4-4, 4-4. I have to do better than this next one. I have to do better than this one to even have a chance at Worlds. The goal was the Worlds. But I liked his mindset of just like, you're taking it one tournament at a time. Don't think too far ahead.
My parents.
And like, I really like that perspective, and that you get too stressed out about what that end goal is, and you forget about that journey along the way.
Also, the NorCal community, everyone in NorCal, you all are amazing. I'm so glad to be able to go to those tournaments and see everyone do so well. It was super fun getting to cheer on like Bezod winning in Vancouver with a group of people in NorCal. So shout outs to all of them for just being amazing people and making the community that much sweeter for everybody.
Oh, I love that. We love Poke Family, and we love friends and community. And so thank you so much for joining me on the stream, and congratulations again on such an amazing match, and good luck with everything in the future.
Thank you very much, Rosemary.
All right, well, we're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we're going to have more of the Portland Regional Championships, so make sure you don't go anywhere.
All right, lore time. So, back in Sword and Shield, when I first started playing VGC, I had a team before this one. I built a Helios team. I was still using Solgaleo with it, and I was with Kyogre as well, Kyogre Solgaleo, but I wanted to keep doing that, and the first successful team that I ever built was, I don't have the Pokepace for it, unfortunately, but I can tell you pretty much from a different one, because it was from, it was, how can I make this work? I guess I have to do, I'll reposition it. Okay, so this was. Oh, it's so bad. It doesn't look good. Hold on. Let me figure out a way I can show this. Boom. There we go. So I built a team around this. So this is Aaron's Cybertron's. He got like top 8 at Salt Lake City regionals with his team. And so at the time I was very anti-Sun. I despised Sun with the passion. Who would have known that Colby in 3 years is playing Koraidon Sun and enjoying it? But I did not like Sun, but I loved Solgaleo. Solgaleo was such a cool mon, one of my favorite legendaries. And Weakness Policy was really fun to do, and I liked this idea of self-proccing Bulldoze. Is a combination of like the Bulldoze from the Groudon and also the Shadow Sneak from the Mimikyu could also proc this as well. And so what I did to this team is like, I didn't want to play Sun, but I wanted to play Solgaleo. So all I did was I switched the Groudon out for a Kyogre because I was comfortable running Kyogre, Solgaleo before this. I think I was initially trying Scarf Kyogre too, and I think Kyogre does get Bulldoze. So I was trying that, and it's like, it doesn't really work. I need Kyogre to click Water Spout. And so this Charizard turned into a Seismitoad. And the Seismitoad, I believe it was I think it was Liquidation. It's probably Liquidation. Shoot, that's not showing me here. What is Seismitoads? I mean, so Seismitoad was the Bulldoze setter. It filled the role of it filled the role of the Scarf Groudon, because in the rain with Swift Swim would accomplish the same thing. And so I must have been, yeah, so it's probably Liquidation. Oh no, he wasn't Liquidation. It was either, I think I read it physical. It was yeah, because I think I had to run it physical because I wanted, no, maybe I ran it special. Like Muddy Water, I think I remember like Muddy Water. No, it was physical because I had Power Whip on it. So I think it was like Liquidation. I think it's either Stomping Tantrum or Earthquake, Power Whip, and Bulldoze. And I think I ended up being Life Orb on it. And the Kyogre was I think it probably ended up being Mystic Water or something. But I ended up being, I kept it slow because I kept every other mon on this team stayed on. So Wims for, actually, was it? The Wims had to be something different because Wims doesn't get Rain Dance. Or I just switched the Whimsicott, the Sunny Day into something else. Maybe Fake Tears. Maybe Taunt, Grass Knot, Energy Ball. But yeah, okay. So it was still the remaining 4 mons here. I use that. I pretty much use the same EV spreads for it as well. And I played it for a GC, and it was good. It was a good team. It was a really cool adaptation, like a version of this. Because self-procking with Bulldoze on Solgaleo. I was surprised when I saw Zach's team, is that the only way to proc weakness policy on the team was the Bulldoze. There are technically other ways they could have done it, but you're going to do massive damage to the Solgaleo. Like, if you try a rock, hitting it with Ogre Pawn, Wellspring is going to just going to do so much damage. That usually having 2 different modes of proccing Solgaleo weakness policy was a lot of fun. And Ndidi stopped any like priority sucker punches, any priority to kill my Solgaleo after things were bulldozed. I could go Trick Room mode with Kyogre, sweep with like Seismitoad on the back. Also, it was great too for the Seismitoad. Also gave me, I went with Power Whip on it because I get rain and grassy terrain recovery. So it kept my Solgaleo alive even further. Whereas this version of it is all about like nuking everything that wants to threaten the Solgaleo with the Suns and the Groudon and the Charizard. I was more about like keep this thing alive. The rain reduces the fire type damage against Solgaleo. Dark type is covered by Mimikyu and Whimsicott. Ghost types you can redirect with Ndidi. So yeah, that's the lore here. And I'm just really happy that we got to see Solgaleo. I did not expect to see it at all. And your boy's happy. Okay. Yeah, Solgaleo. If he ends up putting that out as a rental, I might pull up with it on a local. I'm not gonna lie. I'm so bummed I'm delete my cookies. I remember finding the paste like a couple months ago and be like, oh my god, I thought I'd lost these. I'm so happy I have them. It's just all gone now. You know, I could probably pull. I have my Sword and Shield, so I could probably look in there and see where see if I still have those mons, because I probably haven't changed them for anything. Okay, let's figure this next thing out. Wait, is my Horsey not a Seadra yet? I thought it becomes a Seadra. Maybe I didn't evolve it yet. No? Iron doesn't get there yet. Because usually I use... Oh yeah, it still does enough for that. Okay. Okay, so this is just the... This is just the Dwebble... the Dwebble fight here. So it's usually... I usually use you, because you don't break through Dwebble, but you do. Outspeed kills it. That will bring in... Oh my god, I just realized, I just looked at the Horsey's stats. This Horsey's so good. Holy moly. Nah, you're good, June. You're good, June. Okay. So we gotta get a horsey. We have to pre-damage our horsey. We need to get it to 34%. All right, I can't do this. I can't buy anything here yet. That's unlucky. Do you do anything that's doable? Not really. So yeah, I wanna pre-damage this horsey, because that will bait in the Mawile. I want the Mawile in before the Munchlax. So pre-damage brings the Mawile in. On the Covet, we switch you in. And we kill with 2 Embers. Or possibly 3. And that will bring you in most likely. Oh no, it probably will bring you in. So maybe I have to go you instead. Yeah, I need to go Litleo instead. Because then that will definitely bring in you on Bulldoze. Okay, so we got that. And then for you, that brings in you on the Razor Leaf. And we could honestly just vibe from there. We just have to get whatever mod is taking care of Sandy Gas low enough so that Munchlax sees headbutt kill. Which I think is doable. So we're probably bringing you. We gotta bring you. It's probably you. I guess I could pivot through Groddle and the Sandy Gas. If we lead Sizzlipede, as long as we get the Sandy Gas within 50%, we can absorb it. Then we bring in Sizzlipede. Bite gets the kill, and then Sizzlipede can beat the Munchlax. With Bug Bite gets rid of Salac Berry. And if it belly drums, then that's fine. Okay, yeah, we'll do that. We'll do that. So you can take it. Can you take it? No. Okay. So if things go bad, we go Groddle Guy, and Groddle Guy can eat a +6 headbutt. Okay. So then we want. Okay. We need to see Covet kill on this. We need to get this to 6. Okay, that should be good enough. Okay. Okay, Double Beam kills here. Mobile's in on a Covet. Go into you. Okay, Sandy's in. So we can go into you. On the bulldoze. Okay, that's what we wanted. We wanted the hypnosis. So we go into you. That gets us into position to deal with the Munchlax. Perfect. Bonk. Munchlax defeated. Okay. Cool. So we got that done. Oh, I did it again. I did it again. I'm sorry. You didn't even see the fight. Oh. Oh, I didn't even know it was back. I'm sorry, yo. Hold on.
Support Pokemon early on, and then the restricted Pokemon in the back, it's just not set up for success. It's not set up for the Zombie to be heavily damaged or be KO'd.
Yeah, exactly. Ben's got
Hold on, we're gonna back up a little bit.
It's exciting to see, like, is it going to be a really snap where the parting shot mechanic doesn't even work, but
so yeah, okay.
Know, so no one even went for the parting shot, and I believe he got top.
Okay, that definitely looks like a chef team, 100%. But I'm glad to see the Tinglu. I think Tinglu has a place in this meta. Glad to see Aaron utilizing that.
Didn't go all the way to the top, but I
Let's
think
see.
it went one
Yeah,
short.
AV, Terra Fairy, got
guess
Ruination
a lot of the
Sandtomb,
partners
perfect,
that
Snarl,
we see
Stone
with
Edge.
in the Chien-Pao, the Raging
And
Bull, the Amoonguss, the Tinglu we've seen maybe
the Taunt Chien-Pao.
like Dondozo.
Incredible.
Teams with Calyrex to clean up in the back, so
And they are
sort of
still
like a
Terra
mishmash
Zama.
of
Interesting.
concepts. But yeah, like that Tinglu just full on support, Sandtomb, Ruination, Snarl, and maybe
It makes a little bit more sense on this team because you have a whole Tinglu to help with the
difficult for this team
Yeah, I think it's been really
with the
interesting to see how
Miraidons.
people have been teching out Chien-Pao. Like Life Orb is one.
Okay, so I got that, and it's
as you
yeah,
pointed out,
Specs,
Dondozo, Calyrex, Shadow Rider,
helping
Infinity,
hand,
beat
Dexterity
together
Force
is not
stuff.
too uncommon,
Scarf
but Kyogre
Kyogre,
into this mix
nice.
is something I've never
Crunch
seen before.
Dozo,
I
ooh.
think I've seen Rain being paired with Dondozo because you have like Choice Scarf, Teleport or something to U-turn, go into your Tatsugiri, and then you can immediately get like a big Surf off or something. But the Dondozo doesn't even have.
I like it.
I'm talking Ben's side. Restricted kind of changes things here. Over on the Calyrex and on Ben's side, really not possible to go for Astral Barrage because Zamazenta and Raging Bull, I believe, both have access to Protect, so they can just scout out the move and see if they'll lock into a spread move, and in which case, Zamazenta and Calyrex can kind of just trade moves while the Raging Bull can deal with the Weezing. But on the other hand, the Weezing could just go for a Toxic Spice, get a free turn of that if Aaron decides to go for a double Protect.
Yeah, I think what's really interesting here to me as well is like if you're seeing Weezing Calyrex, you would assume Kyogre in the back, but like if it's Kyogre, then it can't be Dondozo and Tatsugiri. So I'm thinking, did Ben drop Dondozo or Tatsu? Did he potentially drop Kyogre? Like that would obviously seem really wild, but of course there is the opportunity for that. But like you said, yeah, I think turn one really safe to double Protect because you want to see what the Calyrex locks itself into. If you lock into Astral Barrage, Wide Guard is just so safe the following turn. So it's going to be a Protect coming out from both Pokemon to start the turn. It's going to be the Choice Spec Shadow Ball, of course. This allows you to get around that Wide Guard, targeting the Raging Bull into the Protect. And like you said, Yuki, Toxic Spikes taking advantage of course, the Protects. But if you're clicking Toxic Spikes, like, I'm just really wondering, could it be Dozo Tatsu in the back? Because I think they're so strong, they might actually be a little bit better than Kyogre in this matchup.
Yeah, and I think one thing I want to point out is that the Raging Bull is kind of ill-timed in terms of when it came out into the field. Yeah. The Raging Bull is something that you really want to leverage against the Kyogre, against the Dondozo. It's just so good into those Pokemon, and Kyogre can't even terrestrialize out of the weakness.
Yeah, I mean, I see Aaron's vision of just
really
like, I have to respect the Dozo lead with the Zama Raging Bolt.
So I think the Raging Bull, now that's in the front and there's Toxic Spikes set out, doesn't really want to retreat because they'll end up taking that poison, but it also isn't going to take a lot of these attacks coming out from Ben very well. So I think Aaron has to make a big decision on whether they're going to switch out the Raging Bolt and conserve it, or just kind of expend it here and maybe get some damage.
Oh, Calyrex switches out. Could this be Dondozo hitting the field immediately? It's going to be Infinity, actually. Okay, so perhaps no Dozo here at all as Behemoth Bash comes out into the Infinity. Yeah, and it's going to deal just under 50%. Rocky Helmet comes out as well. Thunderbolt, will it be able to finish off the Infinity here? It is not able to, and Poison Gas comes out. So Ben's Weezing so far has been a little bit disruptive. Hasn't really been able to actually deal damage right now, though, but he's trying to set himself up for success. Infinity crucially hanging on. I actually wonder if Ben wanted the Entity of Fate, maybe get a free switch in for some positioning. I think the awkward thing about Weezing is that, yes, it can be disruptive, but you're not going to do a ton of damage. You actually can't really touch the Zamazenta at all, right? So Zama actually still in a decent spot right now.
Yeah, Zamazenta and Raging Bull are both like really good tools into the two restrictions that Ben's has in the back because they're both so bulky and because they have either moves or typings that favor really well.
Aaron can just like.
And as you said, since the Zamazenta really can't be touched by either Pokemon on Ben's side, I think we talk a lot about the forbidden position a lot. And there's these two support
maybe like
Pokemon, they just can't do anything.
Weezing switch out into CSR maybe to get the Psychic Train up.
Do whatever it wants. So
Maybe?
I think what I'm scared of is that Ben will just run out of steam a little bit too quick, losing their support Pokemon early on, and then the restricted Pokemon in the back, it's just not set up for success. It's not set up for the Zamazenta to be heavily damaged or to be KO'd.
Yeah, exactly. Ben's
Okay.
got to start dealing damage at some point. It's not going to be this turn with the Weezing and the NED, so switching out Weezing means you turn on that Psychic Terrain. Zamazenta also finally gets its defense boost. Not the most relevant in this matchup since it's mainly special attackers from the opposing side or Dondozo with Unaware, but Calyrex is going to hit the field again, so what you can do here is follow me, redirect damage away from that Weezing slot, take that Behemoth Bash or Body Press, and then, you know, the Calyrex, of course, will eat up the Thunderbolt, but that's okay. Like, Ben is basically looking to finally get the offensive positioning he's looking for.
Yep, going for that follow me, absorbing that Behemoth Bash, getting a little bit of Rocky Helmet Chip in return. And yeah, we have the Raging Bolt going to lock into a move to do some damage into the Calyrex, going to be able to survive likely, but yeah, I guess Paralysis could change the game.
That would be really scary.
Let's see, about 60%.
You always like just, you know, hold your breath for a little bit because
Yeah.
it's so stressful. So Ben's
Well,
giving
probably
him a lot
like
of resources,
Kyogre out
right?
now.
Dignity is down. Calyrex is quite low here as well now. So it's, I think, finally time for Ben to start dishing out damage.
Yeah,
And
so Kyogre comes out now.
Dozo was completely dropped in this game, and I'm actually a little surprised by that because I thought Dozo looked so good in this matchup.
Yes.
And so I wonder if Ben was thinking, well, I think you have to go out of your way to counter Dondozo. Yeah, like, what are you going to do? But now you're in a position where you do have that Choice Scarf Kyogre. This Kyogre, of course, gets access to that Hydro Pump, and so it does have a way to actually go for single target damage right now. And so I think it's finally time for Ben to start dishing out damage.
Yeah, I think the problem is that Ben's end has 2 Pokemon locked into choice items.
Yeah.
So any Pokemon locking into the spread type attacks, which is what those Pokemon are known for and does the most damage, they just can't go for it because Zamazenta is always threatening this wide guard, so likely going to go for 2 single target attacks.
Yep.
But I just don't think that's going to be enough to get through these 2 Pokemon that are going to give Ben a lot of trouble.
Yeah, it's one of these like awkward dances too, where it's like, do you ever make the call and just be like if Aaron's gonna like mess up and I'm just gonna go for my spread moves, but it's just so risky, right?
Yes.
Because if you get it wrong, Zamazenta protects, you're just like locked, and so really difficult position. Amoonguss here soaking up those toxic spikes as well, so feels like Weezing
Nice
just
pivot
honestly
on
did not
Aaron's
contribute
side.
very much in this battle. Zamazenta going
Yeah,
for
has the
safe
Hydro.
protect. There's that Hydro Pump finally coming out, but Zamazenta correctly going for the protecting it from any damage. And
It goes for the Astral.
Barrage. Okay,
Yeah,
so
okay.
locking into it despite the threat of the wide guard, saying, you know what, I just don't think you're going to go for it. There was the ability to, of course, wide guard and Thunderbolt that
Boom.
turn. That's a lot of damage onto Amoonguss.
Yes, and now I think the question is going to be, is Hydro Pump going to be able to knock out Amoonguss? Because Zamazenta could go for that wide guard and say, okay, Calyrex, even if you switch out or not, that means that attack.
But yeah, the
that slot
Zamaz's in such a
cannot
great
attack.
spot
Yeah,
right now.
So that's going to be a 1v1.
I mean, it's still not going to
between Kyogre
appreciate the
and
Hydro
Amoonguss.
Pump from the
Both
Kyogre,
Pokemon on the
but
field and in the back cannot take a Spore. So if this Amoonguss can survive here, it'll get a pretty big Spore off, and with the limited resources Ben has, that could be the game. So I think this is going to be the turning point.
I agree, yeah. It's like if you can get the wide guard off and then put one of these 2 to sleep, probably the Kyogre, right? Because then Calyrex is just infinitely locked into Astral Barrage unless it switches out. Yep, this is what Aaron is going to lock into. So let's see. It's going to be the Terra commit here first, but this is a big turn. Ben needs to
Will
get his
the
offense
Hydro
going. It's
connect?
going to be the Water Terra on the Kyogre. That's going to give it potentially the damage that it needs. You've got Water Terra. You've got the rain set up. But
Everyone's
Hydro
favorite
Pump
move,
is an
Hydro
inaccurate
Pump.
move. It does not have the best accuracy. Zamazenta goes for that wide guard. So let's see. Kyogre might be targeting Amoonguss here.
Here we go.
Yep.
Does
And it
okay.
connects.
And you'd have to
Goes
assume it's
into
targeting Amoonguss. It does. And I would think this knocks out. It does get the KO.
That's a huge KO. And yeah, now we're just going to see the Astral Barrage hit into the wide guard. So that 1v1 was, yeah, I guess what happened, but Ben came out on top with that KO. I guess the problem is that we have Raging Bolt in the back.
Yeah.
And that's going to be able to take care of that Kyogre and probably won't be able to KO with the Hydro Pump.
So yeah, Calyrex ends up actually being the bring out first here, but you know, it makes sense because you know you can safely go for Wide Guard and Astral Barrage,
Yeah.
and you know that you can at least take an attack with either with Focus Sash. I actually was kind of expecting Raging Bolt to come out because I thought you could Wide Guard and then Thunderbolt into the Kyogre slot.
Yeah, I don't think you
now,
actually need
like,
that.
yeah,
I like
Ben
this
does
play
have the
from
ability
Aaron
to just
because
launch
you
Hydro
keep
Pump
the
into
Raging Bolt in
either
the back.
slot.
You
He
kill
could
everything
also
else
make
next
a
to
call
the
just say, I'm gonna
Kyogre,
click
and you just need to get a
Astral Barrage
Thunderclap
anyway.
off on the Kyogre once the
Say,
second terrain
like,
goes away.
I don't think you're actually going to click Wide Guard, and so, oh my goodness, yeah, there's the body press. Okay,
Oh,
body
and the
press
normal.
Terra.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
The normal Terra, of course, allows you to get around the Astral Barrage from the opposing side. But, oof, okay.
It's still a big risk, right?
Yeah.
Like, I guess, yeah, if Wide Guard had gone up, then I think
Oh,
Aaron
Calyrex switches, okay.
So that was a good call from Aaron's end. What's going to go into the Wheezing, so I guess there's no abilities that are being turned off. Like, we have the Rain already set up. Zamazenta already has a defense boost. But yeah, with the Water Terra coming out over from the... Oh, sorry, it's the normal Terra. So this Hydro Pump could KO this Zamazenta if it went after it.
Yeah. Did it go for it? Because if you get the knockout onto it, then you can potentially switch like Kyogre back out and then even lock into a new attack, for example. Hydro Pump connects again. It has not missed so far. It does go into the
probably
Zamazenta.
KOs it.
Phenomenal turn by Ben. Baits out that Terra and does not target into it. That being said, Calyrex is still in a good spot right now. It can just Astral Barrage everything.
Yeah,
So here's the first
just
one.
click Astral Barrage.
Here comes the Astral Barrage. Probably not going to get a knockout on either Pokemon here.
That's a lot.
But it's a lot of damage, and yeah, now we have the Raging Bolt in the back, but it doesn't have access to that Thunderclap thanks to the Psychic Terrain on the field. So with also this Poison ticking down, maybe the Kyogre can take care of the Raging Bolt, and then it might
Protect
come down
Bolt,
to
go for Astral again.
But the Calyrex still needs to have its Focus Sash taken away, and right now it still has it.
Yeah, I think
if the Psychic Terrain is done
this
turn.
If Aaron brought out that Calyrex first, but it was really smart for him to bring out Amoonguss to soak up those Toxic Spikes.
This could go
Calyrex,
bad for Aaron if the
I
Psychic
think
Terrain. I think Aaron should know when the Psychic Terrain goes out.
But Wheezing kind of spent a lot of time in this early game, and in the end, like, didn't really have very much value, right? And so I think right now what's really tough for Ben is you're locked into Hydro Pump, you're up against a Focus Sash Calyrex, and you're up against a Raging Bolt, which resists Hydro Pump, and of course you can Protect to slowly stall out the Rain and the Terrain as well. So no switches this turn. Raging Bolt just going for Protect, does not want to eat up a potential Hydro Pump
Ben call
in the Rain.
this?
Okay.
That's a good Protect.
Where does Kyogre target here? Hydro Pump! Oh,
it's a Void.
Dodge comes out!
What a critical time.
Oh, but
I'll use Heat Wave any day of the week. I have no problem with Heat Wave. I'll click Overheat. I have no problem with Overheat.
So much damage, doesn't get the knockout.
You cannot catch me running Hydro Pump.
Great
For this exact, I cannot do it.
Right.
I would run Iron Bundle in an instant if I could have another Water type that is not
you don't have the opportunity
Hydro
to go for
Pump.
like an Expanding Force to get the
I do not.
because the Terra Normal's on the Calyrex.
And like other bro, I want to love Rotom Wash. I really do. I think it's such a cool mod. I don't like Hydro Pump at all.
I guess Ben recognizes that, and it becomes a first win for Aaron.
Yeah, and it was because terrain had actually ended just around then. I think it was actually kind of locked up.
Hopefully in
the
next gen they give us a special type water move that isn't Scald, that is like a reliable.
Or can feel completely useless. I was talking a lot about Dondozo coming
reliable.
I feel like it's incredible, so I'm actually quite shocked to see it being dropped by Ben.
Yeah,
that's true. I love Rotom Wash. I do not like
maybe they're
Hydro
scared
Pump.
of like, oh, like they're gonna force me to.
And it makes me not want to use
a
him on, which is unfortunate.
Already, right? So it's like, okay, if they lead the Raging Bolt,
he didn't need to learn Hydro Pump. This is the only thing he can learn
through the Dondozo, but maybe they just have to go for it anyways. And if the Raging Bolt is led, you can maybe trade your Calyrex for it. Like, you don't typically want to trade your restricted Pokemon for that, but Raging Bolt is just so oppressive into Ben's team that that may be a trade they're willing to make.
Yeah, I agree. I think otherwise, Zamazenta was actually really good there, right? Like, the threat of Wide Guard alone was such a big deal, because if you look at Ben's team, it is a lot weaker when you cannot click that Water Spout or the Astral Barrage. Exactly.
So yeah, probably Chef's adaptation. I think this is probably the time that Dozo comes out. But Aaron can just run back the same mons, I think. I think those four are perfectly fine into Ben's team.
Neither of them are doing any damage, and like Wheezing was just taking up a slot that maybe could have been applying a little bit more offensive output.
And honestly, it could be something like you just go 2-2.
From Ben's end. I think Aaron kind of showed what he's going to bring into potential Dozo. Like,
Calyrex.
It's scary because you're up against Raging Bolt, you're up against Amoonguss, and there's also Calyrex with Encore, but I still think Dozo would have given some value in that game versus Wheezing. But also really brilliant by Aaron to bring out that Amoonguss and get rid of those Toxic Spikes. But it's going to be Indeedee and Calyrex this time around, so I'm thinking Dozo might not be coming out here.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, what do you lead if you have Dozo? Because if you have Dozo Tatsugiri in the back, like, are you going to lead double restricted? Like, that's probably not that great into this lead, especially from Aaron's end.
Yeah.
So, like, you definitely don't want to be Wheezing, right? So it's like, in this case, I think the only option is Indeedee. So it's a little bit hard to say, like, what's in the back. Like, I could definitely still see the Kyogre because you don't have to worry about Thunderclap for the next 5 turns.
Yeah.
But then does that mean you're just kind of a lone Tatsugiri? Like, speed stat isn't that great. Like, there's a lot of fast Pokemon over on Aaron's end that can still threaten it. So Yeah, and like the unfortunate part is like you just can't lock into your two strongest moves, Expanding Force or Astral Barrage, and that's really what you want because you don't want you want to take down both these Pokemon. These Pokemon are liability not only what's in the front but also in the back.
Yeah, it's like this is so hard because Zama Lee just makes Ben have to play from behind, I feel like, immediately with Calyrex or Kyogre.
I agree with Aaron here. Like, it's really the
double protect here and then
the specs hyper off, like the choice items hyper offense teams are really like
me and I can just Shadow Ball. Probably I would think you're Zamazenta twice.
Really
right?
easy to
and then play the game from there. Actually ends up being Shadow Ball into the Raging Bolt this turn.
to punish. You just double protect turn 1 and then you just go from there.
Is Dondozo Tatsu in the back? I'm not sure. Aaron this turn, of course, can just go for a Body Press and a Thunderbolt, which will likely get a knockout onto the Indeedee. You could also Behemoth Bash and Thunderbolt Calyrex here. I just wonder if, I mean, Indeedee could survive that, right?
But do you think a Helping Hand Spec Shadow Ball will knock out the Raging Bolt?
Yeah, that's actually a good point.
Best Pokemon has a lot of bulk.
Yeah, oh, okay, we're actually going to see the switch here into the Amoonguss, and so Aaron wanting to conserve that Raging Bolt.
Yeah.
Potentially
I'm really like how Aaron's playing this. Like the Raging Bolt is an extremely important tool to get through Ben's team. It has to stay alive at all costs.
I wonder if it's the Zamazenta target this time around, but nope.
Okay, try to ball onto the Amoonguss.
The Raging Bolt. Amoonguss here is going to take a fair bit of damage as Body Press comes out into Indeedee.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's good chip onto the Zamazenta, so yeah, based on how much they focused down on Raging Bolt both turns, like I think what you called out was pretty good, that maybe there is Dondozo Tatsu in the back, because Zamazenta you just don't care as much about if you have Dondozo, right? Because of the Unaware, you ignore the boost from Body Press, so you end up still faring pretty well into the Zamazenta. It's just the Raging Bolt, especially since it could force your Terra. So now you're not going to be able to get a free knockout onto this Amoonguss, right? So I guess the Zamazenta has like one turn to attack and get rid of the Indeedee.
Yeah, it's like I think Amoonguss here could obviously go for Rage Powder. Like you have to respect the threat, I think, of Helping Hand plus Shadow Ball. But it's going to be
that's a Spore.
Okay, so
it's good because it punishes. Okay, it goes with Shadow Ball because it punishes any switch. I could definitely see a switch out of the Calyrex into Dozo.
Makes sense that they didn't go for Follow Me because Body Press doesn't work against Calyrex, and Behemoth Bash probably not strong enough to get the knockout, and just trades 1-for-1 with the Indeedee. But with the special attack boost and no access to priority moves on Aaron's end, maybe this.
So now you go into Shadow Rider.
Pretty good. I guess except for the fact that there is a Calyrex with a Focus Sash in the back. Yeah,
one of the interesting things is both of the players are running normal Terra Calyrex as well, but Aaron, of course, has the flexibility of like switching up his moves, whereas Ben, of course, is locked because of course.
Yeah, and there's a Dozo in the back.
Okay.
Yep.
Oh, I am so curious now. I really think it would make sense for Tatsu to be the last one. Like, so
I don't think did the Dozo have a ground type move? Because I think it was order up. I think it was order up, Body Press Crunch, something like that.
You're gonna take like not as strong of a Body Press, so the 1v1 could work. Like if Calyrex could prioritize getting rid of the Zamazenta here, it could work out for them, but yeah, it really depends on what's in the back for Ben.
Yeah, I think if it doesn't have a ground type move, I think you're totally fine with
the Focus Sash is such a valuable.
That is extremely bold.
That's Psychic, so
free riding on that terrain too.
Exactly, yeah. Ben, of course, has
that's such a bold double up. Holy moly.
You can Shadow Ball into the Zama slot. You can also switch out your Calyrex into the final Pokemon. It's a little bit spooky for Ben here, right? Because you are facing the threat of like Protect plus Astral Barrage, and even if you normal Terra on Ben's Calyrex, like yeah, that gives you the immunity for a turn. But here
oh my God, what a call! What a read!
Tatsu, but let's see, there it is. Kyogre has been dropped. We are playing a solo restricted game here, but I think this is actually the right decision. Like I think Dondozo is so good in this matchup. This is what I was expecting to see from game 1.
The problem is that you have to get rid of both these Pokemon for the Calyrex in the back to shine, right? Like, you need to get rid of the Focus Sash at the very, very minimum and get the speed tie win. And then on top of that, the Zamazenta will prevent you from doing the spread move attacks that you want to do. So both of these have to basically get rid of before the Calyrex comes in. And it's all just a question of is the Dondozo on Ben's side capable of doing that? Does it have enough firepower while also having enough bulk? I guess it's really strong
if one thing, by the way, that's a little bit awkward here. First of all, we're going to see Psychic Insula Dondozo. It's not bad damage.
It's a really good double up. Really good call there.
It's a nightmare to use.
And here comes Order.
Into Dondozo. Order up.
Big critical
hit. Does so much damage. Now, one of the things that you called out, Yuki, is that there's Encore on the Calyrex, right? And so if normally Dondozo would love to protect, but you can't protect very easily. That being said, for Ben, you can say, you know what? Have fun with your Zamazenta. You'll do like 20% to me maximum, right? Maybe even a little bit less. And so Aaron does get another opportunity to launch another Psychic into Dondozo and get, of course, another Body Press into it. You could protect here with the Calyrex as well, get another Body Press into Dozo to chip away a little bit, and then try to get a big hit with Calyrex. But yeah, I think Ben switching to Tatsu this time around, which I think is absolutely the right call. Still has the Terra available to him as well. Baits out the normal Terra from the opposing side. Even gets a critical hit to boot. What I was going to say was awkward is that Aaron's Raging Bolt is Dragon Pulse rather than Draco Meteor. And so one of the nice things you normally can do against Dondozo
Spam
is
it.
exactly, and say, you know what, I know you have Unaware. You can see Aaron's hovering that Protect play. So let's see, will he be able to get
Like
this
that.
Dozo in a range where
Bait
he can get the
the-
knockout? Dozo, of course, could just target Zamazenta right now.
But it's not as big of a threat, so maybe that's the reasonable shot. Yeah, it's just not enough.
There's the
Oh,
body
target
press.
Zamazenta!
Yeah, oh, that's actually, yeah, I
Not even
guess
same type
Aaron
of
should have
bonus.
encored there,
Yep,
because
and it
encored,
KOs
I think order up would
Zamazenta,
better
one of the
there,
most
because now
defensively
this
strongest
Dozo
Pokemon
can
in the
just,
format. Like, how often do you see that?
Like, yeah, this is why I was
Body
like,
press.
Dozo's incredible here. Like,
Yeah.
it makes a restricted Pokemon feel completely
because now
useless.
I can just Terra
So,
Grass.
Terrain is over now. Raging Bolt comes out, but I think if you're Ben, you can just launch that Grass Terra. With
I mean,
the
I guess
Dozo
you
and
still
then
got-
down
you still have
the
your Sash and
Power
Tack.
Rider, and get the knockout.
Oh, no, you don't
there.
have Sash and
So,
Tack. Never mind.
I think Ben should be in really good control of this game, and with no Draco Meteor, it's even tougher. But you can see Aaron's thinking about going for just the Thunderbolt and the Psychic here, try to get as much damage off as possible. I was thinking maybe you could go for a double protect with on Aaron's end with Calyrex, hope for a critical hit with the Raging Bolt. But yeah, this is Dozo doing what I thought it should do in this match.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly as you envisioned. But I think the one thing I really want to point out is that the Encore just didn't feel so good because there's nothing that can take body press, right? Especially because you Terra'd your Calyrex.
Exactly.
If you didn't Terra it, then you could like whiff into it. You could also bring in a Bungus if you hadn't sacked it earlier. But because they just didn't really set themselves up for having a good Encore lock, so to speak, the Dondozo can just spam body press and just not
Wonder
care.
if +3
Exactly. So
body press
it's
is
gonna be the
gonna.
Terra. Calyrex
Yep.
does attempt the double, but isn't going to get it, and Dondozo now gets
Okay,
the
yeah.
hit with the
Okay,
body
so
press.
that's-
Also just confirming the speed interaction between +2 Dozo
Yes.
and Raging Bolt. Normally, obviously, you expect Dozo to be faster, but times there people run like no speed whatsoever
That's
on
right,
the
that's
Dondozo.
right.
And it's a poor Raging Bolt launching a Dragon Pulse here, even if it gets a crit. Yeah, and you still got to deal with
not
2
enough.
other Pokemon. And but this is what I mean.
Yeah,
like,
good
I
adaptation.
like,
Yeah, I was gonna say, like,
Dozo
you could just lead
should have won
you could
this
just
matchup,
lead
right? And it absolutely
Shadow Rider and
is.
DD
It's,
and just
Ben made the
spam
really
things.
gutsy decision to drop his restricted Pokemon. That's
Yes.
never easy to do in a format where you have such high-powered Pokemon, but it was absolutely the right decision in this game.
Definitely. I think the one hesitation I have whenever I would consider playing like a Dondozo in a double restricted format is like, okay, if I'm going to use Dondozo and Tatsugiri, that's 2 slots.
Yep.
And then if I want 2 restricted Pokemon, that's 2 slots.
Exactly.
Oh, there's 4 Pokemon
Exactly,
already.
yeah.
And, you know, maybe Ho has Tailwind, so you can pair, but it's not like a good Pokemon to pair with Dondozo.
Yep.
It's like, you don't get access to the speed control. Like, you just have like 2 really strong Pokemon and then Dondozo.
Yes.
There's just no support aspect, so it just doesn't work. So I think like Ben probably is probably really used to having just like a single restricted that like works really well into the opposing team. Just using that, leveraging a support Pokemon, and then Dondozo. And then I think if it executed really well like this, it can just steamroll the opponent.
Absolutely. I'm really curious now, like, what the adjustment is from Aaron's end.
Yes.
Right? You've seen that Dozo has been brought to this battle, and, like, this game didn't really feel close, to be honest, right? It's like, I think Ben did a good job of just getting chip damage across the board as body press does so much. Critical hit to boost. Doesn't really need it, though, of course. Dragon Pulse comes out. It does such minimal damage into Dondozo. And so, one of the things I was talking about, Yuki, before we started this match, I was like, okay, you do have Life Orb Champ with Ice Spinner, right? So, you like, if you force the Grass Terra out, Ice Spinner is actually doing meaningful damage. The problem is this isn't like a defensive Terra Champao either, and so first of all, Body Press will knock out Raging Bolt, kind of delaying the inevitable of what felt like was going to happen in this game. But yeah, the question is, it's like, okay, if you bait out the Grass Terra, you know, is Life Orb Ice Spinner even really do that much, especially as Dondozo continues to stack up defense boosts? Like, this is why I was frankly a little shocked to see Dondozo being dropped in Game 1.
Okay,
like, even if
then
Aaron goes
adaptation
for
from
Life Orb,
Aaron's
it's
side.
still not the easiest, but I'm thinking, you know, Aaron also did give up a Mungus in that last one, right? Pretty early on. A Mungus
Could go Zama Amoongus lead, because Ndidi isn't goggles.
Dozo, and so I'm thinking like a Mungus conservation is one approach.
Covers
Aaron,
from
and the other is
expanding
potentially using
force.
Chien-Pao.
But I guess you can just click
Yeah, I
expand,
guess it's so easy
Helping
to be
Hand,
tiered
Shadow
from Terra
Ball
Grassing, 'cause it's like, oh, like there's
into either the Amoongus or
there's a Chien-Pao on the other side.
Zama.
Life Orb must be strong, but it's so easy to forget how bulky Dondozo is, especially on the physical side. So if you have Life Orb, even if there's Sword of Ruin, what, maybe 40%? That would be my guess, at least for how much it would do, because you're still getting a defense boost on the Dondozo end, right? So I think the Terra Grass is like a pretty good Terra that's very consistent on Ben's end. It's really hard to punish meaningfully over on Aaron's side. So on the flip side, I guess from what Aaron's thinking about is I think he has the right 4 Pokemon. Like I think you really want to go for that Encore lock play, but just have resources that you want to lock the opponent into. So if they go for Crunch, then you have basically everything except for your Calyrex that can take it really well. If they lock into Body Press, then you have your non-Terra Calyrex and your Amoonguss to take those attacks. Like if you can lock it into just one move and limit its tool set, then I think you have much more.
I just realized something.
But because Aaron just sacked the Amoonguss early on and Terra the Calyrex, like just completely eliminated all.
Aaron's Tinglu could come to this match.
I think like Shadow Rider
because it's Terra Fairy.
Important Pokemon for Aaron. It, like, yes,
and the Dozo's
damage, but the focus mix up Protect and Encore, and eventually
attacks are Order Up, Body Press, Crunch. It's just Terra Fairies
can Aaron utilize his
and can
Shadow Rider a little bit
chunk through that. And it also helps against the.
Here we go, a run back with Indeedee and Calyrex Shadow Rider.
Okay.
And it's going to be Zama and Calyrex Shadow Rider here from Aaron's end.
So this is immediately scary because, first of all, Aaron has the advantage on turn 1 in that they can just go for the Double Protect, scout out what Ben goes for. If they lock into a Shadow Ball, like you have a very, very free Terra Normal. And you don't take any damage on the Calyrex if it targets into it. Zamazenta, even with a Helping Hand, probably can't KO that Zamazenta. And the Indeedee just has no, no offensive
so I expect
Aaron is still able to go for the
Shadow Ball to come out.
Ben is forced to Terra there. Calyrex to not get KO'd by it.
Indeedee can use it. Follow me. It's probably follow me something like follow me into Shadow Ball. And then turn 2, I'm calling the Helping Hand Shadow Ball to KO the Zama.
Do you want to Terra your normal into Calyrex, or do you want to save your Terra for Dondozo? Like it feels like Dondozo's
if that calc works, it should work.
Let's say
this turn the double Shadow Rider,
and next turn you don't Terra your Shadow Rider. Well, you're just at risk of getting blown up by an Astral Barrage, right? And so it's like if you lose the speed tie and your Calyrex just goes down and you don't get anything off, it can be a little bit scary for Ben. And so, yeah, I like the mix-up here, and I think Aaron, as you pointed out, very willing to just lean into this double protect on turn 1 just to make sure you can commit to seeing what Calyrex locks into on the opposing side. But it's not going to be an early Terra commit. It's just going to be the follow me. So there was already the shot of just like Astral Barrage turn 1 here.
Yeah.
And it's the Pollen Puff.
Oh.
Okay.
That's interesting. So I guess that's the only move that Ben can go for that isn't obstructed by Terra or by Wide Guard. So maybe they can go for like Pollen Puff plus Psychic into the Calyrex, but I guess they have no incentive to Terra, so I doubt, Choice Specs Pollen Puff plus Psychic would KO the Calyrex, so,
Yeah, I think the logic from Ben's end is like, look, I know I need to deal with your Calyrex, so this at least guarantees.
So maybe now it's a double switch from Ben's side to go to Dozogiri.
You're 1 attack away from getting knocked out by Dondozo. I don't care about the rest of your team that much. If I knock out your Calyrex Shadow Rider, I think Grass Terra, Dondozo makes a lot of sense. And so I think that play wholly makes sense. The scary thing here is just potential speed ties still between the Calyrexes, right? I think if you lose a speed tie, it's just so terrible for Ben.
I just relying so much on speed ties. It's so true.
Here we go.
Okay, here comes the Terra.
Out to start.
Oh, man. Like, Ben can consider like sacking their Calyrex, but it's not even guaranteed to get damage off, right? Because if you lose a speed tie, I don't even know which one this is. Like, they're both Terra Normal. They probably, I guess it's not Aaron's, right? Because Aaron doesn't have any incentive to Terra Normal here.
Exactly.
So it must be Ben's, but...
Oh, yeah! This Terra Normal absolutely huge!
Okay, so
we may have seen the body
probably
though into that.
Yeah, so it's double the Cali.
Very risky.
Yep, indeed. There's the
and there goes
into the Calyrex.
Cali.
Guaranteed coverage, covers for basically everything.
Did Indeedee have Shadow Ball to KO the Calyrex?
Is it going to be into the Calyrex, which is now Terra'd?
It's Psychic. Yeah, it's not the KO.
Will it be a trade back and forth? Oh, no.
If he had somehow been able to force the Terra on the Calyrex on Aaron,
good adaptation from Aaron's side.
I think for a KO.
Exactly, yeah.
Yep,
there's no reason to do that.
Yeah.
So, yeah, now the Dondozo comes in, but it doesn't have access to Terra anymore, so it's really like susceptible to the Amoonguss, both from a redirection perspective and from a sport perspective, and from the Raging Bull in the back. So, yeah, Ben just lost a lot of ground that turn by just not going for the follow me. It felt a little bit like risky, like. Yeah, that Psychic, we all kind of knew that was going to KO the Calyrex, right? So I think it was a pretty.
Yeah, and even if he switches the Dozo, can't protect the Dozo.
I'm trying to figure out why not.
Really good positioning from Aaron here.
Yeah, I mean,
lots of pressure.
Aaron doesn't need to Terra his Calyrex. He knows what the opposing Calyrex is locked into. So I think Follow Me was objectively just way safer. And Yeah, does correctly, of course, go for that normal Terra, but really good coverage by Aaron to go for the body press into that slot as well. So, like, Ben made the good play because he actually did end up losing that potential speed tie, but then Aaron goes for it. And now, without Terra, it's going to be definitely a little bit harder for Dondozo because it does have to face Spore as well as Thunderbolt from the opposing side. And so, yeah, I feel like that turn could have been worth it if you got the knockout onto Calyrex or if you had conserved your Calyrex, but neither ended up happening. So Ben's in a much trickier spot this time around.
That's right. And we see the Protect coming out from the Calyrex, maybe scouting out for this combination first, and the body press going into the Tatsugiri slot. So dead turn, are they going to be able to capitalize? Nope, it's the order up going to Calyrex. And this is not the mechanics from 2 years ago. You don't get the boost.
And yeah, I think now this is where
and now you encore this time around.
Encore, lock the Dondozo, of course, into the order up. And then Zamazenta here could like switch out into the Amoonguss, and then Amoonguss can put Dondozo to sleep. Raging Bolt takes place for Calyrex, and then you can just start clicking Thunderbolt. So I think this is where not saving the Grass Tower, I think, will really, really punish Ben. And Aaron has conserved the right Pokemon in the back. It's a really great way in dealing with Dondozo. So this is the first part of the puzzle, but I think this is really safe to go for, and he's finally found that position to click Encore.
I love how you call it puzzle, because it really feels like every time you're playing against Dondozo, when you're playing against Dondozo, it's like the puzzle once the Dondozo combines, and then when you're using Dondozo, it's like a puzzle beforehand. It's like, okay,
takes out CSR.
How can I set up myself for success?
Exactly.
And here, yeah, I think the Dondozo just, it needed to have that Terra. Like, if they had Terra here, I think it's not in a bad position, right? Like, there's no Chen Pao in sight. The Grass
Bring
Terra
out the
is
bolt,
super safe.
protect the bolt, sleep the Dozo,
doesn't even have Draco
go to
Meteor.
town.
You can just kind of keep launching the body presses and order ups into the slot of the Zamazenta, but just not having that Terra, that's the one deal breaker here.
Yeah, and it's going to be Electric Terra on the Raging Bolt as well. This is so, so powerful, and so I don't know. I think it's going to be really difficult for Ben to win this game, quite frankly. You've already lost your restricted Pokemon in the Calyrex, and without that Terra conservation, like, I think everything just went to disaster at the turn that it was normal Terra, no follow me. And so we'll see if Ben can figure out a way out of this, but in my eyes, I feel like this game is over, so let's see. I think as long as Aaron doesn't make any crucial mistakes right now, he should be able to wrap this one up, because you've got the Spore, you've got even Rage Powder protection, and then these Thunderbolts will probably do at least 50% to Dondozo.
Yeah, it really feels like you're playing a game of chess when you're playing against Dondozo like this, because it's a lot more isolated. Like, you have one Pokemon they have to deal with now, and it's just all about, okay, like, how can I get that checkmate position? And I think Aaron hasn't really figured it out here, as you said.
Yeah, no need to even Rage Powder. You call that order up, honestly, not really that strong.
Yeah.
That's the difference, folks, between a Electric Terra into like a Dondozo that has not Terra'd versus a Dondozo that has Terra'd, right? It almost just completely faints there. And so Dozo this next turn has to take a guaranteed turn to sleep. You get to just Thunderbolt, Spore the Tatsugiri, which gets ejected out. Then it's top two in DD, and neither of those can really do anything. And so the key turn once again in this one was, I think, the normal Terra commit, and I think Aaron with that really great mix-up of Calyrex, really, really smart.
And here I want to do some terminology from the Japanese community. This is called Tatsugiri hunting, where you can KO the
Tatsugiri hunting.
Turn, do something really meaningful to the Tatsugiri, whether it's KOing it or you can put a Spore into it. You really punish the opponent.
That's great.
Having
I like that.
Just kind of there. So that's exactly what we see here. We see the Spore. It's not a safety goggles or Lumberry Tatsugiri. And yeah, it was already like not a very good position for Ben, but it's surely over now. Indeed, you just can't 1v3 this team.
Yeah, and this is the downside of relying on, of course, the Calyrex and the Dondozo to deal the damage, right? Calyrex just couldn't do enough in this early game because of the threat of Wide Guard, and then Dondozo, without that Terra conservation, just really not in a great spot here. And so, yeah, I think we should see this game shortly end. But I was thinking, from Ben's end, what are the ways like could have adjusted to Calyrex plus Zamazenta lead? I was thinking like you could maybe lead Dondozo and apply the pressure of like Dozo Calyrex as a lead immediately, and then maybe drop Indy and actually have Kyogre as your fourth. But this game's still technically not over. We're gonna see the switch into Zamazenta, but it's gonna be really tough with Raging Bolt still being able to dish out so much damage, as Tatsu has to take its guaranteed first inner sleep here as well. And by switching out, you get rid of Psychic doing super effective
Psychic
damage.
got to there.
Yeah, so I think good heads-up play from Aaron, like not, getting too ahead of themselves and saying, okay, this game is locked, I'm just going to attack. Like, it's never over. So
I guess there's no trickery on this team. I'm just so...
Gain the paralysis, which, it's making it...
I'm astonished that DD's moving before the Raging Bolt.
Regardless, Prior didn't come out.
Oh, I guess it is
Dominance
faster.
outspeeds both
Yeah,
Pokemon.
85
Next
is
turn,
faster,
body press
and you're not running
for
Trick Room.
Bash,
Okay,
finish off
that
the
makes
Entity,
sense.
And then Raging Ball can finish off top
It just
so,
boggles my mind because DD's usually
but
Trick
yeah,
Room
adding kind of a
shenanigans,
little
and
bit
it's
of
like it's gonna be
control
slow.
here, and like this
That's
is the
right.
awkward thing about using pieces like Tatsu and Entity. Like things can fall apart really quickly because they individually don't offer a lot of offense. And or Entity
Ouch.
gets paralyzed as well, probably trying to go for something like.
Wow,
a
this is
helping
really
hand
just,
there, but Wide Guard also such
paralysis,
a good coverage move
the,
here as it prevents, of
the
course,
regional, huh?
the Tatsugiri from getting any damage off with
Yeah.
a Muddy Water, and he does go for that Muddy Water.
Great heads
so
up play. That was maybe their one out, you know? You
Yep.
just Muddy Water.
infinite accuracy drops,
Infinite accuracy
maybe.
drops, like just making sure it's 100% guaranteed. I think that's like the sign of like a really strong player, right? Is that you never get ahead of yourself. Just make sure, like, even if it takes a little bit longer, I'm gonna make sure that they have zero opportunity to win.
So NDD will faint now, and it is a lone Tatsugiri. Did manage to get the one-turn wake up, but yeah, unfortunately these non-restricted Pokemon kind of struggle a bit against these legendary and restricted Pokemon. So Amoongu's still waiting in the back, and Aaron's approach in dealing with Dondozo in this game was really smart, where he kind of forced the Terra out from Benzen early
there we go.
on. And a non-Terra Dondozo is so much weaker in this matchup.
Absolutely. I think this is really cool that Aaron showcased like why Calyrex, Shadowbite, and Zamazenta are pretty scary. Like I think a lot of players have like discounted it as like a duo after it hasn't seen like the most overwhelming success we expected compared to a very early format where we had grassroots tournament where Zamazenta Calyrex really dominated. It's just the synergy of Ghost and fighting types offensively are just so good. As you saw, you know, if you get the
That is so
attack
great.
and the,
I was
dodge
so
with the
convinced
normal type,
coming into Regulation
defensively,
I was going to
then
be
you
a
just have
CSR
the
Zama
fighting type
player.
move that's super effective. Body press with the
Like,
defense boost. It's
I
gonna be
do like
super
playing
strong, most likely a
CSR,
one-hit
and it's
knockout.
like that. It just like
I
the
was thinking
entirety
about
of
in
Reg
that
G
game
is just
was
like
I was
I wish I had
NDD
a
from
body
Benzen
press
actually can
mon
help out
because
Aaron
it would
a little
make
bit because you
everything
like,
so much
increase the damage
easier.
of Psychic on the Calyrex, and so I was wondering if there was a mode where you like
But-
drop NDD and drop honestly the Wheezing and just go.
Something I've always been wanting to play with
Dual
Koraidon
restricted
as well,
yeah,
and I wasn't
like,
bold enough
that to
to
me was
play
like one of
it
the modes that I thought
in
made a
Reg
lot of
G.
sense. And so yeah, here we are in the beginning of Game 3. Like Palm Pup was really cool, but because there was no Terra from the Calyrex Shadow Rider, the Psychic,
And I
obviously
just-
wanted to be able to finish it off. And then this
Right.
turn, I mean, just
Fell
brilliant
into
call
a
saying, I'm gonna
Koraidon-
go Astral Barrage
Koraidon
and
player.
Body Press. But like you
And
said,
I don't think
felt
Koraidon
like Follow Me that turn was really safe. And if it was
CSR
a
is
that turn, felt like it would have been a completely
that-
different game because as soon as you commit your Terra and lose it like that, I
That's
thought the game was actually over.
wrong.
Right.
I mean,
Yeah,
it's
and-
I say it's
No matter
strong.
how
I just think it's
about it,
really
like, maybe-
punishable.
I feel
Like you
maybe
can really
Fence Four
punish
is correct
Koraidon
because
CSR.
Kyogre, it struggles into every
Where
Pokemon.
Lunala is a
They
little
have
bit
Focus Sash,
more-
You have a Dragon type. You have Wide Guard. You have Amoonguss. Like, what is that? What is that?
Better
whale
for
gonna do?
supportive
Yeah,
stuff.
Exactly, yeah. The one thing I was thinking, it's like, because if you're up against Calyrex Zamazenta lead, like Kyogre at least can like threaten the both pretty well with like strong water type damage, and so it's like you might
Hydro Pump.
exactly like force a Terra out. But I think this game highlights the strength of Wide Guard, especially when you are up against two Pokemon that are carrying choice items. Because
Yes.
like you said, Yuki, it felt really like there was no way Aaron could get punished by double protecting in the games. And the only way he would get punished was that Toxic Spikes in game 1, but then Amoonguss just comes out and is like, well, thanks for wasting a turn.
Yes, yeah. I guess me personally, like it's hard for me to want to run one Rad Guard because I'm like, oh, like my opponent can just like adjust. They can just read me as I Wide Guard, make it like a dead move for me to use as my opponent doubles my partner with a single target attack.
Alrighty. I'm okay with skipping this interview here. Okay. Right, this actually might be a run where I can just raw pull something in this first level. I could pick up like a Fanpy here, Rhyhorn. I've always had to like pull to get a resource for Brawly, but we got stuff that's gonna be good. Like the Dottler is great for Kung Fu Answer. We'll have our rock type when we evolve our Choodle into a Dreadnought. If we need to, there's a chance that I could pull the Tortuga here, and we can save our evolution, save our red candy for somebody else. Okay. So this is Moochum. This should just be okay. Sizzipleed. Oh, it doesn't outspeed, which is unfortunate. Wait, this one's actually tricky now. Let me just catch whatever mon we're gonna get from this route. And then figure out this okay. Like I said before, we might just be able to catch our Tortuga and uh-oh. Stay in the ball, please. Thank you for the miss. Thank you. Holy moly. Almost lost our Flugelhorn there. Shoot, what did I name this guy? I do not... What did I name you? I gotta go back. I gotta go back and see. Is it here? Oh, is it, I think it was this run. Yeah, this is the run where I had the Tortuga. Nope, it wasn't. I swear I've had a Tortuga before, and I had a name for it. Not there. Maybe I have it. No, I swear I had it. Maybe it was... So it's here. So I think it actually was that. And then is here, we lost, and then we... Ah, there we go. It is here. What did I name this guy? I did not give it a name. Okay. Well, where do you get our name now? Okay, so it's here. Did I... Maybe I renamed it at the beginning here. No, this is a restart. Wait, am I missing a stream? Or maybe I think I lost Brawley before I even got to name this mon. Okay. Let me search up some more instrument names. Let me just look up instrument turtle. Anything? See, you're kind of like steel drum is kind of cool for it, but it's not. I honestly say steel drum for a steel type. That just makes kind of sense there. Okay, I'm seeing like a hang pan. There's a cellist that was like cellist from Greece. It's a kind of lyre made with a tortoise shell. Actually, no. We're just gonna go with loot. Simple, easy loot. Okay. Let's see. Shell armor Tortuga? Question mark? Possibly, maybe. Oh, solid rock. I thought this got shell armor. I mean, solid rock is still good. It's still very good. Yeah. All right. This is a good. This is a great one. This is a fantastic one. Okay. Pull that back up so I can see that, and then I want to take a peek Ronies. Now we got most of our mons, so take a look at the hidden power stuff. Grottle, Psychic is nice. Hidden Power Flying on Steeny's kind of cool. We got Hidden Power Rock on Choodle. Bug on the Lombre is actually pretty good. Not too bad, not too shabby. Okay. Hop back over here. So we go here. Okay, so as long as I don't get lovely kissed, I can kill the smooch him with this guy. Can't really avoid it, but I don't think there's any other mon that can. So you can't outspeed. We have to do the same thing. We have to just risk lovely kiss. So yeah, we do that. That will bait in probably just you. How do you take the fire punches? Not well. So we gotta go into you. Gonna get Santum. And then you come in. And you just... Yeah, you just 1v1 the Magby. Kind of solid rock. And you just in case. You just in case. And you just in case. Because you still have Aqua Jet, right? Perfect. Okay. Okay, I also need to keep in mind, I can't just throw away my Staraptor. I need my Staraptor for Intimidate. I mean, our dollar is gonna go crazy into Brawly because I can just set up Reflex and call it a day. Okay, we gotta leave it with you. Perfect. I like that side beam. I'll probably bring the kid in. Oh, I messed this up. Whoops. Okay, we're gonna do this. We're at 27 here. Okay. That's fine. That's totally fine. Boom. Oh, this trigger's gonna be so good. Okay. Oh, sweet. Yeah, we just that's there, and then you. Just intimidate you and did I pick up any potions yet? No, so I can't do that. You're not too bad. Mud Slap is accuracy one, right? Yeah. Actually, we'll bring you over you. Okay. Interesting. Went for a bite there. Very nice crit, and the Sand Tomb took it out. Perfect. A little doozy, a little bit of a doozy there, but we through. And can I rush to this next one? I think I can. Yeah, because Tortuga just does amazing work here. Still Wingle, Float Soul, Sonic Boom, Rindo Berry, Palpitoad. That's nice. The stream is calling out local Pokemon leagues in the regional that they're at. So I appreciate that. That's a nice thing to add. Okay. Am I behind on my stream? Oh, I might be. Yes, I'm definitely behind on my stream. Dr. Alien trailer! Okay. We wrap up here. Come on, wrap up. Okay. Thank you for letting me know, June.
Off the sun if Aaron decided to bring the Torkoal, and of course boosting the Urshifu Rapid Strike on Nicholas's side. So this is a really interesting team to me because I would never have gone into this tournament expecting to see a Zamazenta Lunala restricted core, because those are typically both of your supportive restricted Pokemon, much more bulkier, much more options for supporting the rest of your team. But here,
this kind of this team kind of has your name kind of written all over it here. You got your coaching, you got your setup,
offensive team from a couple of regulations.
Your Zama.
But then you have like the slower paced restricted Pokemon. So a little interesting tempo here. I think this is going to play a little differently than what we're used to, and it could be a pretty interesting tactical matchup here. Where like, do you go for something really aggressive here, Nicholas? Kind of just try to blow the Trick Room team out of the water before we get going. You try to just tank it.
Trailer's team, full Trick Room. We love to see it.
No more Dark Void, but still plenty of excellent options here. That deck
You have like the slower pace where you just try to blow it in. They both have enough options.
I'm putting it in the builder as we speak.
All
Incredible.
right, we are getting ready for
Incredible.
game 1 of round 6 here in Portland. Nicholas Morales will be leading the Choice Scarf Urshifu and the Chin Pao for the Baltimore Regional Champion up against Aaron with the Smeargle and Lunala. So already threatening big damage on Nicholas's side with the Urshifu and the Chin Pao, but Aaron is showing the ability to redirect some of that damage and potentially get that Trick Room set up.
Yeah, kind of a tricky spot here where certainly Lunala not going to enjoy facing down Chien Pao, which does have the throat chop. You know, we've seen some Chien Pao kind of using some unique movesets, but the double Dark Weak Lunala is going to need to be wary of that potential.
Well, it does have the ability to be supported by Smeargle with Fake Out in addition to Follow Me. Of course, the Follow Me would just distract the Urshifu, which could potentially pick up the Smeargle through the Focus Sash, but will be the Fake Out onto Chin Pao to make sure that Chin Pao is not able to
surging
go on
on
the
the
offensive.
Smeargle.
And the Surging Strikes will pick up the KO on Smeargle, but Smeargle has done what it needed to do. It faked out the Chin Pao, and Lunala now just gets to set up Trick Room.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're probably not too upset with that trade on either side. You know, Nicholas is kind of all you can take, glad to get it. But you do lose the Focus Sash for it on the Chien Pao, which can matter a lot in this matchup. And then Aaron's critically going to get a free switch. And to an extent, that's something you just love with Trick Room, right? You don't want to waste these 5 turns. I think with the amount of offense that Nicholas has brought, it's going to be tricky to get a second one up. So we're able to bring one of these Pokemon in for free. Kind of see the hover here with a more defensive option or a more offensive one. And it looks like Aaron is leaning toward bringing in this Urshifu. And, you know, it's going to definitely have an advantageous situation here facing off its alternate style brother there with the much lower speed.
Absolutely, and this Urshifu is the choice band variant for the
Yeah,
single
so it'll be
strike, which
U-turn,
means it is going to hit
probably
like
in,
a
yeah, U-turn in the
truck.
Chen
This
spot.
Lunala is no slouch either with that Meteor Beam and the Power Herb, as well as the ability to fire off big, super effective
Ooh, wait,
attacks
okay,
like
wait,
that
I
Expanding
like this
Force, and
line
even
because
Beam,
I
the
assume
Psychic
that
Terrain, start picking up
Trailer's
damage here.
Urshifu is going to be slower than his Lunala, which means that it moves first, gets the U-turn into Indeedee. If Nicholas switches out the Chen Pao, whatever's coming in is taking Expanding Force.
Still, you know,
That's very
no
cool.
knowledge of what's in the back, although, you know, assuming this format is a good chance, you can guess it's the 2 restricted Pokemon.
Yeah, I have to assume that it's the Zamazenta and the Lunala on Nicholas's side and the back, but it will just be Aaron going for a Terrassalization into the Grass type on Lunala. So we'll be able to defend against
there's
the
the
Sucker
Sucker.
Punch coming out from Chien Pao here. Takes a little bit of damage while
Yeah, takes out the Chien.
Urshifu will be able to pick up that KO on its own and switch out. Big speed interactions here as that Urshifu is slower, aka faster than the Lunala, meaning it gets to switch out to that Indeedee and start boosting that Expanding Force.
Yeah, it's not looking super good for the Urshifu, although Nicholas will at least get out of his turn having burned a single turn of this Trick Room and only needing 4 more now to perhaps get the speed advantage back.
Yeah, there's the Expanding Force. Will pick up the KO on the Urshifu on Nicholas's side. Did not go for a Terrassalization to protect that Pokemon, and that is going to be 2 KOs for Aaron. Now, unfortunately, having the Indeedee in here means that Aaron's offensive pressure is a little bit more limited as Nick goes and sends out the Lunala and then presumably that Zamazenta right after it.
Yeah, and I think this is sort of a tricky endgame for Aaron here too. You know, he now has the Pokemon advantage, but he sort of has like a weird offensive type matchup where Zamazenta in particular could be sort of difficult to knock out if it were to Terrestrialize or not, where and then kind of both ways, you know, Urshifu, you know, that choice
wait.
slot,
Alluring Voice is going to
ends this game.
go crazy
Both of the
here.
restricted Pokemon have sort of useful Terrestrializations pending what happens. Like at Aaron's side of the field, you really want to pick up
if it actually,
maybe not pick up, I guess, but like weaken one of these enough, you can more safely commit to a single move.
If Lunala clicks Calm Mind.
It's easy to kind of pin yourself here if you make a bad read.
Yeah, with the Indeedee and the Lunala, it's going to be very important what the targeting on the Lunala is. Otherwise, Aaron would be wasting a turn of Trick Room and not getting a lot of damage off in favor of it. Nick will go ahead and immediately Terrastalize. That will be the Lunala switching into a Fairy typing. So removing the 4 times weakness to Ghost typing as well as to the Dark typing for that Urshifu single strike in the back. That means this Pokemon is now much safer against these as Zamazenta also safe, protecting. There's the follow me from Indeedee, going to redirect any attack from Nyx Lunala, as the Zamazenta has protected, but no attacks whatsoever. It's going to be the Calm Mind. So Nicholas, seeing the lack of offensive pressure on Aaron's side, gets the Calm Mind off, which means it will be able to boost its special defense and special
then
attack.
the line for Nicholas is then protect on the Lunala,
special attack boost to Lunala,
attack with
as
Zama,
as it connects in to the fairy type Lunala. The Shadow Shield plus the fairy typing and the Calm Mind, very happy to take that.
Yeah, it's a pretty good little bit of tanking there, and I think this Lunala is going to be a real problem for Aaron. We going into a little bit more damage after that turn, no longer having to use the rock type attack, and
let's say helping hand is probably a good call here.
Boost, but after that Terastallization, this Lunala is going to resist all of the moves that the Urshifu has, so this Lunala is going to need to weaken it quite a bit. It's going to be difficult to do that when it's boosting the special defense, since this Lunala can only attack using special attacks.
Absolutely, and actually the Indeedee as well. The Indeedee does have the option to go for an alluring voice, which will be able to confuse the Lunala if it boosts on the same turn, which could be an out, but missing that one on this first turn may not get another shot at it.
Is it going to take out the Zama?
We'll just go for the helping hand here, and Zamazenta
it's the
goes
wide
for
guard.
A wide guard. We'll be able to block an expanding force coming out from that Lunala and mean that Nicholas just
the Moon
gets
Blast
to fire off
on the
a huge
Indeedee.
Moon Blast here.
Oh,
That
on the
Calm Mind
Lunala.
boost
Good
into
punish,
Aaron's
good punish,
Lunala,
good
dealing
punish.
significantly more damage, while Aaron does nothing with that expanding
That was a
force.
good call from
Both
Nicholas,
trainers
saying
also
like,
some critical information.
Indeedee's not going to go for a
Lunala,
Alluring Voice here.
Nicholas'
I'm just going to
side
wide
of the
guard,
field that moved
start dealing
first
damage.
For the second turn in a row, so you can now kind of assume that
Calling out that
the speed
trailer is
order,
probably going to
really tough spot now for
expect
Aaron,
that
who's,
Upper Attack is coming out
own Lunala be
on the
pinned,
Lunala.
sort of forces a potential follow me for this Indeedee, and starting to run out of ways where you can imagine this Lunala on Nicholas' side of the field ever being knocked out in the first game.
Yeah, and Nicholas still has only one turn of leftovers recovery to get the Shadow Shield back up as well. So Nicholas,
that was a really good turn for Nicholas. It's gonna be tough for Taylor to get back from here.
A little bit more health and keep dodging this damage.
Because both the Zama and the Lunala can take care of the
Aaron, you at least need
the
to get to a
Urshifu.
situation where you've significantly weakened this Lunala enough that maybe a single critical hit from Urshifu could take it out. But then there's also the Zamazenta, who's also providing some tight matchup problems here. Just a really tough spot.
And Lunala's going to be back at Shadow Shield
maybe I'm
here.
thinking about what Pokemon I might bring differently in the second game already.
Yeah, absolutely, as Indeedee will follow me to protect Lunala as much as possible on Aaron's side. Nicholas's Lunala will move first, as we've seen before, with a Moon Blast into that Indeedee. Not able to pick up the KO just yet. We'll get a special attack drop, which is...
It's also really good intel for Nicholas to know that his Lunala outspeeds Trailer's Lunala under Trick Room. That's kind of huge.
Good damage as Body Press will
that really messes up probably Trailer's lines here.
For good measure.
Yeah, so, at least, question mark, you get Urshifu in for free here, but, again, it's going to look a little tricky here. The Twisted Dimensions are going to expire, and, even with the Urshifu not having to switch into attack, it may not get a chance to swing here. Doesn't really have any way to stop a Moon Blast from coming in and easily clearing it from the field.
Absolutely, and with the Trick Room expiring, Aaron's Lunala is now faster than Nicholas's, but also is now slower than Zamazenta, and with that Grass Terastallization, is absolutely vulnerable to a Body Press from that Zamazenta. So
Charlie's probably thinking of what the adaptation is going to be here.
Right now.
Yeah, this should be checkmate, but there's definitely some things to learn here. I think this combination of Pokemon and Aaron's side kind of really just stalled out where I just don't know how you're ever going to clear these Pokemon using...
Ice Rider is going to be tough to bring here. It still have to rely entirely on the Lunala. The Terra Grass definitely makes things a little bit easier for Nicholas' side. Because there's not really any...
He's expecting a wildly different group of Pokemon against him on game 2. I'm going to need to change that one up.
All right, as we head into this next turn of the game, which could be the last of game 1, Body Press cleans up
I didn't see Trick Room
pretty easily there from the Zamazenta. Well, Aaron will have to hope against all odds that this Urshifu could do anything here, but it's slower than the Lunala on Nicholas's side, and that Moonblast will easily pick up the one-hit KO on that Choice Band Urshifu. And Nicholas Morales, the Baltimore Regional Champion, will be taking game 1 and go up 1-0 in the set.
A really impressive game there by Nicholas, and you know, he's looking really good in this set. Where
Yeah.
I think this is a pretty tough matchup for Aaron.
Yeah.
Two Pokemon we didn't see there. One of which is a restricted Pokemon, the Calyrex, right? Which is a little unexpected, and then the Torkoal. We were kind of talking about both of them.
This is a really tough matchup for Trailer. Because your only physical attackers to get through Nicholas's Lunala are going to be Calyrex, which does an appreciation power Shifu.
Looked kind of silly there. I do think that was still
Depending on whatever the Terra is. If it's Terra Water, it's not too bad. But then there's also a whole entire Zamazenta there that's good against the Ice Rider.
In game 2 and game 3, or you know, is there some game plan I can string together here to have a better shot?
Yeah, and I think the really
And Nicholas's
critical
Lunala can just
Pokemon
Calm Mind in
for
front of it
Nicholas
as the
is
Wide
that
Guard comes
Terra
out.
Fairy on Lunala. With the Terra Fairy and getting one
Check the
Calm
Ice
Mind
Rider.
boost, that Lunala was so safe against all of the Pokemon that Aaron brought in game 1. The Urshifu couldn't do anything against it because of the Fairy typing. The Lunala couldn't do anything against it because of the Calm Mind boost. And Smeargle and Indeedee, neither of them have any hope of breaking through the Lunala.
Yeah, I think it's interesting too. I was going to comment like, oh, you know, we kind of see the downside of this more offensive Calyrex. We kind of can't bring it to this matchup where the Leech Seed version will be a little bit stronger. Certainly, Leech Seed's still going to get outscaled by Lunala Calm Mind, right? So I don't know if that even would have made that big of a difference if it were available. But definitely seeing the drawbacks of this sort of Calyrex, where I think it's a little more vulnerable to positive or negative matchups.
Yeah, and I think one of the interesting things to think about here is Smeargle going down in turn 1. It allowed Aaron to get the Trick Room up for Lunala and for the Urshifu in the back, but the Smeargle is actually one of the ways that Aaron can keep up with.
I wonder if there's any
using Decorate onto either the Lunala or the
Is there a line to
Urshifu
lead
would be able to
Urshifu?
help Aaron get a little bit more power to break through Nicholas, either with the type advantage from the Terrassalization,
Because you probably still
or
want
through the
Indeedee
defense, the special
Lunala.
defense boost of a Calm Mind.
Yeah, I think that's true. You know, maybe you just change up the lead matchup a little bit. You try to get a little more utility out of Smeargle. Even if it's not the Decorate, you know, a Spore would also vastly change this matchup. You can either turn Wide Guard off, you know, stop Lunala in its tracks. Where
maybe there's a way that Trailer can get Smeargle out on the
even
field
though the utility Pokemon has like
after
kind of
Trick
more
Room set
offensive
up, and
utility,
then
where Indeedee
start
mostly
sporing
just being a
things.
tank. You know, tanking doesn't help if your offensive Pokemon can't do any damage.
Yeah, you also need to be able to knock out your opponent's Pokemon. not
Yeah,
just
Urshifu and
hit them.
Indeedee's decent too.
Well, here we go into game
'Cause, yeah, you gotta
2
learn
of
voice
this
on the
Swiss
Indeedee, so-
round 6. Both of our players, you know, a win here means that they are in day 2. Their tournament
Smeargle,
will
Urshifu.
continue, and both
Smeargle,
of their
Urshifu is actually
championship
that's
hopes
also
are still
a good lead.
alive.
I like that
Of
a
course,
lot.
Neither of them will be eliminated after this round, but a win here is a huge weight off their back, as it will be a Rillaboom and Urshifu lead for Nicholas, and again,
Okay,
the
releads
Smeargle
the
and
Smeargle.
Lunala for
Okay.
Aaron.
So this is a little interesting change. You know, poor Smeargle here still perhaps a little concerned about the threat of being knocked out because you think, oh, well, you know, it's a fake out versus a fake out. Sometimes you just fake out across the field here. The result of that likely being Smeargle getting deleted by Urshifu again, and we're in a similar spot to the previous game. I guess one critical difference in that scenario is that you know, potentially the Lunala gets to get its shield this time, which I guess is at least a small benefit. But yeah, if Aaron has the same Pokemon in the back, it's hard to see how we're meaningfully changing the plot here.
Yeah, and the Rillaboom also offering some
Yeah,
additional coverage.
that's the thing is,
on
like,
the Indeedee,
Trailer
so
does
there could
need
be
Trick
terrain
Room.
control here with Nicholas deciding to
Yeah,
bring
he
in
has
the
to win
Rillaboom.
5 turns.
Also, that grassy
And-
terrain
yeah,
just
5
helps that
whatever
Lunala
rounds.
in the back quite a bit.
Okay.
We have a switch here, so a big switch up for Nicholas. The Lunala coming in.
Ooh,
So
that's a good switch. And it's probably
impressive
U-turn on the
move there,
Smeargle.
perhaps, avoiding this fake out nicely, and Rillaboom's going to get a free shot at something.
Yeah, I was going to get a free shot at something, but also an expanding force coming out from Aaron. That Lunala is happy to take
Woodhammer,
it
that also
with
works.
that good type coverage, good typing on the Psychic type, deals very little damage, and will be able to heal it all right back up with the leftovers and the grassy terrain, so the shield will be back up.
Okay.
But crucially, Trick Room has not.
I
gone
think
up
this is
yet,
this
and
is
we
my
know that
this is my thing
Aaron's
about
Lunala is actually
I'm
faster than
not
both
that
the
big of a
Pokemon on the
fan
field
of the
for
Meteor
Nicholas.
Beam
Yeah, it's
expanding
kind of a
force
strange
Lunalas right now.
situation to
I
find
think the
theoretical
Moongeist
hard
Beams,
Trick Room
Moonblast,
team
Terra
is.
Fairies are
We
like
see now that Aaron has also
infinitely
changed his
stronger
Pokemon up a little
because it
bit,
covers
which I think
so
makes
much
sense.
of
If I was Nicholas, I would have expected
what
with the move
other
that
teams
Aaron
want to
made
do.
there, that if you had Indeedee, you would probably
Like that
switch into the
easy
Smeargle spot, you
Moonblast
could
into that
basically
slot
do
would have been able to
exactly
chunk the
the same
Lunala
thing,
much
but
more than
better.
an expanding force.
Perhaps some good
And would have made
information
sure
on
that
Nicholas's
the,
side there, and the positive for Aaron is you're
leftovers
sort
doesn't
of
bring it back
forcing
to
a
Shadow Shield
Terrassalization on the
range.
opposing Lunala. I mean, I think it's, you know, so it'd be a bold play, I guess, to even go for that Moongeist Beam if you're Aaron.
As no
but it's
Indeedee,
enough of a threat
I
on
wanted the
Nicholas's
Torkoal
side
would
where,
come
like,
too.
you probably throw the game if you don't do it. So I feel like if you leave the Lunala in, you kind of have to.
Yeah, well, as you can see, Aaron is trying to decide what to do here. The Smeargle is, of course, vulnerable to a Grassy Glide from that Rillaboom, and will have to be able to retreat in order to protect itself for the future. So Smeargle will switch out, and instead Torkoal
Trailer's Ice Rider is looking in a better position, though.
As you mentioned, switched up.
Actually, it could be Chen in the third slot, and maybe left Zama behind.
Now going to see a Terastallization as well. That is going to be the
Because Torkoal will check whatever
the grass typing for Aaron Trailer
whatever
here to protect itself from a Moongeist
that fourth
beam.
one is. The Rilla and the fourth one. The Torkoal
This type
will.
advantage will help it out quite a bit against the
Fairy
Lunala,
coming out
but
on the
Nicholas will
Lunala.
match with a Terastallization of his own on Lunala. This will be the Fairy typing, so both Lunala trying to avoid a situation where they deal 4 times super effective damage to each other.
Yeah, the awkwardness of a Pokemon weak to itself. The Grassy guy going to come out here.
Rilla stays in.
Yeah, it's a little bit of damage on that Torkoal as Lunala is able to start setting up these Calm Minds. That is, again, 1 Calm Mind, which was all Nicholas needed in
Okay, Trailer's in a
Game
good
1.
spot
This
right now.
time,
Like, keeping that
Lunala sets up
Rillaboom
Trick Room
in
with
was...
Torkoal having switched in. And it will heal up most of that damage from the Grassy Glide. Not quite at the
That was a very good
full
counter switch on
power
Trailer's part.
eruption, but will
Gets
be
Trick Room
healing
up for
quite a
free.
bit in the sun
Gets
and
Torkoal into
choice
position.
specs.
I mean, speaking of full power, I think
Yeah, Lunala's
the
Calm Mind up,
is
but you
Lunala,
can just
the side of the field, which
you can
now,
erupt
again, has the Shadow
on this
Shield
and
ability
just
active. Sort of a critical thing to have
go to
available
town.
here, because on Aaron's side you got to lock into a move, right? Like you'd be in a great situation.
Because Eruption into expanding force into whatever the Rilla slot is going to be really good right now.
You got to assume, the combination of those 2 Pokemon tapping Lunala, not going to be nearly enough with the Shadow Shield intact, and then there's the opportunity for that Lunala just to blast Torkoal back and make Eruption useless, force a switch for Aaron. That's probably a path in which he's going to get stuck in a situation like last game where he just can't really do any damage. So have to see what he
Beam
does.
also works. Yeah, I guess that's
for some single targets.
powered up too.
Well, Rillaboom is
Rilla's
switching
out,
out
probably
Nicholas
for
is
Ursh.
afraid of staring down that Torkoal, as Urshifu will be the switch-in for Nicholas. Will be able to tank an Eruption quite easily, though in the Sun and choice specs, it probably will take quite a bit of damage even on the switch-in despite the type chart here. So you can see the Eruption from Torkoal.
Okay, well,
again,
actually, I do like this from Trailer,
not
actually,
quite
from
enough to
Meteor
pick
Beam
up
over
the
Expanding
KO
Force,
on
because it
Urshifu,
keeps
while Lunala,
the
with Meteor
Urshifu
Beam,
in
will fill itself with space
on the
power
field in Trick Room and
fire
prevents
that
Rillaboom
one
coming out
off
and
into
fake
Nicholas's
outing.
side. Hopefully, if
Hopefully,
you're Aaron Trailer,
maybe.
this will also
It's actually
be
might
able
still
to pick
kill
up the KO on
Ursh.
Urshifu on the switch-in with that boost. It
Yeah,
does
okay,
connect,
never mind.
It does pick up the KO, but now Nicholas
Never mind,
gets
never
a
mind.
free switch-in for whatever
Okay,
Pokemon he would like.
Rilla comes back out.
Yeah, which is awkward because there's a decent
Possibly.
chance that we
I mean,
just
I
see
guess-
Rillaboom come right back in,
Yeah, no, Rilla still comes
fake
out because
something
Nicholas would
out,
probably know
get another
instant
Calm
NDD
Mind
in the
to
back
Lunala,
now.
Burn a turn a Trick Room. I think it's a nice knockout, but yeah, I kind of wonder, like, did we really get closer to Aaron winning this game? Because again, I know it's a Zama.
Oh, Zama works too. Yeah, Zama's better. Yeah.
Torkoal's already showed that it's locked into Eruption, so even without damaging it now, it's in a situation
So
where
yeah,
it
now
probably
just
has
wide
to
guard.
switch out.
Yeah, Torkoal absolutely is feeling threatened to switch out here. Otherwise, this Eruption will just whip
Or just
into
try to
a
call
wide
no
guard.
wide guard.
That opens up a huge loss of momentum for Aaron. We know that he has the Smeargle
Yeah,
here, and
okay,
that's
I like
not going
this,
to do
yeah.
much of anything. And I believe we saw the Calyrex as well in the back. Neither of which are going to want to, Lunala is probably pretty safe to fire off, even like a Moongeist beam into the Torkoal, because if the Smeargle gets in for free, you're not too worried about it.
Yeah,
Goes for
wide
the
guard's
guard.
out.
No, maybe trying to call a bluff.
Lunala
there on Aaron's
probably
side, but not getting it, but
targeting-
He will get a free swing to his Zamazenta. So as Torkoal whiffs here, this Lunala's going to
Probably
need to do a
Torkoal
lot
slot,
of
maybe?
damage.
Yeah, Lunala is going
Also
to need
go
to
for the
deal so
Lunala
much
slot.
damage on Aaron's side, and we already know that Nicholas's Lunala can very much do that damage.
Okay, goes go for
That's
Lunala.
going to be a Moon Blast coming out from Lunala, targeting down Aaron's Lunala. Deals a good amount of damage through the Shadow Shield as a Moongeist beam coming out from Aaron Trailer's Lunala will connect into the Zamazenta and deal really good damage right back. Crucially, not a KO though, which means that wide guard pressure is still up for Nick.
You needed that critical hit in order to remove the wide guard pressure.
And now there's a
entirely,
double
but
protect,
I
get out of
think
Trick
it's a
Room.
situation now, or at least on this turn, if you wide guard, that's going to cost you the Zamazenta. And then on Nicholas' side, you can only attack one of the 2 Pokemon, right? So either Aaron's Lunala is going to leave this turn pretty healthy.
Oh,
or the
but wait,
Torkoal's
no, the
Eruption
wide
is
guard
going to be
protects
intact with
interaction.
probably one
So
more chance
Nicholas
to
can't
use it
really-
before Trick Room expires.
Yeah, and if Zamazenta does go
You
down,
can protect into wide guard. That works. If you wide guard into protect, then the wide guard counts as the protect.
Eruption from that
And
Torkoal.
rolls
And
for
Aaron has not lost any Pokemon yet, and we know that
for
Aaron
that.
has 2 Trick Room setters that he has brought here, both the Calyrex and the Lunala.
So it's probably
and
switching
still
to
has
Rilla,
the potential
maybe?
for Smeargle to fake something out and set Trick Room again.
Yeah, that matters a lot. He only has 9 HP, but there's a lot of different ways in which it could be useful here. Perhaps going to just be a sacrifice if the Torkoal slot was targeted, but either way, that's pretty good value for such a low HP Pokemon. And if that doesn't happen, you do have the fake out pressure or decorate pressure on the next turn.
There is a protect.
They go
from
for the protect,
Zamazenta,
yeah.
But it fails after the wide guard. Here's a Moongeist Beam from Lunala
Into the Smeargle
Smeargle.
slot.
So Aaron
Ooh,
gets
Trailer's
Smeargle in
on
for
it
free.
now.
Lunala is able to fire off a Moongeist Beam right back, picks up the KO onto Zamazenta, and now Aaron is right back with fake out pressure and the ability to set Trick Room and the ability to go for Decorates or Spores.
Yeah, that's a really nice play there by
Yeah,
Aaron.
Trailer can just set up
Nicholas
Trick Room
going
now.
for the Moongeist Beam instead of the Moon Blast there because of Torkoal's resistance to
We
Fairy.
set up Trick Room
but
and then
on the downside of that is
Calyrex
it doesn't
and-
cover
Calyrex
the Smeargle
into
switch. Aaron calls it,
Torkoal
gets a
can
nice
clean
little
up
move
this game.
there, and the Rillaboom's going to come in and reactivate its terrain, but I think on Aaron's side of the field, you're very happy at least to deal with the wide guard. I just have to find a way probably to maneuver into getting a second Trick Room later, and maybe you're looking pretty good.
Yeah, it's a huge deal to get that wide guard off the field when you have Torkoal as one of your main sweepers in the back. You really want to be able to fire off those eruptions, or failing that, at least a heat wave to be able to deal good damage. And Nick has lost the counter to that. We'll have to rely on this Lunala, which is recovering quite a
guess
bit.
they're
every
trading
turn,
fake
and
outs
has Shadow
here.
Shield active once again.
Yeah, and I guess
Rilla could go
on Aaron's
for
side of the field, you're
U-turn
probably trying to get a
to-
situation where you can isolate the Lunala, and then it can only use single target attacks.
Okay.
So you're going to be able to wail away quite a few times if you can get rid of this Rillaboom in some way. Also, if you get a sneaky Spore in, that's gives you even more time. But Smeargle going to have to take the fake out, lost the speed advantage with the Trick Room active.
Yeah, Nicholas is not going to let the Smeargle go for any kind of sneaky Spore shenanigans, and it will just be a Moongeist Beam from this Lunala on Nicholas' side. Not able to pick up the KO on Aaron's Lunala, and Trick Room will go up once again. That means that Torkoal is now free to return to normal, rather.
Yeah,
to be faster than the other.
Okay.
Yeah, super interesting move, right? You don't see that very often, but Aaron choosing to end his own Trick Room a turn early. Because at 2 left.
Oh, he
So
turned
this
his
is how
Trick
it
Room
enables,
off.
perhaps him to set it up again.
Oh.
It's sort of an awkward situation where he's already shown Torkoal. That would now be the slowest Pokemon on the field, and certainly would be a sitting duck with the Choice Specs item. But maybe it's worth it, right? Where you can't, again, you've got to pick a Pokemon. Certainly the Rillaboom can have a little trouble picking up Aaron's Lunala now that it's resistant to grass.
I think it's you're going to Torkoal now, yeah.
So, maybe
Torkoal,
you just
lock
use
yourself
this
into
as an
like Heat Wave or
opportunity to
something.
Try to burn down the Lunala. Maybe you try and get a sneaky Trick Room off on your own Lunala, anticipating that maybe Nicholas will go after the Torkoal instead and try to prevent it from getting the powerful eruption off. You're gonna have to make a read here if you're on either side of the field.
Yeah, it's going to come down.
Yeah, I thought
to
Trick Room had
the
ended
reads
too.
Here as the harsh sunlight has been reset by Torkoal on the field, giving that Pokemon a huge boost to its
The announcers were saying that
prowess.
he reversed his
You can
own Trick
see
Room.
Aaron is hovering over the eruption, but with Torkoal as the slowest thing on the field, really hard to commit to that as opposed to the safer Heat Wave.
Yeah, I mean, safer in air quotes, right? Because also, if you use Heat Wave and you miss, I think it's very likely to be game losing. So, no true safe play for Aaron or for Nicholas, where he still feel like he has the advantage of this game, even though he is down on the Pokemon count. But really, going to struggle here with only grass type attacks against 2 Pokemon who are resistant to them.
Yeah, 2 Pokemon are resistant, and that's the Moongeist Beam from Aaron's Lunala. The fastest thing on the field, connects into Rillaboom, not able to pick up a KO, but deals quite a bit of damage.
Yeah, Moongeist into
It doesn't
Torkoal.
feature, I guess. We'll
Torkoal's going to
see
take a
that on one
lot
of these
from
Pokemon
this.
turn. We're going to see, a
Yeah.
knockout on the Torkoal.
Torkoal goes down after one Calm Mind, a one-hit KO into Torkoal, and that is a huge amount of damage off the field. And this U-turn from the Rillaboom, able to pick up the KO on Lunala.
Yeah, that switch out of the Trick Room was
Aaron is down to his final
kinda,
Pokemon, the
I don't know what
Calyrex
I don't know.
Ice Rider, into
Trying to
both
see what
of
the line
Lunala
was there.
and the Rillaboom, and it should just take one more Moongeist Beam to clean this one up for our Baltimore champion.
Yeah, already terastallized on Aaron's side of the field, so not going to be able to remove that weakness to the Ghost type attack. Looking bleak for Aaron here.
Yeah, there is the Ice Rider Calyrex on the field, of course. Would love to be in Trick Room, but unfortunately is not, which means that it does not have any real options against the Lunala and Rillaboom, except hoping against hope that it can survive. But Aaron knows those calcs, knows that he will not survive.
Yeah, I think that seems like it's probably a miscount.
Nicholas Morales, the win in round 6 of our Swiss tournament here in
I mean, everyone else, I thought it was in a trick room. You thought it was in a trick room too.
You know, I thought it was just a really great game plan by Nicholas.
It also could have been
there,
something
where
of
it was really
like
tough for Aaron really to do
maybe
anything to get any ground there. That Lunala was just sort of
because
break
Trailer
through.
knew
I
that
think
his
Nicholas
Lunala was
offered a lot
faster
of
than
really
their
interesting support
Lunala,
to it with this team
and if
where,
it got
you know,
trick
we
room
saw
set up and the
at
score would
points in
go
the match, more
off, that he'd
traditional
be able
support with the Rillaboom
to.
and the Zamazenta, like actively preventing it from being hit with attacks, but
I'm not sure.
in a way was supporting that game by just kind of
Yeah, the turn is
Smeargle's
playing out.
real
Yeah,
option.
it seemed like it's probably
and
just
offered a lot of offensive pressure,
that.
which meant you had to focus down on the Urshifu or lose Pokemon like the Smeargle we saw in Game 1, which allowed, you know, there are
Alright,
ways
what is it,
to
one more
free up,
round left?
turns for Calm Mind.
That was
by
round
going for
7?
fake outs, follow me's. There's also ways to free up a Calm Mind by just putting off enough offensive pressure on your partner that Luna within the 70.
2 restricted thanks to light screen
Wait,
boosted by its
hold
crack.
on.
Well, you know, it's a fake out versus a fake out. Sometimes you just fake out across the field here.
Within the 75, you are on the bubble. You definitely head.
This, I mean, I think definitely at Aaron's
Well, it's
side of
round
the field,
6.
you
I
need to
still got
notice
2 more
something we
rounds.
don't see a
Okay.
whole lot of here. He
Offered a lot of offensive pressure, which meant you had to focus down on the Urshifu or lose Pokemon
Okay.
like the Smeargle we saw in Game 1, which allowed, you know, there are ways to free up turns for Calm Mind by going for fake outs, follow me's.
Okay.
There's also ways
Give
to free
myself
up
a
a Calm
snack.
Mind by
That's
just
what we'll
putting
do to
off
get through
enough
this.
offensive pressure on in both of those games. Once Lunala got one Calm Mind and had Terastallized into Terra
Okay.
Fairy, Aaron really struggled to break through it.
Yeah, there wasn't a whole lot that he could do, and I think it's just a really fun team for Nicholas. You know, I think this is likely not a comp that Aaron had prepared for too much, where, you know, sort of an uncommon combination of Pokemon, and you sort of see the advantage of coming up with the secret sauce here a little bit, where I think it was just a really dominant matchup that he created through smart team construction, and then he played the game smart, where he didn't do anything silly to give Aaron opportunities. You know, I think there were a few times where Aaron was kind of trying to bait a mistake, and it just didn't come.
Yeah, and even when Aaron was able to get big plays, like switching in that Smeargle for free into the Moongeist beam, it was still from such a position of disadvantage that Nicholas was free to go for that. It's a little bit more of a risky play to give the Smeargle a free switch in, but Nick felt very safe there just because of how far ahead he was and just how advantageous a position he had put himself in.
Yeah, it's sort of interesting in retrospect too, where like, it looked really cool to switch in on the immunity. I'm not sure that play actually helped Aaron at all, where like, you know, the Torkoal wound up just getting one shot later in the game either, where, you know, maybe it's better just to attack there. I don't know. Realistically, there's a whole lot Aaron was going to do that was going to lead to a W there, so I don't want to be too critical about the path he chose, but I think that kind of just shows you how good of a spot Nicholas put himself in, where I feel like no matter what Aaron did, like, oh, well, there's so many different paths I can lose in so many ways, but none
so
of them
many options to lose.
Yeah, it was a tough one there, but again, you know, all the props in the world of Nicholas, where sometimes you do such a good job of setting up the board that, you know, you've kind of just locked it in.
Absolutely, and I really enjoyed seeing the Zamazenta and the Lunala next to each other. It's often the case when I've played Lunala before where I've tried both wide guard sets and sets without wide guard. I'm like, man, I really wish I had a 5th move slot so I could have wide guard and Calm Mind. And you know what? Nick found a way by having the other restricted slot use wide guard instead.
Yeah, I think that's really cool.
Totally forgot I did that.
Again, you know, we're
So
kind
that's
of
gonna be my dinner tonight.
seeing things we haven't seen before still. You know, we're still pretty early in this GF Cup format.
Alrighty. Back to running and butting. Okay, that was the, so yeah, we got that. Now it's just the choice bugs. I think that's just a Litleo. Yeah, just Litleo. There's one Mon that can maybe live a Litleo Incinerate. Oh wait, I need to actually do this. Don't give you the Oranberry. So there's technically one mon that can possibly live this. And I don't want them eating my berry. And I save it arch to the end. This is a roll to kill. Yerp. Alright. That's my reward for going through that Thunderwave Attract. That's the one I look forward to, because it's usually just click a move and win. Okay. This is the Apom Urino. We have a psychic type for these ones. Let's go. So that's not gonna do anything to me. I can clean this up with Aqua Jets and Smackdowns. So we'll do the Intimidate. Come on, there we go. Yeah, these two mods take care of you. That will bring in the Luxio most likely on Spark versus Tutuga. Or no, this is... Nah, it's actually probably the Nidorino that comes out. So Poison, you can go into you for that on the double kick. And then we want to get you in. Oh, actually, no, you're better to come in the double kick. And we just... Oh, that doesn't do anything. Put a Pecha Berry on you, most likely. You're not gonna do anything. You're not gonna do too much. Still think it's you. And we gotta bring you for that. No, you don't outspeed that. You outspeed. No, you do not outspeed. I guess we'll bring those wands. I mean, I guess the Tortuga's not too bad against the Nidorino. Okay, so yeah, we'll bring those mons. Give you a Pecha Berry. Give you a Pecha Berry. And we'll give you a Pecha Berry, and everyone else can get orange. Okay. Connect. Very nice. Very nice. Yeah, in the Luxio. I think even if it howls, I'm still okay. Okay, goes for Spark. Bruh. Oh my god, this Tortuga is so good. What's a sand attack? What's a double kick? Okay, now I do need to switch out. Okay. Okay, this is the Mianfu one now. I did it again. I hit the screen. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay. But Mianfu. I mean, it's probably just you with Covet. I just have to deal 25% damage to you. Oh, aerially plus quick attack just kills. So we lead you against that. That will bring in the flat. I might bring in the Flaffy, most likely. Then we can just go. Yeah, we can just go you. And then what takes care of the Nidorina? I think we gotta brute force it, most likely. So we can take that pretty well. We can just we can do. We're gonna put Pecha Berries on all these things. Can't really bring you either. You're not gonna take any of this well. Yeah, no way. I guess you're not bad because you outspeed. So we'll bring the Litleo. It's probably gonna be. We'll probably use you. Okay. Nice, okay. Can't do anything back to you. Who takes this better? You. Oh, it's definitely you. Oh, sure, that works. Okay. Nice. Okay. I thought that guy gave me the wide lens. Oh, name reader. We gotta fix our Lombre. Yeah! Come on. There we go. Alrighty. Go quickly put my pizza in the oven, and then we'll do some more cooking. Alright, 18 minutes to cook. Alrighty, let's take a look at the grunt. The grunt battles. So I know off the bat. You're gonna be great against the Murkrow. Is that enough? I don't know if that's actually enough. 68 plus 27. It's a little bit shy. Okay. But I think we still go for it. It's gonna bring in their own Tortuga. But we just, we've got you for that. Dala's gonna be great for all the psychic types. Because does Marini have toxic too? It does. Ew. Do I have hidden power ground? I have hidden power psychic on my Groddle. No ground, guys. That's not gonna work. Yeah, that's not gonna work. That's not too bad. I do have speed. That's poison point, but I'll bring you. So then this, I mean, you can. What was it? It was you. You just beat this, right? Nah, not really. So I'd probably have to go something like get the Intimidate onto the Whirlipede. I mean, you're not too bad against Whirlipede stuff. Because I definitely don't want to bring you because you're... You're not too bad. Yeah, I think it's these 6 mons that come. Because you're fine if it goes into rollout. If it locks into rollout, we can switch into Pancham and go from there. It's just these poison types are going to be an issue. How do I get past these poison types, man? I guess Sand Tube's kind of an option. Okay, I kind of like Sand Tube. Throw Petra Berry onto the Grottle and maybe go that route. Oh, I see. No Pancham. You know, I guess I can just like regular poison. Or I could actually, wait, I can burn my Dottler. Wait, that's the play. We burn the Dottler. That helps us get through Skrelp and Marini. Yep, that's 100% what we're doing. Okay. Okay. And now we will Oranberry you. We will probably still Oranberry you. I think everyone else just gets Oranberries. And what was I bringing you for? Oh, as a Whirlipede answer. I mean, Pancham's kind of already decent against that. So maybe it's Pancham over. Because especially if the Whirlipede gets locked into rollout, I can just do Pancham things and just start feint attacking it. Yeah. We're gonna do that because then it possibly saves our bird. And then we have Lumberry as a backup for fake out stuff. Do I have anything for natural gift right now? That is our answer. Pecha Berry onto that for Nature Power. Let's do Pecha Berry on this. How does that do against these squads? Pretty good. Pretty good. Alrighty. We'll do that. That's a backup. Backup for things. Okay. Minutes. Oh, and then we want to give you the Oranberry. Yeah, Oran for you. Oran, Pecha. Pecha. Wait, no, we're not bringing the... We're bringing... Yeah, actually, no. We do bring the, over the Litleo. I don't think I have any other... I mean, I could put Hidden Power Psychic onto Grottle, but I'm adamant, so that's not gonna do too much. Hidden Power Electric on the Tortuga is interesting, though. Hold on, let me look at this. That is not too bad. Okay, I'll plop Hidden Power Electric on our Tortuga to get through this. Yeah. And then we'll go into it. We're good. We got full screen here. We're gonna go into in-game music for this so I can focus. I don't think there's any other. Not really. Okay. Here we go. Yep. Get through here, go talking, and then we'll focus on this. Okay. So, Murkrow's out first. We have the rolls in our favor to KO the Murkrow between Smackdown into Aqua Jet. So we shall do that. He goes for Nightshade. Sweet! Loot's going so dummy strong. This is fantastic. Skrelp is in. I have Oran Bear in this guy, right? The problem is they do expect a Toxic to be coming out right now, and I don't want you to be Toxic. So we go right into you. Went for Water Pulse. Unfortunate. Maybe Struggle Bud first. I do know the casters are getting close to the next match. Man, why do you gotta go with these moves? Okay, this does not work as well as I thought it would. So we're gonna have to get creative around the Marini. I think we're gonna have to go the Tortuga angle. Skrelp, please, my guy. Okay, this guy's really annoying. Bro, come on. good crit. Does he kill? Shock. Poison. It absolutely does. Okay. This is not good. Maybe you can live. Maybe. Okay. Okay, the match is starting. I gotta move over. And my pizza's also done. Here's this.
Have to worry about fake out, but it has the Ghost Terra, and so I mean, if you get +1 on this Ice Rider, it's gonna get real scary real fast.
Yeah, a lot of fun options here. I love how complicated some of these turn ones have been. And Brendan said you're pretty excited seeing 2 unrestricted Pokemon here.
Yeah.
You could probably guess all 4. And you get some fun options. You can go for the coaching. There's kind of like the more like basic what I would probably do, just the U-turn trick room.
Yeah.
Like I'd just try and sweep. But yeah, I think the fun of it, yeah, depending on what Brendan has the backs, so he knows we don't. It could change how he wants to play this one a little bit.
Yeah, I could not agree more. I think that Leech Seed becomes much more threatening once you've taken a KO. So I think for Brendan, the question is going to be, can he quickly take a KO or at least exert KO pressure in some way, shape, or form. As the turn begins, Koraidon is switching in here. It's going to set up the sun with its Orichalcum Pulse, and the question will be, which Pokemon is Rillaboom using Fake Out on, if any? Here's the Fake Out. Calyrex not going to be able to move, but no terror from the Urshifu, and it's just that U-turn, Scott. So great call out, and honestly, great damage from Urshifu. That's not even a critical hit. I mean, that's crucial damage on one of your key water resistances here.
And get a free switch here to try to improve this matchup a little bit, because there is a lot of damage being threatened by Dill inside the field. But again, Rillaboom a little bit weak in here. Maybe that can be that one early knockout. I think be a particularly great one to get, because it's also immune to Leech Seed. But Grimmsnarl, a Pokemon that could be effective here, but not very likely to help pick up any knockouts.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Although, technically Koraidon is quadruple weak to Fairy, but I suspect that we'll be seeing a Terra here. Interesting to go into Grimmsnarl, because it raises the question, is Kyogre not in the back here? That hasn't been left behind for some reason. Of course, it's not necessarily, guaranteed to be left in the back, but yeah, like I feel like if you have Kyogre, it doesn't make sense to bring it in here, except for maybe that parting shot. I feel like if you're bringing it in here, it has to be for the parting shot pressure, because otherwise I'm going to be very confused very quickly.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking the same thing, where like, I feel like attacking with Kyogre isn't like super great here. You get a grass type, you're going to get threatened by a grassy glide, where maybe it's better just to bring Grimmsnarl in first, get the free parting shot out, kind of bait out any potential grassy glides, and you just hope that you haven't instead accidentally baited a Wood Hammer.
Yeah, I mean, there's no Incineroar on Brendan's team, and no other form of attack reduction in the Intimidate ability, so maybe parting shot actually makes a lot of sense. The only thing is you really got to worry about potentially switching into a strong grass type move. This turn could be really, really impactful here as we see the players taking their time, deliberating what they want to do here. It is going to be protect from Koraidon, so I like this play personally, like taking it slow, not walking into a trap. Maybe you want to save your Terra, and there's the parting shot. Brendan is going into the Rillaboom here. I like this play a lot. You would rather get the attack drop on the Koraidon in a vacuum.
I'm gonna mute myself while I eat.
Ensure that it goes off,
continue to watch.
you know
if I say something to say,
Rillaboom
I will
not
unmute
protect itself. And again, there's no Pokemon that Dylan can switch in that will prevent the parting shot from going out. So Grimmsnarl comes in, Grimmsnarl goes out. Urshifu comes in, Urshifu goes out. I would call this a revolving door of Pokemon myself, Scott.
Yeah, it's a bit of a classic there, and you know, we're going to have one more Pokemon right out the door there as the Rillaboom doesn't want to be outdone, U-turns itself out of battle, and we're going to see the final Pokemon for Dylan. Unsurprisingly, the Lunala, the second restricted Pokemon here, but Calyrex still gets to act, so will this be Trick Room or will this be an attack? It's a Glacial Lance.
That's a pretty powerful one. We'll have to see how much it does. Shadow Shield is going to reduce the damage by a significant amount, and then Leftovers and Grassy Terrain should be out of Shadow Shield range, which is important, but it's not out of Shadow Shield range by that much.
Yeah, a little bit of damage. Lunala's going to heal up a whole bunch at the end of his turn here. At least be a turn away from getting that Shadow Shield back if it isn't targeted, although it seems pretty unlikely that we will get through this turn without at least an attempt to damage it. The Urshifu, once again, with the Sun active here, probably just going to U-turn right back out of battle.
It's definitely possible, but with the Shadow Shield broken, I almost wonder, Scott, this Ice Rider is actually Grass Terra, which makes it not actually that appealing of a choice here. I almost wonder, you know, we're talking as if Kyogre's in the back.
Oh, it's a Grass Terra.
Right? Assuming it is Kyogre in the back, I almost wonder if you ever use Surging Strikes into the Lunala slot and switching Kyogre, trying to just burst it down quickly. I don't know if it's the right move because I don't know if it would KO. Kind of assume it wouldn't because, I don't know, like Lunala is so tanky, but I mean, that could be a big swing here. I feel like this is a crucial turn.
Yeah, I agree, and I think that, you know, even if you don't get the knockout, that damage might be really good. I think, you know, it's been real tough to get Kyogre into battle, so maybe that would have been one way to do it, but we're going to see a Terastallization to start this off instead.
They are going for the Terra Grass.
Koraidon, which means that if this is a Glacial Lance and if Ice Rider's allowed to attack, it could be really, really massive here. Ice Rider Terastallizing 2 Grass, going to turn off the weakness to Ghost at least. Urshifu, once again, feels like it's doing a little fashion show here. You know, you put on some clothes, you're like, I don't like this outfit, take them off, you know, switch back out, come back in later. It's going to the dressing room right now. We'll have to see. If it's Grimmsnarl again, I think Brendan's going to have a bad time. But no, it is the Kyogre. So not only is this reducing the power of Fire-type moves because of the...
Goodbye, Koraidon.
But it's also turning off Koraidon's Orichalcum Pulse, but it's not even going for a Fire move here. It's close combat. That did a lot of damage, Scott. This could be crucial. Does Calyrex survive a Moongeist Beam?
We'll find out soon. There we go.
Just hold for a second. Let's hold on for 1 second. Moongeist Beam comes out into the Ice Rider. Does it survive? It does, actually. I'll say kind of handily, given all things considered. And Brendan, with that, has won the Weather War. That's going to be the end of Koraidon, and it's a little bit scary if you're a Dylan fan here.
Yeah, that's a huge turn for Brendan. You're going to get an attack boost here, but it's going to be pretty difficult to actually utilize. But I think you're pretty happy with that trade if you're Brendan. You chunk one restricted Pokemon, you knock out the other, and critically, you ensure you're going to keep I guess weather advantage, air quotes here, since, you know, I don't know, Walking Wake is exactly going to be upset to be fighting in the rain for the remainder of the game, but
it's like no difference.
Yeah, that Urshifu who keeps jumping into battle, maybe it'll finally stick around now that the weather's a little more palatable. You know, it's been weird, you know, we're here in Portland, I feel like it rains every year. Sunny outside the arena, but inside it's that rain we've come to know and love.
That's right, it's a bit of the reversal of what we might expect here, especially with the more recent Pokemon of Koraidon. But Dylan taking their time here deciding what to send in. Normally, if you have Urshifu in the rain, you've taken a KO, you're quite excited, but with Rillaboom and Walking Wake around, I think that Brendan has a little bit more work he has to do before he can feel so good about really surging with his strikes here. This is a bit of an awkward position, though, because while you have the Pokemon advantage, your Calyrex is low HP, and if Lunala starts getting Calm Minds up, with the healing from Grassy Terrain and Leftovers, this advantage could turn around quite quickly.
Yeah, it's a really complicated turn if you're Brendan, because like both Pokemon are being threatened by this Rillaboom, not just the fake out, but the potential of being knocked out. Lunella could knock out Calyrex instead, but you really don't want to give that free Calm Mind, right?
Yeah.
Where you've got this advantage, and we've kind of seen this a lot this weekend, where these Pokemon, they're so dangerous, you give them a free turn, and sometimes even picking up the knockout doesn't put you in such a positive position.
Yeah, I think it's a real a mark of dual restricted formats in general, where sometimes taking a KO will actually cost you the game. This is a pivotal turn, and there's frankly no clear option here. We'll have to see what the players lock in, and it is just a water spout! Brendan, he doesn't respect the Grassy Glide, he doesn't worry about the Wood Hammer, the fake out, he just goes for a water spout and KOs Lunala. Both of Dylan's restricted Pokemon have been knocked out by both of Brendan's. As Wood Hammer comes out,
crazy.
Not only the end of Kyogre, but truthfully, Scott, I can't imagine that Rillaboom
What a
making
bold
it
call
through this
from
turn
Brendan.
either.
Yeah, I mean, going down fighting, but that's going to be a lot of recoil damage for a Pokemon that was already weakened, and Rillaboom's going to knock itself right out of this game 1.
Yeah, and actually Calyrex taking great advantage of the grassy terrain as well, healing a significant amount, and with Grimmsnarl still in the back, and Parting Shot available, and Walking Wake's only good damaging moves against this grass-type Calyrex being Draco Meteor, and against the Urshifu as well. I would call it an uphill battle, Scott, but I don't think it's going to be much of a battle from here.
Yeah, the hill's looking really steep, and Calyrex getting to graze a little bit on that turn. This Walking Wake largely going to be stuck using single target attacks. Can't imagine it thinks it's going to win this game using Snarl, and because of that, both these Pokemon will dish out a lot of damage if they're ignored. Maybe there's a path to a couple of Draco Meteors, but looking pretty good for Brendan in this first game.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we just saw also another interesting interaction is that Lunala is actually a couple naturally faster, Lunala's naturally faster than Kyogre, unless I have very much confused myself. And so maybe Dylan assumed that their play was safer because either way they figured, yeah, like they would move first, they would threaten either a Moongeist Beam or a Wood Hammer. The only way to stop it is with a Protect. Actually, Scott, this is one way back into the game potentially, is that Calyrex protecting itself. Oh, and it is just going to be a U-turn. So really smart play from Brendan here, saying you're not going to Strange Steam my Urshifu. Very, very clever. Anyway, all I was saying is that the Kyogre outspeeding Lunala is, I think, really telling of one of the big dynamics of restricted formats, is that players can choose to run their Pokemon with a number of different speed stats, and that can often determine who wins a given game. And so one more switch from Brendan here will buy him another bit of free damage here, and Calyrex just continuing to recover puts Brendan just even further ahead. The hill just got even a little bit steeper, if you can even believe it.
Yeah, and Grimmsnarl, not the most offensively gifted Pokemon in the world, but Spirit Break actually pretty decent here, right?
Not so bad.
Somehow might be one of the more offensively competent Pokemon against this particular opponent, where Walking Wake is very awkward, but this is how you deal with a Pokemon like this, right? It's very disruptive, but it's very defensive, right? So just ignore it, knock out all the Pokemon that are threatening more damage, and then a pretty good last Pokemon for Brendan to have worked his way to here, especially because, to do a bunch of damage against some of these Pokemon, you'd like to be using the Draco Meteor, but there's, no way to reset special attack traps now.
Yeah, absolutely. One thing worth noting, by the way, Scott, is that there hasn't been a Terra from Dylan's side, and there was that crucial moment earlier where the Koraidon got knocked out with the help of, oh my god, that's nothing.
No.
Oh, Walking Wake, you should have stayed in the ancient past. Oh no, buddy.
Well, it's going to get knocked right back there here. The Glacial Lance going down with an unnecessary critical hit to put an exclamation
horse
point
never
on this
dies.
one.
Yeah, that's not Walking Wake's
That is the
greatest
Grim
moment. If I imagine
Rain
that the Pokemon
Ice
could watch
Rider
the
is
stream
really,
back,
really something.
there was a Walking Wake earlier who, Walking Wake go back and he'd be like, oh yeah, that time where I
really going on full bulk there,
and
the
Draco
strats
Meteor
to break through the
stuff,
Ice
and
Rider
skipping over this
on
one.
like
Yeah,
the Grim,
early in the match it was Walking,
like
and now it's
Koraidon
time
teams.
for its wake.
Yeah, that is.
At least
I could not have
as
said
a
it
Koraidon
better
player,
myself,
it's just Flare
Of
Blitz
course,
to
it is only
do
game
it,
one,
but
and like I said, I think choosing to hold
tough
the
to do
Terra there,
that.
I totally understand why Dylan did it, because terrestrializing to fire with your Koraidon in front of a Kyogre team, it can feel kind of bad, it starts feeling like Groudon sometimes switching into Kyogre, but I think maybe to survive the Glacial Lance for that turn, it was quite important. Then again, it could have been a Trick Room on that turn as well, as I recall. So some really interesting information revealed here. We saw that crucial turn there with the Kyogre outspeeding the Lunala, and even though it did go down in return, the damage had already been done. So yeah, I think this was a really interesting game one. I think that both players have a lot to learn from it.
Yeah, I think it's a lot of fun where this is one of those situations where I think they could bring the same 4 Pokemon to 5 or 6 games, and we'd see a lot of different permutations.
Yeah.
I think kind of your point about Dylan not terrestrializing too. I mean, we see that a lot of times, especially in game 1s, where players are a little conservative with it. It's a lot. It's very powerful in this generation to not have used your Terra because you can keep threatening it.
Yeah.
Sometimes you hold it so long that you never use it, or that it becomes low value, as we saw there. So I'm curious kind of if he'll adjust in this game and kind of maybe use it a little bit quicker in these future games to try to push an advantage, because we saw a couple turns where Brendan kind of just sent it, right? Where both the Glacial Lance, where I guess as it turned out, there wasn't a knockout being threatened on the Calyrex, but it seemed like there might be.
Yeah.
I think a negative trade there might have been game losing, and then later with the Kyogre, we just didn't respect any of the potential problems there. And
That Koraidon plush is so goofy. I want
it's
him.
really interesting because, you know, Koraidon...
He's just like,
water,
hey,
and
look at me, I'm a Koraidon.
Rillaboom, Walking Wake, these are both incredibly
I'm a
tanky Pokemon against Kyogre's Water Spout. And
It's
yeah,
so
Water Spout was
funny.
still really impactful. It's still, like, effectively won Brendan the game, but just
I'll
by
pick that up in an
timing
AFC.
it correctly. So I think it shows that even if your Pokemon, even if your restricted Pokemon isn't, like, so clearly the best in a matchup, understanding how to use it and understanding the power that it provides can just really still swing a fight. The question is now, though, how are the players going to adjust? As we already see a difference in the lead from Brendan, leaving Urshifu in the back this time, and actually from Dylan as well. We see both players switching it up.
Yeah, I think this is more the lead I was expecting from Dylan. We see a bunch of abilities are going to activate here, so you hold please while we get to the first turn. Some potentially useful information for both players as they learn the speeds here, although I think it's pretty clear what order these Pokemon would have moved in anyway.
Yeah, maybe the world's slowest Koraidon and the world's fastest Rillaboom could have thrown us for a loop, but yeah, we do see here that Koraidon is faster than Rillaboom, and of course Calyrex's ability always activates first, but never tells us anything unless there's a Calyrex in the field. One thing worth noting, by the way, Scott, is that close combat did a lot to Calyrex last game. And as a Life Orb Koraidon user myself, close combat will KO most Grimmsnarl with Life Orb, and so this turn is not as cut and dry as it might
Having
appear.
a Koraidon Lunala team without Wideguard and Lunala is really playing on hard mode against Ice Rider teams. This is a really bad matchup for Dylan.
Looking at Brendan's team, he doesn't really have a switch into close combat. In fact, there's a fighting weakness on the team, but there's no fighting resistance as Grimmsnarl switches out. Whatever's coming in, even Kyogre is going to take a lot of damage. We're looking at probably 80% of this thing's health gone in an instant.
Yeah, we'll at least get to set the weather, but I think Brendan did a really incredible job of getting the counter grid last game. This time looks like he's going to get punished. Calyrex going to take the fake out. Yeah, there is that close combat. Ooh, yeah.
Even more than I expected, honestly.
Yeah, it's an excellent job by Dylan getting that position. And to a little bit kind of seeing the weakness of the Grimmsnarl side, we're kind of like talking up its merits a little bit before, but no reflect there, right? Facing down two physical attackers on turn one. Perhaps a different Grimmsnarl moveset, you get the reflect up and you feel pretty good, but without that option, making a more aggressive switch, they got punished pretty hard.
Yeah, and actually this isn't even that much better because even though, like, yes, you have Kyogre in, your position hasn't improved that much because close combat did so much last game. I almost wonder if close combat Woodhammer would KO the Ice Rider here. Like, it did a lot of damage. And of course you have the Grass Terra, but does it really feel good to use it here? Yeah, I think that overall Dylan has just really gained a massive lead after that turn one.
I think one thing to be interesting here too is, like, is Dylan willing to go for that Terastallization on Koraidon this time? Still facing the Kyogre down the other side, but I think getting that huge blow, it's much less likely to be able to sneak its way into that knockout this time.
Yeah.
Also, will he actually click Grassy Glide this time? Because this time it's going to probably be the wrong choice as Kyogre exits battle.
Yeah, Grimmsnarl coming back in here. Now that the rain is up, it is much more likely to survive a hit from Koraidon. But Koraidon is not really willing to find out if that's going to happen, as we do see a protect from Koraidon here. I like the way that Dylan's playing this. Really nice, really slow, really methodical. Understanding how important Koraidon is, and understanding as well, like, if they went for another close combat there.
Yeah, I would agree with both of you. Like,
really turn around really
Dylan's doing a good job.
See,
Ooh, the Ogerpon Grass!
So,
yes!
This is one of the best Pokemon on the team that can take a Glacial Lance, at least that first one, without too much fear. But yeah, overall, I think that this position is, it's not so bad, but I would give Dylan the advantage right now.
Getting the U-turns important too. I think last game we saw the combination of these two Pokemon attacking.
Yeah, Dylan's doing a good job trying to get one step ahead now. Being able to call that the Kyogre would be switching out, gets a U-turn into Lunala.
Kyogre weakens so much, and Grimmsnarl, again, not exactly an offensive juggernaut. It's going to be important for Calyrex to actually get some stuff done here. You don't want to just take two attacks for free.
Yes, absolutely. And of course, there is that Leech Seed, which we haven't actually seen yet this set. However, like I said, Leech Seed is much more dangerous once you've actually taken a KO. And so Brendan could go for it here, but if he doesn't take a KO in exchange, it can get kind of dicey, I think. So, yeah, big questions here. What's Grimmsnarl going to do? It could go for Light Screen if it wants to reduce damage from Lunala, but it could also go for a Parting Shot and Koraidon, maybe allow Urshifu to come in. What's Calyrex going to do? Is it going to try and heal itself up with Leech Seed, maybe predicting a Fire Terra? Or is it going to go for a Glacial Lance, predicting no Fire Terra? Maybe it'll go for a Trick Room to try and call out the Fire Terra and allow Kyogre to come in later, right? There's a lot going on here.
Thank you, Wolf,
that,
for
again,
all the
This is an
different
interesting game because often in competitive play, you will find
the things to think about.
the quote-unquote the right move. Like, there's one clear right move from at least one of the sides. Here, I can't say that myself, Scott. I think everything, there's a lot of different options, and I don't see clearly what the best one is. And we do see Koraidon switch out here. I think that's smart.
Let's see. Is Brendan just going to
get your ability to get the sun up later in the game?
Click
some good information for Brendan here. We see the switch up from Dylan. Ogerpon entering this match for the first time, and Brendan still hits his own.
Okay, there's the
Pokemon,
grass.
So, I think we kind of both assuming it's an Urshifu again, but if it's not, then it changes how Brendan can play here a little bit because he doesn't as desperately need to win the Weather War. But with this Calyrex terrestrializing could be a pivotal turn.
Yeah, I mean, turning into a grass type is nice against Pokemon like Amoonguss, but against 2 fire types, or okay, well, Koraidon's not a fire type, but a fire type attack user. And his parting shot.
Okay, good catch on the parting. That's good. That's good.
Great play from Dylan. We'll have to see what the.
It just goes for Glacial, yeah.
I
mean, Brendan can just click Glacial Lance this game. Like, the Leech does not matter. You just click Glacial Lance. And with no White Guard either.
Yeah, definitely. Thanks to the grassy terrain to the leftover. So great play from both players. Still, that damage is starting to add up a little bit, Scott.
Yeah, I mean, the damage is adding up, and I think critically here, too, you've committed the terrestrialization now. It simplifies the game now for Dylan a little bit.
Okay.
No one has to worry about that, and while it's no longer weak to attacks from this Lunala,
what's the turn here for Dylan?
About that. Going to look for a super effective fight.
Maybe Spiky on the Ogre Pawn.
Again, paying dividends. Like if you go for a switch into Koraidon and try and terrify
Moonblast into
parting shot would just shut that right down. It wouldn't actually do you many favors. And so I think this is a bit of a tricky situation here, as you really would like to smack this Calyrex with a fire type attack, but that's a bit easier said than done.
Yeah, I wonder if maybe you go for like a Spiky Shield attack with Lunala.
Yeah.
I hope you can get away with it and then go for the big attack next turn.
Yeah, I think that absolutely makes sense. Another option that we see Dylan considering here is maybe calling out the parting shot and saying, hey, if it's Urshifu in the back, you got to give me something if I go for a Woodhammer here. So we'll have to see. It is parting shot, so whatever's coming in here is in danger of taking some big attacks. Lunala special attack goes to -1 here, but I think that Dylan's okay with that, honestly.
Yeah, I don't know. I think Brendan's doing a good job at, like,
I think he's able to duke it out a little bit.
That turn, that could have been like a
not enjoyed this switch very much, and everything else has been pretty significantly weak.
A Koraidon switch in.
Yeah, it's not
get
surviving that one, Scott.
No, I think
Ivy Cudgel onto the Ice Rider.
Tough switch for Brendan there, but he's maneuvering.
But then I guess
so
you're
hard, all these grass-type
you're weak
Pokemon,
to the
water types
Glacial
eventually
Lance, I
gonna get
guess.
caught.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that we see, Moongus doesn't do that much damage, but I think that, it is Leech Seed.
Oh, the
Brendan
Leech
calling out
Seed.
potentially
Okay.
The Ogre Pawn. I think that gives Dylan a huge advantage, truthfully, moving forward.
Yeah, I like that. I actually like that idea better. Yeah, focus the partner.
There. I mean, it's going to be picked up by one more Glacial Lance if it happens, but like it would have anyway. Probably,
Yeah.
And then
so you don't
just
really
kill the
mind that.
Calyrex
Cool.
with
Winds up being
the
totally
Footlets.
irrelevant, and one more swing from that could make a big difference. Also, with a knockout happening there, we still have to keep the Weather War in mind. You lose as soon as you get down to 2 Pokemon for the most part.
Yeah.
And Brendan now going to be in trouble where I think whatever comes out next to Calyrex here, going to have a harder time staying in the battle. But I guess Grimmsnarl, if it wants to, can hang out for a while. It just not necessarily providing all that much of a diversion.
Yeah, I think that the question here is you still have that threat of switch into Koraidon and go for an Ivy Cudgel, and Brendan has to be worried about it. And if he goes for the parting shot play again, it can very easily get punished once more. So I think this is going to be a crucial turn. If Brendan can make it through with both of his Pokemon this turn, it's possible he can still win this, I think, because remember the
You probably just reflect on the Grim now. You reflect on the Grim, the Lunala's -1. You should be able to live the Moonblast, and Calyrex just continues to launch a.
But it's starting to get a little bit spooky, I would say.
Yeah, I think one thing
Just
to keep
keep
in mind,
Glacial
too, at least on
Lance
Brendan's side,
spamming.
is like you've now seen all of the Pokemon Dylan's side. There's definitely a world where if you get Trick Room up,
Oh,
it's
no
really
reflect?
devastating. We're
Okay.
seeing Woodhammer first, where doesn't quite pick up the Grimmsnarl. I wonder if
Ooh.
it'll pick up the Ogre Pawn instead.
Yeah, that's actually you would think normally knocking yourself out is a bad thing, but here it denies the Glacial Lance boost, which is actually pretty important as Lunala follows up with a double attack here into the Grimmsnarl. This is starting to look pretty rough for Brendan. He is most likely to get a Glacial Lance off here, I would assume. It's actually
The Trick Room.
I think this is looking kind of tough, Scott, because with Trick Room up, I mean, not only has Dylan won the Weather War, Dylan can win it this turn if he wants.
Yeah, wait, yeah, you can just put the Koraidon in and you win it.
And
That's
the Weather War
crazy,
in the
Trick
order of the
Room.
Pokemon speed stats, so you actually want to be slower when you're trying to.
I mean, I
win.
guess
So, really
if Brendan
masterful
has to
done
go all in
by
on the,
Dylan. Frankly, Brendan didn't have a play that could count.
on the
Even
Ice
the second
Rider.
light screen wouldn't have allowed
Trick Room kind of makes
survive,
sense.
The Moonblast and Woodhammer combo there.
Yeah, I mean, I think in some ways this game too makes me even more impressed by how Brendan played the first game,
Yeah.
because the matchup feels really bad in the second game.
Certainly doesn't feel good.
And, not totally over yet, but yeah, I mean, as you said, I think this is going to end their Weather War right here, either immediately by switching Koraidon in, or you could always have the option of bringing Rillaboom, kind of like faking out, slowly getting there. But hey, why not just take it immediately? And while Brendan does have the speed control, this heavily weakened Kyogre having to fight under the sun for the remainder of the game, Calyrex is going to have to do a lot basically on its own, and there's still that Shadow Shield intact, so it's not going to do it all this turn.
Yeah, like even if
or not attack anymore, sorry.
Yeah, but even still, like as you said, even if you can get through the Lunala, it's like you still have
I mean,
both Koraidon and Rillaboom.
Dylan still has
your best bet is to hope that
Terra. So I think that I see the line. So you
KO the Koraidon regardless of Terra, but
it's probably protect. I guess Brendan probably double protects here.
Basically trying to.
I'll go for Glacial
the
Lance.
fact that Brendan needs to go for a double attack here to have any chance of winning. The only way for Brendan to win this game is to get a KO here. But looking at how little that Glacial Lance is doing and how fast the Lunala, or how slow the Lunala is.
Yeah, the Lunala is slower than the Kyogre. Dylan learned that in game 1, so this is a safe play here. Do that, and then now you can just Terra your Koraidon and Flare Blitz the
still can feel kind of bad.
The horse.
Perhaps why Brendan is so.
Yeah. Okay. I like this. I like this adaptation from Dylan. Yeah. You just target the members that are next to the horse, and then
it's just tough because there's not really anything
go
else
from
on
there.
the team to exploit it. And this is the second time we've seen a team of otherwise faster Pokemon with a Lunala that's slow enough to kind of underspeed most things in Trick Room. It didn't work so well for Dr. and Trilla last round, and this round it's Brendan who's kind of on the wrong side of Lunala taking advantage of his own Trick Room.
Yeah, and actually, ironically, both of them being the less common Calm Mind variant compared to the more.
I do like the
standard,
Hearthflame Brain.
Moonblast, Speed, Wide Guard Trick Room variant.
Because Hearthflame is actually not too bad into Kyogre, having done it for experience. Granted, my version was Grassy Glide, but if you get the weather control, you just it can put on a lot.
This whole game could have turned around because this
Here
Ice
comes the
Rider
Blitz.
really could have just turned the game on its head. I mean, they were spacing out 2 grass types and Lunala, and with Leechy and Lunala, it was really able to, outlast it in the long run. So I think this really shows the dynamic of the matchup, which is that this game to me really revolved around the fact that Kyogre wasn't able to come in safely. It took too much damage, and therefore it allowed Dylan to preserve his Koraidon to the end of the battle, outlast that Kyogre, and eventually use it to take down the Ice Rider. So I think if you're Dylan, you're thinking, that was pretty good. Let me do that again. But if you're Brendan, you've got to be thinking, man, switching into Ogerpon's Woodhammer, switching into close combat, all of that was kind of awkward. I don't really want to have to deal with that again.
Yeah, he's kind of in a tough spot with this matchup because from a tight matchup perspective, Kyogre's in such a terrible spot here.
It's not great.
You'd love to leave it at home, even with the whole double restricted thing. The problem with that is you do want Drizzle, where it's tough just to give up weather. I think, conversely, you'd love from a tight matchup perspective the Chien Pao, which kind of is the same situation that Dylan is causing, but in reverse, where it's super effective against a bunch of these Pokemon.
Has Brendan led with the Kyogre yet? I don't think so. You could probably lead Kyogre.
Yeah,
I guess if they're starting with.
Really could, in theory, turn things around in the sense that both
Lunala and just lead the double restricted Kyogre.
Comfortably survive against depends on how it's trained. Depends on if Icicle
Ice Rider.
But for the most part, both restricted Pokemon would love to Terra against it. And with that, you can use it to kind of pressure. They can only terrestrialize one, and so you can use it offensively. However, with Pokemon like Rillaboom, with Pokemon like Follow Me, Ogerpon, it's kind of easier said than done. That's not even considering that the Walking Wake could also cause problems as well. And so I think it's interesting. I kind of feel like Urshifu. I'm not sold on the Urshifu here, Scott, to be honest with you. I feel like Urshifu, from Brendan's end, although it was good, I think we kind of saw the weakness of it not being able to easily switch into attacks. And so I almost wonder if Rillaboom comes, just to be able to switch into those Woodhammers.
Yeah, I think I'd like to see that too. I mean, it's awkward where there's a bunch of Pokemon on the other side of the field that are
fire types and grass types.
Terra Fire Rillaboom isn't too bad.
Fire, water, grass core mostly at fire, which you think would be.
I mean, granted, you still have to protect the horse is the thing that wants to.
Devastating where the other
Terra.
That's they're used to Drizzle covering them.
I know I was talking to June about trying out the Koraidon Ice Rider is just I'm not a player that's just this one mon has to get Terra and I have to play around it. I'm not that kind of player.
But there is one from Dylan here. We are going to switch to the Lunala and Rillaboom lead against Brendan's.
Ice Riders is just your goal is you are terroring your Ice Rider and you are not dying 90% of the time.
I think leading the non-reflect Grimmsnarl against 2 physical attackers last time was very limiting for Brendan's side of the field. Light Screen isn't incredible here or anything. You could do that. I think a parting shot probably more likely. And then once again, with Calyrex, I mean, it's not like being super threatened, but it hasn't really done a whole lot other than exist and hope to get Koraidon in front of it so far this series.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I do think that it's worth noting, though, that there's not really well, I was going to say there's not really great Glacial Land switch-ins.
Yeah, that's definitely your,
that's
much more your playstyle, 100%.
Incineroar here, which would have other problems with the Kyogre. Not saying it couldn't be done. And so you have fake out pressure this turn, but I think that Brendan's kind of okay with that because
fake out here.
Like, as soon as the next turn starts, you're going to be pretty
threatening.
You're going to be threatening a lot here in terms of Glacial Land. So we do see a fake out stopping the Ice Rider for one turn.
Now, is that into Kyogre now, right? By the way.
Here, I think
yeah, this is kind of. Oh, that's really tricky.
Whatever Brendan's final Pokemon is, I suspect will make an appearance here.
Yeah, this is a good pin from Brendan's side.
I was just saying, I think it's extremely likely that Kyogre does switch in here. And look at how right I was.
And that was the world champ difference. I see the Moonblast coming in and that Kyogre going to take it pretty well, but the
it's a good special attack drop.
Sucks,
okay.
I don't know if it really matters. Like, there's a good chance that Kyogre wasn't going to stay on the field for very long. Anyway, does kind of help absorb pressure. You get the brain set. Maybe you bait Koraidon trying to switch in. I kind of wonder on Brendan's end. You were kind of talking about mix-up in this matchup. Maybe Kyogre comes in because you don't want to reveal that the fourth Pokemon has changed immediately.
True. Or maybe you don't want your Urshifu to potentially take a super effective attack. What I really like about this play, by the way, is the fact that, like, of course you want to switch Rillaboom out because otherwise it's taking Glacial Lands. But now your Lunala is at -1 special attack, and you kind of want to switch it out. You do have the option of Calm Mind, but like,
I like the Calm Mind here. Yeah, get the Calm Mind up.
Attack. Whenever I'm in this position, I'm like, this sucks. Like, I
the
want to make
Kyogre
myself stronger, not make myself less weak. You know what I mean?
Can Lunala could probably live that.
Going to be paying some dividends here in the long run, and we actually still actually considering going for a Grass type move. Just saying basically like, hey, I don't want to switch into Glacial Lands.
Yeah, I mean, it paid off from that last game, right? We get that free knockout. I mean, I don't know if he's going to incoming damage this time, but something is going to
back into the Grim.
But it's Grimmsnarl.
Grim's not going to like the Wood Hammer.
Final Pokemon.
Yeah, Grimmsnarl switching in here, and Lunala does go for Calm Mind, so countering out that.
Gorilla is probably dead here.
Shot, but the Rillaboom here looks a little in danger, to be honest with Scott. Here's Wood Hammer coming out. How much is it going to do it?
Oh
my God!
That's true.
Either Rillaboom is a lot stronger than I realized, or Grimmsnarl is mostly trained on the special side.
Okay, there we go.
You see Glacial Lance here, so it's not only breaking the Shadow Shield, it's not only KOing Rillaboom, it's also giving Brendan's Calyrex.
Yeah, I don't know about Trick Room because if Brendan,
that's a huge Pokemon.
The fact that Brendan's Kyogre is outspeeding the Lunala, I think Brendan wants to stay out of Trick Room because we also saw that in Game 2 that like when Trick Room was set up, the Koraidon can just come in and wins the Weather War, and Brendan needs to keep the rain up.
You don't have to worry about either one Pokemon's Big Wood Hammers, though we're going to see another one from this Pokemon, but at least now no more Grassy Glides, which kind of even in Trick Room is a check.
Yeah, absolutely, and Brendan still hasn't revealed his last Pokemon. I mean, if it's Rillaboom and he brings it out in front of a Protect, that could be big. If it's Urshifu and you get Surging Strikes in the rain, that could be big. So overall, especially because in Game 1 we saw Urshifu really kind of...
Yeah, it really messes everything up for here.
But in this game, there's no Walking Wake and there's no Rillaboom. So I think this is certainly looking like a very different story from either of the past two games. That being said, it's certainly not over yet.
Yeah, I like the positioning for Brendan here too, where I'm kind of talking last game a lot about that like Terra Ogerpon switching Koraidon play that never came.
Yeah.
It's a lot harder to do in this situation where you currently have control of the weather with Kyogre because it's easy to counter with the parting shot and then switching Kyogre back in.
Yeah, we're really seeing the value out of these fast pivoting moves, Scarf or U-turns.
Yeah, that is a really good double protect turn.
Just letting you react to the opponent and then switch in is just such a big deal here. Ogerpon going for Spike Shield here, doesn't want to take this +1 Glacial Lance. Lunala is going to follow this up with a big Protect, also not taking any damage this turn. This play is really smart because what it does is it allows Lunala to get back to full HP, reactivating Shadow Shield, and that's a pretty big deal. As we do see Brendan go for Parting Shot, the only question is, did he go for Trick Room? No, it is just Glacial Lance. I think this makes sense. I think last time you kind of ended up in an awkward spot versus the Ogerpon because you didn't pressure it, and now +1 physical attack, you're continuing to just say, put good pressure on it here. So I like this play. Even though Lunala does go back to full HP, I think it makes sense from both ends here.
Yeah, I think so too. And I think that also...
Hey, Brendan isn't really focused on screens this game.
Sitting there, again, it did hit that, or take that parting shot already. If you want to, you can do another one, although I think it's probably...
Yeah, it's a party shot parry, yeah. Okay, I like this.
Koraidon switch in. It's fine for now, right? You get both the Lunala.
Okay, I like this a lot. Yes. I was gonna say, Terra the Ogerpon is a pretty good idea into, like, from experience. Sometimes you want to Terra your Ogerpon into a Kyogre matchup, because it gets the KOs that you need, even in rain, and you outspeed all the mons that threaten it.
But on Ogerpon Hearthflame, getting a +1 boost to its physical attack stat, which can be pretty massive, and more importantly, gaining a resistance to ice by removing its grass typing. So this is a really unorthodox use of the terastallization, but it could pay off big here. We do see a parting shot, though. Brendan going into Ogrepon, so immediately reducing the physical attack that Ogrepon works
Nothing's going to be taking this very well.
Question is, though, Scott, who is coming in here?
Yeah, it could be big. We still haven't seen this final Pokemon, and you know, you
if it is the Rillaboom, then
want to play a little bit careful here if you're Brendan, because there is some threat that this was an attack.
It's the Chen.
Power we're talking about between games.
And you know, Scott, we were also talking about between games how both Koraidon and the Lunala, they would really like to Terra in front of this Pokemon. Like, that's kind of important for them. They really don't want to be taking super effective hits from this Chen Pao, and now neither can Terra. And actually, Ogrepon is having reduced defense from the Sword of Ruin as well. And so this Glacial Lance is not only a +1 attack from the Chilling Neigh, it's also being boosted by Sword of Ruin. It's not going to pick up a KO on either of these Pokemon, but Scott, I think it might do a lot more than Dylan is banking on here.
It's been a lot of damage.
Oh.
Wow, it almost does pick up a knockout of that Ogrepon. And a critical hit of Lunala. I was going to say, wasn't the shield? What the? That makes more sense. But I mean, still easily puts Lunala now on the point where a second Glacial Lance would knock it out, even after all this healing because of the critical hit. And
okay, so now
your options.
It's...
I don't know if Brendan would want to go so all in as to Sucker Punch the Ogrepon and Glacial Lance here, but in that scenario, you'd be in danger of losing both Pokemon on Dylan's side. You still likely have that final Pokemon, which we can basically assume is Koraidon, but that's a lot of additional pressure now, and Brendan can still slow things down a little bit, right? There's nothing stopping him from like protecting the Calyrex, rotating again, saving the Chen Pao.
Yeah, it's a tricky turn for Dylan.
Because now that there's no
the safest play is double protect, but
an
like
easy way to get around the big damage it can do.
Yeah, absolutely.
The Chen can just send an attack.
Has suddenly become a threat in a pretty major way, because now if it is Koraidon as the lost Pokemon, I mean, Ogrepon's not taking another Glacial Lance, and like you said, I don't think Lunala is going to easily take one either. And so I think there might actually be a way for Brendan to pin Dylan here by attacking into the Ogrepon or even the Lunala here and going for Trick Room in the same breath. Chen Pao goes for Throat Chop into the Ogrepon, is going to pick up a KO here. That is the end of Dylan's Terastallization. Ogrepon faints here, it's losing the Terra, it's losing that attack boost that it had, then lost anyway. Whatever, forget about it. Lunala has one chance here. It is boosted by one Calm Mind, well, two Calm Minds and one Parting Shot, whatever. It's going for Moongeist Beam.
It's not going to kill here.
Damage, but yeah, it's not.
I think it would have been better to
is going up here. So if it is the Koraidon in the end here, Scott, I think this might be a 4-0 win for Brendan.
Oh, okay. And now I see the Trick Room here. Yes, Trick Room gets the kill because the Koraidon can't.
Unfortunately, I feel like Dylan kind of adjusted himself out of an advantage here, particularly in that turn one. I think was.
Yeah, I think Dylan. I think you just put the Moonblast into the Chen Pao.
Does help in the previous, or I guess 2 turns ago now at the Glacial Lance.
Because then it would have been a 2v2.
Yeah, assuming this is what we think it is, it seems like it might be kind of checkmate.
Yeah, I think that one of the great things about using Calyrex Ice Rider is that you're able to put your opponents in a position that's exactly that, right? It's checkmate, because your super strong move that you would love to be clicking hits both your opponent's Pokemon, and when that's the case, and there's no wide guard, and you're able to threaten a KO on the other on both Pokemon guaranteed, it becomes very difficult to stop. So Sword of Ruin is still active. Trick Room has 4 turns left. So at this point, Brendan has won the Weather War.
Oh yeah, Grim is still alive. Yeah, okay, this is pretty much GG here.
It's going to be these 2 Ice-type Pokemon, or this one Ice-type Pokemon, this one formerly Ice-type Pokemon, bringing this one home. It's just so difficult for me to see how Dylan can turn this one around.
Yeah, as we've learned throughout this set, fire beats water, and now ice beats fire.
That's correct. So that is actually Dylan recognizing that there's just nothing that they can do there. And Brendan Zeng will be winning your round 7 match and guaranteeing a spot tomorrow in day 2.
That was such a fun set. Like, it felt like all 3 games kind of felt like really
so
in a strange way. Where
this is a great example of something I've recognized playing Koraidon teams. The Koraidons actually have a pretty bad matchup into the rain teams, in my opinion. Because you typically want the rain is usually bringing Kyogre, who's gonna have Ice Beam on it. Their partners are either Ice Rider or Zacian, which both threaten the.
I also loved all the pivoting there between Parting Shot and U-turn. Also, Parting Shot, a move that like again
the Koraidon,
common on Grimmsnarl, but we saw it pay off so.
Lunala is good into it, but Kyogre is super bulky. You probably would bring Grass type. The Grass types are tricky because you can bring Rillaboom on your. You can put Rillaboom on your Koraidon team, which like makes sense. But again, you're still threatened by the other restricted there. And Koraidon wants to do massive burst damage, and the Rain's team are just like, they love just soaking up the burst damage. And so the pivoting is easier than the Koraidon teams, which I have in mind, and the idea I have is I've been trying a solution to get around that. Is there a way to easily break Cali Ice in the rain? Yeah, you have to. You have to position correctly. Because in general a lot of the Terras on the Kyogre teams are going to be grass because they can just go in the rain in the grass and like it's easy. Here, we'll I'm gonna Yeah, okay, I was about to send the idea I had, since it's kind of relevant to this matchup here for you, June, and I just opened up your team. And the things you were cooking up was exactly what we saw 2 matches ago. It's like the ideas are pretty much similar, and you just switch out the CSR for Lunala. But yeah, so here is I'm still trying to keep this under wraps here. Trying to keep it. Oh my god, wait, hold on. It's the Zangs.
Brendan, Zhang, dude, how are you feeling, man?
I'm feeling really good. Yeah, that was a really nice
The
win,
brothers.
so a bit of a stress relief. Yeah.
I think game 1, it looked like it was fully dominant. You had really, really good control. Game 2, there was the Fire Ogre Pawn adjustment, of course, which seemed really good. So, yeah, what were you thinking going into that game 3?
Yeah, I think like it's always tough bringing both of my water types, even though they are really good in the rain against Dylan's team. Like if I
Bro, the Zangs are so dripped out.
Grass type attacks, and I'd really
like,
want to kind of go under. Or
each
go
of them with like the little earrings, the nice like
and so
modern like
fashion,
like
kind of help Calyrex do a little bit more damage, maybe even like help
the kids used
knock
to say.
out that Ogre Pawn that we saw it wasn't able to knock out in the second game, and yeah, it worked out pretty well.
6-1, you're in day 2 now, man. How does it feel? What's the goal for this tournament?
It feels good. I like came into this tournament with like very little prep. I like built the team a couple of days ago. I'm still kind of learning as I go, but obviously I'm gonna give it my all to try to win the tournament.
Okay, let's talk about the team a little bit, because Kyogre and Ice Rider is not very common. Of course, I know you are one of Kyogre's biggest believers in the previous regulation, but you're not even running Calm Mind anymore. It's Water Spout, which of course came up huge in game 2. So how did this team come together?
Yeah, I don't know. I just kind of had like a lot of pieces that I liked from the team in the previous regulation, like Rillaboom, Kyogre, Choice Scarf, Urshifu Water, and I kind of just started, trying to find things that complement those Pokemon well. So Grimmsnarl was really good at kind of just helping everything stay around. And then also, of course, I had to think of another restricted Pokemon. Since Kyogre is already so strong especially, I kind of wanted to add a physical Pokemon. So Calyrex Ice Rider worked out really well there. And then finally, Chen Pao it was kind of like I threw it on last minute because I was like, like this can help my Calyrex that isn't that offensive get some knockouts. And it also helps like the Rillaboom problem also can help against ghost types as well, which my team can struggle against sometimes. So yeah.
Okay, well I heard pairings are about to go up for the last round. So before we let you go, any final words?
I hope I'm gonna win the tournament.
All right, congrats, man.
Yay!
All
Look
right,
at
well, we're gonna throw
them.
it to a quick break, but don't go anywhere. Wolf and I will be back on the
Yes.
cast for round 8 as we close out this first day.
Alrighty. So yeah, June, I'm testing this right now. I'll send you my squad. Where it feels pretty good, but it's a solution to the problem that we've just seen here with the Korean teams. I just sent it to you on Discord here. But hush, hush, shh, shh. I'm still working on it, and I wanna keep it as much of a surprise as possible. Because I think there's that 6 Maul, and that's completely new. I think that it feels really strong into the meta right now. I'm still trying to figure out what exactly the set is going to be for it. But what it is and the Terra for it is perfect for this team. Like it solves a lot of issues that really punish the Koraidon teams. Bulky water types, electric spam, ground spam. Because you just Terra them on, and they have to bring, if they want to bring them on to KO it super effectively, it's weak to everything else on the team. So we're working on lines right now, but it feels really good in practice. I'm able, currently it is able to live Draco Meteors from Miraidons. I'm debating if I want to keep it with the AV or if I want to, I might Scarf it or Specs it, maybe Covert Cloak, try to find a different item. AV seems pretty solid because it's going to be good for, because I pretty much want to bring it for Miraidon spam games and Kyogre matchups. Because it also solves like the water Calyrex things. Yeah. Thanks for stopping by. But yes, we will talk. We will talk. Okay, I'm gonna wrap up this run and bun thing, and I'm probably gonna call it here as well. Not gonna stay for the last round. Okay. Because we are in a predicament. We're in quite the predicament. Okay, so we gotta get through this Marini somehow. I gotta let you go. Yep, goodbye. Because I actually don't know how we're going to get out of this. We're going to have to rely entirely on our Pancham, most likely to get out of here. You don't outspeed. You're going for Venoshock now. Yeah, I have to go into you. Please protect our Toxic. Please protect our Toxic. Please protect our Toxic. I'll take that. Yep. I'll take that. Oh, I didn't kill. Okay. I think I wipe here. Oh, Lowe's gonna roll out. Let's go, thank you. Yeah, I do believe we wipe here. Okay. I'm gonna call it a wipe, and I want to call it a stream. Whoops. Very unfortunate. We did a lot of really good mons, but so it shall be. Oh, wait. Yeah, but the feller's just there's nothing I can go into. Because everything this feller's outspeeds everything and kills me with Hex. Yeah. We wipe. Alrighty. I got a little too ambitious there. Alrighty. Yes. End the run here as we wipe, and then we'll come back on Monday. Monday we'll have a nice, big, chunky stream. To get a really good run and bun going. That is the plan. But thanks for everyone who stopped by today. It's really very enjoyable watching VGC. I won't be on tomorrow for day 2 stuff. I got D&D and all that good stuff. But we'll be back Monday. I don't know what time yet. Probably morning sometime-ish. I don't know. Depends on how I feel. I'll hop on when I'm hop on. But yeah, alrighty. Goodbye, everyone.